Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Split Yellow at Bathurst. I'm Jason Leonard Scott, and with me in the box tonight is the one and only Noski. How are you, Noski?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. And yourself?
Not too bad for a Wednesday night. Looking forward to five AP splits of Bathurst, the spiritual home of Australian motorsport, I suppose, and then followed up Thursday night or Friday morning, as the case may be, with EU and NA. It's always makes for interesting racing, Bathurst.
And then does everyone gets a bit scared over this mountain? It is a very cruel beast at the best of times. Lots of concrete, and you got to have some very brass balls between your legs to get down here in a very speedy time. So it should be some interesting racing tonight. Hopefully we get to see some sub 2 minutes. I've been seeing those times in the practice sessions. So definitely looking forward to seeing if Yellow can kick us off with some nice times.
And how are you going with your practice for here, mate? Are you getting close to those 2 minute times?
That's a question for another day, but the answer short to is no.
Oh, Proski, come on. We know you can get down there.
No, look, I've gotten close, but no, I've been crooked the last week and a bit dealing with the flu, so I haven't had much practice or seat time. But yeah, still in the I'm probably borderline on the 2 minute zone. 201s are okay, but yeah, 2 minute flats that is not there yet.
Fair enough, mate. As we start to see some first laps get it put on the board, some bankers. So Hobbsy with a 2 minute lap on the, it's not a bad banker there to start.
Yeah, the man always is good at putting his times up the top tier there with the likes of Philippa and Reynolds and all that. So it'd be interesting to see what they can definitely do. And yeah, it looks like the resolution has now been fixed. So yeah, thanks John for pointing that out. Glenn's got on top of that as we are on board now with Stockton, going up into turn two. Ooh, bounced off curb a little bit. That one didn't really catch out, just a little bit on the inside there. I had much PTSD from the 12 hour there. I got sort of a little bit of a tap and beached. That wasn't ideal there.
Oh, as you do sometimes, I suppose. Just take the alt line. It's to see how the new Fez goes across the mountain. Particularly, I've heard lots of reports that you can just hold it flat the whole way. So let's see how John goes with that. It's probably a lap too early to be considering that. Tyres won't be 100% up to pressure and temp yet, but they won't be far away.
No, especially on a fast track as well. So I don't think they'll be too keen for that just yet. But you know, give them another 5 minutes around here, and the track might go optimum, and might see some better times creep in.
Yeah, it's doing a bit of recce for tonight for Split Purple, so it's going to be it's a long night. It's probably not going to be starting much before 11 o'clock. I wouldn't have thought. So if you're down for all three splits, everybody, just buckle up because it could take quite a while.
That's alright, there's plenty of entertainment between now and then anyway, so I'm sure we will be able to keep everyone entertained while we work out all the little gremlins that Bathurst throw out to all the drivers. But do you have a love-hate relationship with this track, or is this now this one of your top ones?
I really do enjoy racing here. I've not had a whole lot of, shall we say, mechanical success in the endurance races. We had a disconnect two enduros ago here, and then at the last one we had here, I came out for my second stint, was coming across the mountain and lost all force feedback. So that wasn't overly flash either. So McPhillamy with absolutely no force feedback or feeling in the wheel is not a fun place to be.
No, I would not want to be part of that either, to be completely honest. But I believe you guys did well in the 12 hour. I mean, other than kissing me into turn one, but that's about it.
Oh, I mean, I think to be fair, I'm the only person potentially in a endurance race that's got a penalty before crossing the start finish line on turn one.
Yeah, that's not a bad effort.
It's yeah, it's just with, I mean, where we started, we were towards the back, so we were actually still on. We still weren't around the last corner, and as you do, you try and tighten up the gaps in front so you don't get a penalty for being out of position. And yeah, you ghosted at the time, so I thought, oh, well, I need to catch up. Car in front braked a little bit earlier. I kind of got to their car just as the light went green and drove straight up the back of them. So rightfully got a penalty. I'm not arguing the penalty at all. It was certainly there, but it was just a little bit unlucky. And then, of course, sent you to the shadow realm in spectacular Kovacs style.
Ah, look, everyone's got to do it at least once, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's nothing personal, and we get over it. And we have a laugh about it, but yes, that was actually milk on Kovac's death. So yeah,
So
bit of a love-hate relationship here, as you say, but it's a lovely track to race at. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit indifferent about the track. I enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. But at the same token, after you've lapped here, well, I think we basically had to almost two-man this 12-hour. I got sick of seeing the concrete walls, to be honest. And when I jumped back this week, going, oh yeah, get to race in sprints. Yes, let's go. And then found out it was Bathurst. It took the wind out of my sails a little bit, but that's all right. It's all right once you start getting back in the groove of it. But yeah, this is unrelenting, this track. So
Indeed, Rusty. I think we will. I think we'll see multiple 59s. I wouldn't be surprised, when the track goes optimum towards the end of a stint, that one or two drivers might be capable of throwing a 58 something in there. It's a bit scary to the rest of us mortals to think that that's the times you could run, but yeah, definitely be 59s. Slight chance it could be 58 X's in there somewhere.
where's your 59, Chase?
My 59 is about the exit of Chase. That's where my 59 is.
Yeah, look, I'm not that far ahead of you, so that's all right.
Oh, yeah, maybe the Liquid Moly Bridge we're just going under here, but not too far off that, actually.
Yeah, I think my 59's about here, right on the apex of Murray's there. But no, it is one of those tracks that you can definitely find time, but also it's incredibly hard to find time, as we see Philippa go on a bit of a stonking lap there and takes P1 from Hobbs with a 2-minute 0.1. So there goes that the 59 barrier is not far away.
No, not when Philippa gets on a charge, and the tyres will just be in the sweet spot now. So, going to go out on a limb and predict something along the lines of a 59.3 for this lap. We'll just see how we go. I'm assuming it's gone optimum. It has. So, yeah, I'm going to go with a 59.3.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty speedy. I mean, that's definitely way quicker than I'll ever dream of going. But if someone's going to do it, Philippa is definitely the one for the job. I'm still pretty sure the Mercedes here is BOP'd quite well for the track from memory, and I do believe Philippa never gets off the throttle after the cutting. So yeah, right up till about here. I think that's the first time she actually lifts.
So for those of you playing at home with your bingo cards, please cross off BOP. It's been mentioned already.
There you go. Already done it. But yeah, the amount of times I've absolutely sent my car into oblivion going through the dipper after Skyline is beyond a joke.
Yeah, it's I mean, it probably seems obvious, but it's very technical across the top. There's not that many correct lines, but there's a absolute shit ton of incorrect lines across there. And if you get out of your timing, you can be in all sorts of trouble. So we see Philippa come through the chase and heading up to the last corner, up to Murray's. So we'll see how her lap shapes up.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a 59. Can't see the delta at this angle, but we will see it in a moment. Maybe not.
Maybe a slight invalidation. Maybe clip the wall up the top, perhaps. Thought I might have just seen when one of the cameras changed that she may have clipped the wall across the top. I don't think it would have been slower than the previous lap. It certainly didn't look that way. But, yeah, just still maintaining that pole position regardless. Probably this lap and one more just to top it off.
Yeah, we're just over 2 minutes remaining. So yeah, they've got a chance to get around for 2 laps if they've got the fuel for it. And also, obviously, they've got tyre life if they haven't already put massive flat spots or anything from having any oops or badly damaged the cars. But if you're in the pits, now's your chance to actually get out because you haven't got much time. Get that last flying lap in before quali ends. But the usual suspects at the top of the table at the moment. Philippa leading Hobbsy and Kale in the top 3 positions there. But shout out to Moss there as the leading Pro-Am driver in that Porsche. Just 1.1 off the pace at the moment, but it's a killer time, and to be up that high inside the pro field as well, hats off to you. Well done.
Indeed, it's always good to see some red plates heading up towards the pointy end, but certainly the black plates as well. Could be a few people heading for some promotions reasonably soon, or just some out and out good results within their class. Just a track and car combo that clicks personally. So yeah, I always like to see. Don't want to say overachieving, but I always want to see somebody. Nice to see them achieve a little bit more than might be expected by others. We see Philippa come down to Murray's and just, I'm going to say a 59.3. That she will get there at some stage.
About to find out. Oh, she's put over. She's done her lap. If my screen could actually give me a good resolution, I'd be able to tell you a time.
I am in exactly the same boat. It's a 150 something point something.
It's a 59.872.
59.872. Well, there you go. It's a little bit potatoey at my end, but we're okay. Can certainly see cars and numbers, but getting the actual the times is a little bit narrow and a little bit tight on my screen. So as I'm getting messages, who would like to talk to me right now?
Oh, Scarny, look, mate, I'd love to say that I could do 59s, but Paddy is pulling your chain something massive. Yeah, no, 2:01 for me, mate. Haven't gone any quicker than that yet. But tomorrow is another day of practice, so potentially I might dip into just the 2 flats, but we'll see what happens.
So I don't know if Glenn can hear us, but we're getting a few reports from people that the audio is a little bit out of sync. So I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about it from this end, but yeah, that's the reports we're getting.
Yeah, hopefully the audio on that will sync up quite nicely for you guys momentarily as we are watching the last little bit of quali tick over before we line up for a 80-minute and one mandatory stop for fuel and tyres, because that was a change that popped in earlier this week. And we also got given the new McLaren, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we have any takers with the new McLaren in this split? Can we just check our AM friend down there and see if they are running the new Macca? Is it all possible? You're good, mate.
You're fine, Glenn. You're doing a top job.
All the behind-the-scenes stuff that people may or may not be aware of. It is a great feat. It can be quite an ordeal sometimes to get the stream up and running to the sensational quality that we're used to. So, yeah, Glenn is doing an amazing job. He just needs to, I think, get another bowl of water for his hamster.
Yeah, so I'm still working on it, guys.
You're doing a good job there, mate. Better than what I could do, because I have no idea about how to do any of it. So there you go. Hats off to you, sir.
Maybe if Douglas is listening to the stream while in the pits, he might be able to put a little message in chat saying, confirming whether it is or it isn't. I can't see if there's any others in the field, but
yeah, I do believe that might be
the only Macca.
And went to the grid.
We're at the grid. Lovely. All right, don't forget to get your votes in as well. Later on, you'll get the link to the Google form for the best livery of the round and the move of the round and the best of the rest and best drive. So they're available for every split. So that link will get put in chat towards the end of the race, towards the 80 minutes, as Sean says. So. What would your strategy be, Noski, do you think, without giving too much away, obviously? Are you going 40 minutes, splitting the difference and praying you don't hit a wall, or...?
I was going to say, my strategy is literally just not die.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably... Or, I don't know, it depends if this... I guess it depends on the quali time as well, because if you quali up the front and depending on the field, if you can sort of stay with the pack, you want to sort of cruise with them and probably go just beyond that 40-minute mark, maybe get close to that 50, and then just do like a half-hour sort of last stint, just to be a bit quicker over the top on that for the final bit of the race. But yeah, many things happen at Bathurst. I mean, you can have a plan by turn 1, and then by middle of turn 1, you have to rejig everything because Bathurst says no. But just had a quick look at chat there. We have been confirmed that all McLarens have been just updated to the newbie. So
Excellent.
there you go.
And also from chat, a $20 donation from Benjamin. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. All right, so predictions, chat. Let's go for a top 3 tonight. Who is your top 3 going to be? Cast your eyes across the crystal ball and see what you can come up with for your trifecta, if you will, for tonight's race.
Ooh, gonna be hard to beat, but definitely put Philippa up there. She'll probably take the win just because I know how consistent she is. Hobbs is incredibly quick though in that Fez, so those two are probably pretty safe. But bottom step, maybe the Porsche sitting in P4 might creep his nose up there.
I was just thinking perhaps Marino, but seeing you've gone that way, I will go. I'll go for Ashland Reynolds. I think he's qualified a little bit lower than he might have expected in P8. So I'll stick with Philippa and Hobbsy for P1 and 2, as the gods have smiled on us for getting out of potato mode. So well done, Glenn.
Hey, love it.
And Ashland for P3, I reckon, tonight. So as we're about to head off, I didn't see if we have the safety car tonight. I assume we do.
I did see a safety car earlier. Whether it's still there, it should be welcome. But just as a shout out as well, current standings in the series. We have the leading driver of Ashland Reynolds on 460 points. Philippa sitting P2, being 46 points behind on 414. And then Austin McNeil is sitting P3 for the pros. So there we go. Not who you would actually think, or maybe you did think that, I'm not sure, but very impressive to see that the top 3 are only separated by, what, not even 100 points, or 60 odd points. That's pretty scary considering 4 rounds in and all that kind of stuff.
And a shout out to Jack Steele for leading Pro-Am as well, and to Rusty for leading Am, doing a great job in the classes they're in as well. I mean, Pro-Am to be sitting P7 is pretty impressive anyway, in a very, very strong pro field. So
that's almost a promotion, isn't it?
It would be pro ski.
Yeah, I think mine was already, nailed into the ground after round 1 or something. So yeah, look, I couldn't really avoid that, could I?
It's the inevitable, mate. So we have our lovely Boatley pace car taking us around across the top. Drivers getting a chance to warm up their tyres and brakes, get everything exactly where it needs to be, ready to kick off in about 2/3 of a lap's time. So just getting the last minute adjustments made, and yeah, focusing on getting those tyres and brakes ready.
Yeah, let the inevitable sweating start beginning. I don't know what it is about this. Like, it's digital, and it's all that, but you still get those pre-race jitters, or at least I do. And you get those nerves kick in. I think it's probably about halfway down Conrod you start to go, hang on, wait, I need to focus here for the next 80 minutes, and hopefully that I don't end up as just a giant paint smear from Skyline down to the elbow. But you just hope and pray.
Yeah, you listen to the IRL drivers, and it's always, you turn around Hell Corner and you pull on the belts, and then you come down out of the elbow, you pull on the belts again. So yeah, it's that little that immersion thing. If you are running the rig with the belts, you just give them a bit of a yank and get yourself all buckled in tight, ready to go. So should be going double file anytime shortly. Getting all set up to go. Sean, you want to take the start for us, mate? You're the seasoned pro here.
Oh, lovely. Let's get this curse under the way.
Which is just code for curse whoever you like.
Yeah, you just want to curse me off the bat. Gotta love it.
I apologise to Ashland for saying he's going to make ground, because that's the death sentence for turn 1.
You've ruined it for everyone now. That's all right. All right, I'll take it away for the opening race of round 5. Mount Panorama, split yellow, as we're seeing the front runners going double file now as the safety car will pull away. Philippa leading Hobbsy as they come into that slow 80 kilometers into the last corner as we wait for the green lights. Keep an eye on the back of there, guys, with the Lamborghini of Kale and the Porsche sitting there ready to go as the lights are going to probably be a bit delayed if I'm not mistaken, but here we go. Race start initiated. Gotta love those little messages. And we are green as we go off towards the lovely named Hell Corner. Let's see if yellow can keep it nice and clean through the first corner for a change. So far so good as they all sort of stay in their little double files. Even at the back it looks pretty good, a little bit 3 wide, but so far so good. We're still green as they make up that first straight, well actually technically second straight into a turn 2. Everyone will be pretty much into that single file groove by now, or at least should be. Because from here onwards up until pretty much the elbow, there's not much room to be anywhere else other than behind the car ahead. It looks like so far so good as well. No yellows on the track at the moment. That's a beautiful camera angle, watching them all come around the cutting there. Still watching on board here with Steel as we're coming up through. Oh, that looked like a bit of clip the wall potentially, but Philippa's got a nice little gap over Hobbsy already, and it looks like the Porsche, as I called out, has jumped up to P3, so congrats on Morella. They're doing that for us. Looks like so far my bingo card is going to be full if they maintain their current positions right the way for the next, what, 78 minutes? Yeah, that's fine. I'm early prediction it. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I'll probably end up regretting my choices later on, but it's fine.
Somewhat amazing performance so far. I don't think I've seen a single yellow dot on the track map yet. So I know we've got to get through the chase and the elbow, but yeah, very impressive so far from Split Yellow.
Yeah, definitely showing us the high standards that some of the great people inside the league can definitely pull off. They're just sitting on board here with the Lambo of Kale coming through the chase right now. Massive braking power with the Lambo. Wonder what engine map he might be on there with, trying to pull that thing up there, because I know the Lambo has got some incredible braking with the engine maps as well. As they come into the final corner into Murray's to complete the first lap of the Bathurst. Oh, and as I was just going to say, we got away with it nice and neat. It looks like there's some yellow in the back end of the field there, so hopefully nothing too crazy, but it is one of those things. Oh, it's Jake Faber.
Doesn't seem to have lost too much ground to the field, perhaps. So it may have been self-inflicted. Might have gone a little deep at the chase, perhaps. But yeah, it doesn't look like it would have been potentially a huge smack, because it doesn't seem to have cost a whole lot of ground. And with the field still pretty tight and not exactly up to full race speed, Jake should be able to pick that up reasonably well.
Yeah, a long way to go as well.
So we're seeing a gaggle of Porsches in this split.
Yeah, Reynolds has got up, what, one positive? I think he said he started P8, so
He did.
He's already made up one in the lap. But you can already start to see now that there's a little bit of that cork in the bottle effect. The top 7 look like they may have just pulled away at the moment. But that's what I was sort of talking about earlier, is if you can sort of keep on the front of the pack a little bit, you can definitely have a good race. Not saying you can't have one behind, but you can, your strategy changes and adjusts as things play out.
Yeah, if that rubber band in front gets broken, it can be an awful long way and a lot of hard work to try and get it back. I mean, you've got McNeil and Moss are very talented drivers, obviously, but 2.5 seconds already is going to make it trickier to catch, particularly with the caliber of drivers in front.
Yeah, 100%. And that Lambo is going to be all over the rear of that Porsche as well of Moss, unfortunately. But let's see how they can deal with the pressure, because technically that is McNeil is 3rd in the championship at the moment on points as well. So we definitely know that he's got the capabilities of being well up there on the front end of the field. So they will be trying to get a move done ASAP and see if they can close down that gap to Reynolds.
Yeah, indeed. It's Philippa and Hobbsy and that group are already well up Mountain Straight. So yeah, it's a 3-second gap now. So you know, Austin will probably be trying to get past as quickly as possible. But you know, other than maybe 1 or 2 spots, it's still, despite the length of the track, not the easiest overtaking place. So as we can see, Austin is all over the back of Jordan there. As you would expect, so some nice, hard, respectful racing, which was what we love to see. But yeah, you can probably put away any chance of overtaking from here until after the elbow. So unless there's a mistake, it's going to be holding on until we get to the elbow and then down Conrod again.
Yeah, if someone does make a bit of an oops across here, there is a few little sections going through here I think McPhillamere is not horrible because there is those little bit of, I guess, wider points on the track, but still you've got to have the absolute nerve of the gods to get it done and safely. Yeah, otherwise you're pretty much just a passenger, as you said, right through to the elbow.
And there's a little turnout at the dipper that you can just get out just here. You can get out at, get past if somebody's got a little bit of damage, but apart from that, it's hold on and grit your teeth pretty much across the top.
One thing that I remember doing quite frequently at the 12 hour, holding my teeth and gritting and doing all those kind of things, praying I didn't end up binning it in the wall. But no, these definitely showing us how it's done here.
Yeah, any lap where you don't tag concrete around here is a positive.
Yeah, the Lambo's right on the road. See a nice, probably potential dive. Yeah, no, that's a very nice thing.
Oh, if it couldn't quite pull it up though. Good
Not
job
sure
to
there's contact, but it was sketchy.
Didn't look like contact. I think it was a good job by everybody involved there to avoid it. Austin couldn't quite make the car stick to complete the move, so yeah, back to the drawing board. There's a couple more cars in front as we see a little bit of side-by-side action, and maybe an Audi having a look.
So Piper might have been had his nose up there, but it looks like the Porsche there of Moss just had a little bit more grunt down the straight than the Audi there, which kept him in P9 for the moment. Oh, sorry, P8.
Yeah, beaut little 7, potentially 8 car battle brewing here. It's what we love to see.
It's always good to watch like a train of cars and seeing how they all sort of play in that dynamic, and when who's going to have a go where, or do you bide your time? You know, this is where also you got to start to think, how much fuel does the car ahead have, or potentially might have? You know, where do you think they're faster? How do you think you're going to try and get them? Are you going to just sit behind them? You're happy to sit behind? There's many things to sort of factor in when in a train, I guess you could say. There's a bit of yellow in the back there, but we might be able to get to see a bit of that later on. But at the moment, Piper all over the rear of the Porsche Moss once again.
We've seen a couple teleport to pits. So 115 is back in pits, and it's at 68 and 12. So we've got 3 cars of teleported back to pits as we see a penalty come in for, is that 8, 8, and 9? Is that muddle? It is muddle. So Lindsay's kicked us off tonight with the first penalty of the evening. It's probably not something you want to celebrate, but it's a thing. So we've got Brett as well. I'm wondering if these might be out of positions or speeding at the starts, perhaps, because we haven't really seen too much.
Call. I would say it's either, potential jump starts or speeding at the start.
Lee Perkins as well. So, yeah, they all seem to be coming in at very much the same time, which makes me think that stewarding team's been looking at the race start. So, yeah, potentially out of position or speeding at the start is my guess for these ones.
Yeah, and while we're discussing that, Piper got a brilliant run out at the elbow there and managed to get Moss down Conrod. So now Piper is the leader of this train. He'll be wanting to try and get onto the back of Reynolds, who is 6 seconds up the road, as quickly as possible.
It's always good to see when you got battles like this. You know, the first 4 cars in this battle are all different makes of car as well. So they're all going to have different areas where they're strong and different areas where they struggle a little bit. So we can already see the Audi is trying to power away from the Porsche. But, you know, as we know across the top, the Porsche is pretty good. So we'll pick the Audi up again somewhat. So this battle pack is likely to stay intact. Obviously, Ben will be trying to stretch his legs and get away as much as possible. If he can hold this kind of margin to Conrod, he should be able to make it a bit more of a dent in the gap between him and Moss. But we'll have to wait and see. As Alex has just come up and said, yes, the overlay isn't working. Penalties for 8, 8, 9, 604, 33 and 38 was for speeding and out of position at race start. So,
well done, Jason, on getting that correct.
it was just a feeling. I might have a little bit of kind of experience in knowing what happens in the steward's office.
You've been there once or twice.
I've got the stab scars in the back as well from the knives that have gone in virtually. So.
I'm pretty sure some of those are my knives, but that's beside the point. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Hey, we can't all kill people. The race leader at Kyle Army, can we? There,
no, that's
Sean.
That's a special position for me and me alone.
Yeah, that section of the track with some of the steward team. Just ask Alex about the mine shaft nickname that I've got. So it was a bit of a Minecraft move with 20 FPS happening on my game at that stage, but let's not worry about that. It's a while ago now, and Alex will never forgive me, but that's okay. So we have a look at a replay here.
Oh,
that's unfortunate.
Sad. Oh no! You know, they almost made it. Like, they almost got away with it, and then that's a very sad-looking car.
I'd like to hope that there were brakes being held there, and I'd also like to hope that the car wasn't going full noise through there, because stewards don't tend to like that too much. But we'll leave that in their very capable hands. So that was the result of those three cars teleporting, as we saw a lap or so ago. So well done, Glenn, on finding that one for us.
Both those cars were not going to drive from that. No.
No, Macca is clearly not the obvious choice.
Obviously not. Way to ruin the brand new car.
And Ben is off and gone from this battle. He's put nearly 2.5 seconds into Jordan already. So he seems to be off to the races and trying to chase down Ashland. It'll be a big ask, 6 seconds on the split leader. Overall split championship leader, but Ben is very, very capable of doing it, and it only takes one little clip on a wall to bring that gap right down to almost nothing. So we have a look at Sean and Ashland. A nice little battle here.
Yeah, no, Sean does well. I've raced against him a few times. Very pacey. Very good defender too, from memory. But yeah, the gaps are starting to form just slightly. Obviously, you got Philip up in the front. I think Hobbsy's about just under 3 seconds behind. And then P3 here, there's a little battle group, which the Porsche is at the moment holding a Lamborghini and a Ferrari at bay. For how much longer is anyone's choice. A bit of a squirm there out of turn 1. But we also saw the Ferrari there go out onto the green stuff. You don't want to be out there too much, because otherwise you'll go for a quick visit to the wall. I've done that a few times myself.
Yeah, there's not too many walls around this place that people haven't visited if they've done enough laps here. I'm sure that wall along there used to be straight until all of us have banged into it on the way up.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I've hit every wall from turn 1 to turn 26, or whatever the last corner's called. So yeah, my car paint's there, and there's some there, and some more here.
Have you tried, I mean, I know it doesn't exist, but have you tried to use the iRacing ramp at the chase?
No.
That's an interest. There's a little, I won't say a bug, but a feature perhaps in iRacing that if you go flat out down Conrod and don't take the chase, there's a little ramp that will launch you over the barriers, and it's a bit of an opportunity to see if you can land it, and you'll land somewhere down near the Liquimoli Bridge.
I am going to test this theory out in my own time.
Anybody in chat that remembers that or has seen that, please post in there to make sure I'm not talking out of where, because I'm sure I have seen it. And if it's still a feature, as we see, car 73 got a 15-second penalty for a collision on lap 1. That is 73 is Geordie Slater,
who is currently leading the M class as well, so that's a bit of spice. Although Horsell, who's in P2, has also got a 10 second, so that'll be interesting where they play out once the stops kick in to see how close on track they will be.
And we can see some comments come through. Yeah, the ramp is real. Love the ramp. Done it in V8 Supercars 2, the game. You're confused with Mario Kart Rainbow Road? I don't think so, Trent, but possibly.
Oh, now I want to play Mario Kart.
Well, I mean, you bang enough walls up here in your split, you might end up playing Mario Kart.
Yeah, look, that's a fair shout. But that's not until tomorrow, so hopefully I can get a little bit more time in that I stay further away from the walls than banging them. But as we go back a bit further in the field here for P19, as they are trying to hunt down Hurley here in Fez.
I'm going to have a stab and say it's Andrew Wayan as the last. I'm going to go with Wayan. Apologies if I'm wrong with that, Andrew, but that's what I'm going to have a guess. There's a nice little battle here. It's tricky place to overtake on the outside, though. Oh, that makes it trickier.
Oh,
Ouchie.
no.
Oh, and then the GST on top. Oh, careful, people.
He's already dead.
Oh, we don't want to bring that one out yet. There's plenty of racing tonight for that to happen.
Don't worry, that's going to be just me when I practice and I bin it and then try again and bin it some more. But yeah, it's one of those things going through that corner that if the car ahead, especially through turn 2 there, has a bit of a squirm, which we did see Hurley have that squirm. Oh, and we just see a Porsche in the background there just slap the exit of the elbow, so that's not going to be too kind on the rear of that car.
Jordan Moss potentially in the yellow Porsche, was it?
No, I think actually might be Blair actually.
Might have been Blair.
It was Blair. Good old Scotty Blair. Looks like that Porsche had a little bit too much slideways action out of the elbow, and unfortunately clipped the wall. But hopefully not too bad. I mean, sometimes they can look worse than what they actually are in terms of damage. So,
I mean, you can always take the race factor approach and just bang the other side, the wall on the other side of the car, and just have it even itself out.
Well, it's a good theory. I mean, I don't know how accurate it will be in terms of physics, but
apparently works in race factor too. Just you hit the right hand side on the wall, you just hit the left hand side the next time up, it'll balance itself out. As we catch up with Sasha and see where they're up to, chased down by is that for position or is that blue flag potentially? I don't know what's going on there.
I think that might be a position because I'm pretty sure there was another car a little bit further.
Seemed to be a
ahead.
little bit, I don't want to say easy because that's disrespectful, a little bit too simple perhaps, unless there is some damage on the way up from Sean.
Well, look, it is Bathurst. It will murder and punish anyone that thinks they're better than the track. So that fact that there's damage on cars is probably pretty standard by now, at least for the majority of the field. I know that I'd be carrying damage by now, and it's only been 18 minutes. So that's fine, though. Welcome to the Bathurst Club.
It's not an exclusive club. Everybody that's done a lap here is certainly a member. As we said, a bit of tyre warming attempting to be done here. That's interesting. Wondering if tyres have gone off, just trying to get them back, perhaps.
Possible we may have had a bit of a slide too, and just want to try and go on the marbles a little bit to see how they affect it. I'm not really sure as to why Sean was doing that, but
yeah, might be right. Might just be giving the tyres a lap or two off to calm down a little bit. The good thing about the new tyre model, I think, is you have to respect them early. If you don't, good luck lasting 15 minutes. Yeah, it's been a positive. I think once they got that graining issue out of with the first little update they did after 1.9 dropped, once that graining issue was gone, I think it's I really actually quite like the tyre model now.
What if I told you it's going to bring it back? No, I have no idea. I don't work for Kurinos, so
I'm sure they will, but
they'll bring something back, I'm sure. But
really?
Yeah, I think that was pretty severe at the start of the 1.9 patch, but at the moment I think it's not a bad position for what it is. Oh, as Sean goes a bit wide there through the cutting as well, so maybe he's just having a bit of Not really sure. A bit of issues through there, but that could be if he has had a bit of a wall tap, just underestimating the car's capability at the moment. As we're getting a replay, maybe this is exactly what we're talking about. And
sideways.
Oh, what a drift! And yeah, there's that contact that we thought, but that could have been a lot worse than what it was. But you were right that he was overslowed. But I mean, when you're trying to Tokyo drift around there, that's understandable.
Yeah, we're having a couple of questions asked about Ethan Cale. He's down to 7th, so you're not aware of anything that's happened there. But yeah, you're right. It was up in, I think, P4 or 5, up around Morella. So
I believe he started P3, and he hit the exit all wrong. Remember, he had at the chase, he did the overtake and went wide under the grass, and then lost a few posies that way. So nothing too bad in terms of damage, but yeah, just lost a little bit in that regard.
That's the one. That's exactly.
So head down now for Cale. He's going to see if he can start closing some form of a gap. But go back a little bit forward to on the verge of the top 10 here. Watching McNeil sitting in P11. I thought he was a little bit further up than that before, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, he was in that battle with Piper and Moss, and he had that movie almost stuck at the chase. It cost him a couple of positions. I think he's just recovering from that. He's maybe just caught behind Jack a little bit, although, you know, Jack's not exactly holding him up right now. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. You know, Austin will be obviously trying to maintain as close a contact to the pack ahead as possible, but yeah, we'll just see how he goes trying to get past Jack.
Yeah, long way to go. Just had a look in chat there, Douglas. Was that you in car 12, mate? Did you shoulder from that contact? That's the joys, I guess. Well, not the joys, but the effects of like those direct drive wheels and all the high level gear that we all use. That's part of one of the reasons we definitely have the rule inside OOR that we do not hit drivers after the race is over, because people do have contact still on their wheels and stuff, and we've had injuries. Actually, even yourself has had an injury from a similar, I guess, incident that happened to you quite some time ago. But yeah, we can get some injuries from this, even though it is a sim racing.
Yeah, indeed. Mazzano, not Mazzano, Imola.
Imola.
Yeah, yeah, someone who no longer competes in OOR. Decided that they'd prefer to drive through my car than try and even attempt to take the corner at the first of the two left-handers at the bottom of the hill. I forget what they're called. Someone will remind me. I want to say Lesmos, but it's not. I want to say Degners, but it's not. But whatever the two are at the bottom of the hill there. And yeah, just yeeted me straight into the wall at somewhere around 220 k's an hour they were. So yeah, the feedback on the wheel was not fun.
Yeah, not ideal. But I like how we went from Monza to Suzuka to back to Imola there, and now we're at Bathurst. So we've almost done full circle. It's done well.
No, not Aqua Minerale. Yeah, it's down the last two corners before you get onto the not straight main straight.
Samuel has a bit of a exit stage left coming through Hell Corner there. Takes out a banner on the way through, because why not?
Drops a little bit of furniture on the track, so excellent. We'll get the marshals out there to clean that up pretty quick smart.
Yeah, it just looks like he bounced on the curb a little bit too much, or potentially was already riding on top of it, which unsettled the car there and sent him to the left. Very easy to do. Not ideal. I think he managed to keep it out of the wall too much there, so hopefully it's not too badly damaged and they can just get the job done and move on, as Cale has done the pit stop. Going to get that fresh rubber on and has a 56-minute stint remaining. Ooh, just got to be careful leaving the pits like that. The game can be nasty and give you a bit of a cut, or at least a warning. But pits has been done, so it'll be interesting to see where he plays out as the race unfolds, because it's got a lot of clear track as well. As we're back on board with Austin here, sitting in P9 at the moment. Doing quite well on the back of this pack. Or in the middle of this pack, I should say.
Just enjoying the view of that amazing livery ahead of him. And yeah, don't forget those votes will come out soonish for your favourite livery of the round. So keep an eye on it when it drops into chat to put your votes in. Probably sometime around 5 to 10 minutes left in the race. As we're going very deep again, Austin. So not been his favourite part of the track tonight so far.
No, that looked like he just underestimated the slipstream and the braking capability there of his car. Otherwise, he wouldn't end up in the rear bumper of Moss, which has now opened up the door for, I think that was Fry that got through. So he'll be on the back of, oh sorry, it was Steele that got through, sorry, on the back now of Moss. But yeah, just got to be mindful of your braking markers and that, especially in the slipstream. Can definitely throw you off.
Indeed, so that'll rough the tyres up a little bit, so he'll be probably well placed to just take it, I won't say easy, but about 95%. Car 115, drive through ignoring yellow flags, so might have been what I was referring to earlier with that car that spun with the car going full noise through it. Yeah, stewards take a very dim view of that, so just be aware if you're approaching a yellow flag situation, particularly here, and even more than that, especially across the top, just back out a little bit.
It's amazing what a lift can do to save your race.
Oh, absolutely so. And to, somebody else is already obviously in a bad way for their race. You just don't need to make it worse. Oh, speaking of a bad way, ouch.
Way to curse.
I didn't mention anyone's name, but wow.
How many times have you done that, Jace? I've lost count. How many times I've done it?
Don't have enough hands to count on fingers to say how often I've done that.
Yeah, that is.
Every chance I'll do it tonight at some stage as well.
I've probably already mentally done it about 6 times, but that's fine. Oh, I thought we're good. I think we're good. We're good. Yeah, we're a bit potato quality, but it's going to come back, so it's okay. No, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
We're still good.
15-second penalty for 21 causing a collision. That would be the previously mentioned Andrew Wayan.
Yeah, just as I think from memory here, I could be wrong, but I think a DT is roughly, I think transversal time of the pits is about 23 seconds or something. Just as a rough guess from memory. I could be completely wrong, but I know it is quite a short pit, so don't be surprised if you do see a few DT type penalties come through tonight throughout the splits. Because yeah, it's not as severe as what one might think.
As we chase cam is best cam. There we had there for a minute with Brett. So we're now having a look back to the normal broadcast view. I am a bit of a fan of chase cam. A little bit of an insight into how I watch the races when I'm stewarding, as I tend to watch them in chase cams. It'd be a nice bit of all-round view of what's going on. I know a lot of the stewards tend to do that as well, but gives you a bit of a broader picture of what's happening. But we do flick between views to check for throttle inputs and things like that, particularly with rejoins. So we can get all the angles. Yeah, no, we don't do that one.
Well, what do you mean we don't do that one? That one's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, what should we call that? Diffuser cam? No.
Front splitter cam.
Splitter cam. Yeah. Yeah, cockpit view is pretty good. That's what I race in. So I would suggest that along with bonnet cam are probably the two most popular camera positions to race in. Yeah, not that one.
Not that one.
That's just nauseating. So I mean, that would be a challenge. And, if somebody wanted to do it for the memes, they could maybe try and drive in chopper cam. But, yeah. So imagine Imola. No, not Imola. Monza in chopper cam. What could possibly go wrong?
That'd be horrible. Just to clarify as well, for Tom in chat there, there is no age limitation in OOR, but yeah, as some have already pointed out, get involved through the rookie series and all that kind of stuff, and then you'll once the stewards and that, or the guys that are running the rookies, give you sort of a bit of a tap on the shoulder, let you know that your racecraft and your standards and that is at a acceptable level, so to speak. And obviously, once you're up to speed with some pace and all that kind of stuff, or even if you feel like you want to do it, just sign up to the next Sprint Series. It's open to all and everyone that wants to have a crack. But yeah, there is no sort of restrictions on age or capability, so to speak. So yeah, go in and have some fun with the guys in the rookie series, ask the questions, get involved, and yeah, enjoy the sprint season once you get involved in it. As we see a Porsche rejoin directly in front of another Porsche, which could have been very sketchy, but it looks like they got away with it there.
Ethan Cale is not having the best run of things tonight. Well, Jake Faber's obviously had a bit of an incident coming across Skyline. Took the escape route and, yeah, I mean, it has to rejoin the track at some stage, but, yeah, poor Ethan got jammed up behind that as well. So, not Ethan's night so far, but there's a long way to go. More than half the race to go yet, so hopefully things will turn for him.
Yeah. Once it starts to rain, it pours, so to speak, when you're in a bit of a world of pain there. But yeah, always got to be a bit mindful of your surroundings, especially track position and doing rejoins and that, coming into highly dangerous zones by yourself, let alone with another car. But looks like it all got away there relatively safely. So as we jump back on board with Austin McNeil, who's trying to set up this overtake once again on Moss, this time for P8. Let's see what can happen there, because the last few attempts he's ended up in the grass at the end of Conrod. But as we go up Mountain Straight at the moment, let's see what the speed difference is. If he does actually close up on the back of the Porsche or not, because I know the Porsche's got some legs these days, which is quite scary, but it is fun. Last time I had a crack at it.
Yeah, certainly made up some ground late on the straight there, but yeah, Austin's going to have his work ahead of him across the mountain though. He's really pulled up towards the cutting, closed that gap a lot. Just try and hold that until the elbow, and then try and get some kind of a suck down Conrod just to see how he goes.
Yeah, I'm yet to go flat through here in the Lambo. I have a bit of a baby lift there and a little bit of a baby lift here, because I clearly don't have the skills to go through there flat. I'm not sure whether it can or not, but I'm sure other drivers are doing so, but I'm already scared enough as it is.
Yeah, Austin just wants to get a little bit careful, doesn't get too close at the elbow and get and balk himself a little bit from the turnout. Wants to be back a little and get a good run. This is probably not too bad.
Well, let's see what this Lambo can do now. That gap is quite substantial. What's be about 2/10 maybe, possibly 3. Let's see what the if he sits in that slipstream, whether he can get the gap done before the.
It'll all be in the last kind of 200 metres. Here we go, closing up now. Not quite close enough.
Yeah, but this time didn't end up on the grass, so that's it's improvement. He's done well. Got a better exit too out of there.
Great exit. Yeah, a bit of a switchback going on here. No. It's a great little battle. It's been going on for a little while with some bit of yo-yoing going on between the margins, but yeah, this is a nice little battle. Potentially go on for quite a while yet. Obviously, two very evenly matched drivers.
Yeah, a shout out to Moss though. Very good defending there, as you could see. He got the better exit out of the chase there, heading towards Murray's, but just held that middle of the track. Didn't really give Austin much choice other than to sit behind and wait for a better opportunity. So good shout out doing that kind of defensive driving. You'll keep your posies that way, but hopefully you don't live in your mirrors either, because especially if you're doing that over the top here, Bathurst will make you pay for it.
And we've already seen probably half a dozen to 10 pit stops, so we are approaching that half race distance the next 5 or so minutes. So it'll be interesting to see anybody who ducks in early, tries to undercut, or goes a little bit longer and tries the overcut. So I don't think it's actually kind of been figured out yet with the new tyre model, which is better. I know it can certainly be track specific, but very interesting to see for the later splits whether the undercut seems to work or the overcut or just a straight 50-50 split.
Yeah, not too sure. It's a bit above my pay grade, unfortunately. I'm not that smart in the old strategy decisions. I just drive until I don't feel like I can drive at that speed anymore, or my tyres feel rubbish, and then I'm like, yeah, this sounds like a good idea, and then off I twaddle into the pits. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there that would be able to tell you the exact science, as we see McNeil being a lot closer. Just dips the nose out there, just has a little bit of a poke, but nothing too crazy. Gets a little bit squirmy under power there as well. But that gap is still within that couple tenths, 3/10 I think it is there. But you can see the Lambo closes up under the brakes. I think definitely using a lot more engine braking. Especially in this front, or the last sort of couple corners as well in the first corner. The Lambo does seem very strong against the Porsche, but then once we get into the mountain, the Porsche just holds its own and then pulls away out of the elbow.
It looks like Jake Faber may have got a drive-through penalty for dangerous driving on lap 15. That's probably going to be that rejoin at Skyline in front of Ethan Cale, I'm guessing. Alex has put that in the chat. It's not in the game yet, but it's been put in chat, so interesting there.
Well, yeah, it did come across the nose of another driver. I mean, probably not intentional, but these things do happen. But yeah, I would definitely say that's probably why that penalty is going to be applied to. I wasn't sure what lap it was, but yeah, Phillip is on lap 17 at the moment. It was a couple laps ago, so that probably makes sense.
Yeah, and just speaking of Philippa, with a 10-plus second lead after 17 laps, just well and truly in the zone. Probably only a matter of time before Philippa starts to catch some blue flag traffic, which will make things interesting as well. So
the scary thing is, I just saw the fastest lap so far of Philippa and her last lap. Fast lap was a 2-minute point 3 or 4, whatever it was, but her last lap, which is slower, there you go, 2:01.2, is basically faster than my fastest lap here, which is soul destroying. So thank you, Philippa.
Yeah, there's no basically about it for me. That is definitely faster than my first time ever here. So it just goes to show, I'm not quick, and Philippa definitely is. So when you have one of the fastest esports drivers in the world in your split, it's really a challenge to stay up on even terms, which I think it speaks volumes for how Ashland's gone, actually, to be leading this championship. Yeah, I know Philip has missed a round, but it's still a decent lead that Ashland's got.
And speaking of that, Ashland's sitting in P5 at the moment, so that point deficit isn't as bad as what it originally was at the start of the race. So once again, you don't necessarily need to be constantly winning the races, but decent results across the board will get you the point haul at the end of the day. What do they say? Is consistency is king. So as long as we're doing that job, then you can generally do quite well. I think that's pretty much how I did well last season, to be honest. I don't think I ever really pursued any like podiums from memory, but I was always sort of up in the top 10, so they ended up getting me some decent points.
Yeah, I think if you can run 2:02.5 or so on race fuel, and you can just churn that out every lap, just metronome out every lap, and don't hit a wall and don't get in any dramas, you're going to finish really a long way up the field, I would have thought.
Oh, it looks like Kale's out of the race. Oh no.
Oh, Ethan.
Internet issues. Oh no.
Oh, hot spotting. That's never fun.
Unfortunate, mate. There's always next time. But yeah, internet is the crux of our unfortunate sustains here racing. But at least we don't have the cost of the real thing hurting our pockets. We just have to worry about a connection.
As here comes Austin. He's close enough, but it's going to be that's
okay. No, we're fine. We're good.
That wasn't a thing. It looked like a thing, but it wasn't a thing.
That Lambo was airborne for moments, but then it wasn't. It's fine.
Nothing to see here. Move along, please. No. Well done again.
Unlucky, mate. We've all been there. You're driving there, pushing the car too hard, and then clipping the wall. Is an unrelenting beast, the old Bathurst. But well, there's always next time.
Austin is just going to be absolutely spitting chips right now. He's had so many half chances and three-quarter chances. It'd just be steam coming out of his ears right now. Ashland completing his pit stop.
I enjoyed the bounce of when that car dropped in, and that's some serious action.
It's definitely a feature. I don't think the whole pit process is as smooth as it could be in ACC right now. It's in a race last night, and a lot of drivers in the race were saying that they were putting the car in the middle of the orange pit box, and it was either lifting the car and dropping it, or I hit the middle of the pit box, I hit it perfect, and the engine was off, everything. The car just sat there for like 10 seconds. Nobody did anything. Didn't move it, didn't do anything. It was very, very strange. So I've heard quite a few people talk about the latest Kunos pitting feature. So hopefully it doesn't afflict anybody too badly tonight. Fingers crossed it doesn't grab me tonight either.
Was that more of a server-based one, or has it happened across like multiple?
I've heard about it in a few places, but yeah, not so much in OOR. In fact, not at all in OOR. But I don't want to curse myself or any of the other drivers tonight. As Austin is knocking on the door again. Nothing if not persistent. Going the inside line this time and back outside. Big beneficiary of this, I think, is Max Fry, who's really catching up here.
Close that gap up.
There we go. As the situation resolves itself a little bit with Jordan diving into the pits. So can't imagine Austin will be too far behind. He'd probably love to have 2 or 3 laps up his sleeve to try and build a little bit of a gap on lower fuel and with cleaner air, but we'll see how this shakes down.
Speaking of people in the pits, Philippa has served her mandatory and is just about to leave the pits. So that'll be, should be your effective race leader once Hobbsy comes back in. But at the moment, Hobbsy is the lone man out in front at the moment. First time for the race. Oh, as we see Austin go a bit sideways there over that curb, just riding it a little bit longer than probably what he wanted to, but managed to keep the Lambo going straight and out of the wall, so that's always good. But yeah, Fry's definitely enjoyed the fact that battle has got him up onto the rear of the Lamborghini here.
Yeah, it's definitely engaged push mode right now for Austin, that's for sure.
JC reckons 59's incoming, so let's see if JC is going to get the money right. But yeah, so far so good. As at the moment, top 4 still haven't pitted, and there's a few others back in the field that haven't. As we see Hobbsy coming in to serve his mandatory. As we look back through, where is Philippa sitting at the moment? I can't see the car numbers on the track, but that's the positions. I think she had about a 10-15 second gap.
Yeah, coming down Conrod now, just at the top of Conrod.
Philippa going to be well and truly safe ahead by the time Hobbsy stops and serves that 30-second stop. Especially if there's any extra damage as well, he'll need to potentially repair that.
It's, Max doesn't make it particularly easy for Philippa, but that's okay. Well within rights. Technically, it's for position, so it didn't fight it too hard, but didn't make it easy. In comes Austin.
So we don't get to see that 59 yet. JC's robbed us of that at the moment. Potentially, once the fresh rubber happens out, those lighter fuel loads, if he's in a bit of clear space, I'm going to hold JC to that 59 request. But yeah, just sitting here with Philippa, heading up towards turn 2. Only got a couple of people ahead of her at the moment in terms of actual on track.
And we don't we just love the Kunos leaderboard updating? So we have to wait for this sector before Philippa gets in front of Hobbsy.
Yeah, look, it's a feature. It's a feature.
Yeah. So like Philippa is only, you know, across the top of the mountain now with Hobbsy going up the cutting. So yeah, probably a good, I'm gonna say 12 seconds, maybe a little bit more to Hobbsy. So yeah, very comfortable buffer. With what can we say? Only 3 drivers left to pit with Brett Horsell in now.
Yeah, so Horsell, the current leading amateur class, is in the pits at the moment. Stockton is still got to do his stop, who just takes over the lead for the amateur class. And at the moment, we've got Fry still leading the Pro-Am class, but yet to do the pit stop as well. So we'll soon find out how everyone's sitting in the appropriate classes once those last remaining pit stops tick over, as we're still watching Austin here, potentially going for that 59 that we've been so promised.
Yeah, I'm guessing not on the first lap out on the new tyres, maybe third or fourth. But
going to be first lap. Don't care.
First lap? Okay.
Just going to, take the the iRacing jump and land down at the barrier, and it's all fine. No, don't do that.
No, don't do that. No, it doesn't work in ACC, but yeah, it's a thing. As I've just put 2 and 2 together and realised that the AM class leader is in chat and has been the whole time. So Rusty, what's going on, mate? Obviously some issues. You can't be racing tonight. It's disappointing to see. Hopefully you can stay close enough to give the championship a bit of a shake when you're back next time.
Oh, unfortunate. It's always hard when you have to miss a race for some reason or another, but hopefully you've got enough in the bag to actually keep the lead for the moment. As we see, John makes a very interesting line into the pits there.
Esports line into the pits. Well done.
You meant to stay on the black stuff, not take the grass, but that's it. If you manage to pull it up before the pit 50 barrier, then I suppose it's technically fine.
I mean, don't forget at Alton we did see somebody go backwards into the pits. So whatever way gets it done, and you're not going more than 50, that'll work for you.
Definitely work. As it looks like most of the stops have been done now, because yes, Stockton's in the pits, from what we can see. So at least this much of the field in our visuals have completed their mandatory. So yeah, Philippa's just over 10 seconds up the road on Hobbsy, so that gap really hasn't changed much, but that could also be that Philippa may have got just stuck with some blue flag territory there coming out of this lap. And then Marino's sitting there in P3. So far my vote is still active for hopefully another 30 odd minutes, and then I'll be laughing.
Yeah, mine's not looking so good. Ashland's probably about 13 or 14 seconds behind Marino now, so that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, and I mean Sasha is no slouch either, so it's going to be very interesting last half hour or so of this race. All things being equal, I think maybe P1 and 2 have got themselves sorted, but maybe not. Maybe Marino's close enough to Hobbsy. So
you never know. Bathurst is Bathurst. So
yeah. Yeah, no, definitely not trying to jinx anybody, but
I mean, if there was someone you wanted to jinx, it'd have to be someone from Kovacs, right?
Just looking at this leaderboard, and was it nine out of the top 14? 9 of the top 14 of Porsches, perhaps? I know it's a very Porsche-heavy split, but all those Porsche drivers saying that the car's no good around here. Yeah, no, don't agree.
Yeah. The evidence is in front of you. Enjoy. Porsche seems to be doing relatively good. But then again, everyone has their choices of what they say is good and bad and whatnot. But I think, as was said earlier in chat, every car's got strong and weak points at certain tracks, and there'll be strong points for each individual car here as well as weak points. So I think the Lambo sort of lacks a little bit in the straight line, but can make up in other areas. The Porsche's good on the acceleration from memory. So yeah, all the cars have ended up relatively being decent, but yeah, Porsches seem to be the obvious choice at the moment. I would say at the moment, looking at the at least the top 15.
Exactly. Ferox, no idea what you're talking about, mate. Nothing ever happened.
You keep those lips sealed. We don't talk about incidents, do we?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot.
Three 777 racing cars in 10, 11 and 12. Very nice.
Yeah, not bad. And all Porsches as well. There you go. And look, at the end of the day, Ferox, learning curve is where it's at. I mean, as long as we learn from our mistakes or learn from our incidents, or even if you have a decent race and it's not an incident, you know, you've always got to constantly be learning on trying how to get better, or could you improve or do something differently, or that's the way to get the job done at the end of the day. Is never think you're actually at the peak of the sport until you know you want to give it up, because you can always improve at least one area at some point during the race. So yeah, Moss is doing a pretty good job here. He's been holding on to the top 10 for the entire race so far, and had to do some pretty crazy defending early on as well, which was good to see.
Yeah, just looking at that now, he's what, 6 seconds behind McNeil? Best part of 6 seconds. So yeah, it's interesting to see what that will finish up at the end. You know, if all things are equal. You know, I'm probably fairly sure he was holding Austin up for quite a while, but you know, it is what it is. But it's been interesting to see how Austin's going in relation to Ben as well. He's still about that 6 seconds behind, so that was the gap from previous to the pit stops as well. So it's very, very consistent, very steady. So obviously be Austin's next target, and just see how that goes.
Yeah, at the moment though, he's in the battle with Fry for the Pro-Am lead at the moment, sitting just under half a second behind. Very hard to do around here, I think, sitting behind someone, especially with, as we discussed earlier, back in quali actually. He said there's 1 or 2 lines that are the correct one, and then about 3,000 that are not. Without having that vision of sort of clear track, those incorrect lines become very easy to obtain.
Those 3,000 become about 7,000 in correct
yeah,
lines.
exactly.
Correct line goes from about 3 to 1.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things. Very, very small vision anyway, and yeah, can compound that negative effect too if you're having a bit of an off race. Oh, I just realised that one of the overlays is actually wrong. It still says we're sitting at Watkins Glen apparently, so that's a little bit wrong.
And
People
just want to keep going bowling. That's all.
Yeah, and why not?
Entirely different type of bowling across the top of the mountain here. More like Skittles, but there you go.
Yeah, just another thing to keep you on your toes, boys.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. I'm just going to try and work out some numbers here to see if where Moss and Fry are in terms of the championship. Just give me a moment.
You're trying to do math at 8:30 on a Wednesday night. You're a brave man.
I thought just the fact I'm trying to do math makes me a brave man.
Mate, I was trying to teach converting improper fractions to mixed numbers and back again to my grade 3s today, so that was a fun experience.
Oh, you enjoy that?
I do. I enjoy teaching maths, and they got there, but yeah, it's a difficult concept for 9-year-olds.
Yeah, right. Okay, so just as quick math, because I can't be bothered doing accurate math at the moment. Jordan is about 90 points ahead of Fry at the moment. So in terms of championship standings, this won't really affect it in terms of much of a point gain, but there will be slight point gain if Fry stays ahead. Because yeah, Moss is on 232 points and Max is on 146. So, bit of a gap, but still a solid effort.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Tom, exactly. 21 years this year I've been teaching, so yeah, it's been a long time.
I don't know how you can do it, to be honest. I get infuriated by trying to teach myself something, let alone a classroom full of 20 kids that don't really want to be there.
They don't. Tom's just put in year 9, but still suck at math. Yeah, they tend to start to not want to go to school about year 8 and 9. They still generally like being there when they're grade 3 and 4. Yeah, the odd exception, but yeah, they generally come in with a smile on their face and hopefully leave with a smile on their face as well each day. But yeah, look, it's obviously something I love doing and have done for a very long time. So yeah,
Of course, they're going to leave with a smile on their face. They're going home. They don't have to listen to you anymore.
there's always that. There is always that.
Anyway, going back to the racing, what we're actually here for, rather than math, because that's for during the day stuff, not our evening entertainment. McNeil's right on the bumper here of Piper, trying to let him know that I'm here and let me through, please. I think I've got a little bit more pace, but I think that gap closed up quite nicely. But at the same token, this little battle going on our screen here has just allowed that gap of Fry and Moss to actually be closed by about a second. It was about 6.5. Now it looks like it's just under 5 for Fry, and Moss is only about a second behind him now. So the fact that these two are neck and neck and battling, it's always going to open up the doors for other cars further back to just close the gaps up. As Fry's only 4 seconds behind these guys now, so they're definitely fighting.
Absolutely. Neil and Ben. Just to tie off the last bit of the teacher thing, I have to do it. Tom, with your last thing that you typed in chat, change the last bit to yet. Get rid of lol and yet. Do me a favour, mate. Just say that to yourself a couple of times. Anyway, teacher Jace checking out, and we're back to racing Jace.
Wording is key.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, he says, I definitely try, but I can't do it, lol. No, I definitely try, but I can't do it yet. Yet is a really powerful word. Anyway, I'm out. Back to racing, me.
Yeah, get back to the racing. Oh, as we see, you've got a godlike exit out of turn 2, but almost ended up in the rear there of Piper. I think the Audi might be struggling here. I think he also pitted quite early 4 tyres, if I'm not mistaken. So could be in that nasty window where you get that drop off. I'm not sure what the window of that is these days, but I know it's sort of like that 10-15 minute mark from memory. So
yeah, I think
through some pain.
From memory, Ben pitted with about 56 minutes left on the clock, just from memory. So he's probably well over half an hour on these tyres, and it could be a reasonably painful last 20 minutes if he's been throwing the car around a little bit. And Austin's certainly not going to make it easy on him. But
no,
it's going to be a fun battle for the last 22 minutes. Which rough guess I'll say 11 laps. It may only be 10, but we'll go with 11 laps.
Yeah, probably close to 11 laps, I dare say, with the 22 minutes remaining. It all depends on where Philippa ends up as she crosses the line and stuff. That's where she's going to be in the next 20 odd minutes or so. But still on this battle here for P7, Fry has gone from being 5 odd seconds to 2.7. So these guys are definitely living in each other's heads, and Fry's just going, yeah, I'm enjoying closing up the gap. Thanks very much.
And this has just got a lot more interesting, this battle, because Sean Love has just picked up a 10-second penalty. He's 12 seconds up the road from Piper. So Fry and McNeil are suddenly a lot closer to P6 than they were a few moments ago.
Well, actually, Piper's only 8 seconds behind Glover, according to the last tick over, so they will technically jump. So at the moment, Glover looks like he'll probably drop to P9 at the moment, if everything sits the way it is.
Exactly. So causing a collision on lap 25. Carson took Robertson into P3 for Pro-Am, Rusty tells us as well. So obviously, I'm guessing Rusty's watching a stream, which is good to know. A little bit of stream sniping going on is always a good thing for broadcast.
Inside information, love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is obviously the major battle on track at the moment, the closest one. I mean, Carson and Robertson is close as well.
McNeil got lucky there, by the way. He was right in that curb and almost ended up in the wall. But
and a little slide there, starting to come down through the dipper as well. So interesting times. Just wondering if Austin's been pushing the tyres a little too hard to try and get past Ben. So it's interesting. We skip forward to Sean and up to Ashlyn and Sasha, who are still at it. Ooh, that's a nice run.
I was gonna say, look at the closing speed of that Porsche from Reynolds there. That was impressive to see that gap well and truly shut down here. Let's see what they do on the straight line as they start climbing the mountain again.
You'd expect the Fez to pull away a little bit, but yeah, as you're saying before, the Porsche is no slouch on the straights anymore. So he's putting a fraction of a gap in there, but not much. But the Porsche will pick it all up because it could break 3 weeks later than everything else. So here we go. Just love those trees.
Yeah, the trees made that look even worse than what it should have felt, but you know, it's great. It would have been right up on the rear diffuser there for sure. You can definitely see like the strong and weak points of the cars too, just in that opening sequence as we jump on back into now. But the Porsche, as I said, the braking is far superior by the look of it, but just got that initial, I guess maybe the mid-corner speed goes to the Fez. I could be wrong, because I haven't really driven the car, so I have no idea what it's like. But with these two, the way they race each other all the time, and the capability of their driving skills, these are doing far better jobs than what I could ever do in the car. But this angle has made that look like Reynolds is going to hit the wall about 6 times.
Just thinking that. Oh, he's close. Oh, actually, no, he's not.
Yeah, no, my God, it's a wall. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks for causing me some PTSD there, Glenn. Yeah, oh, there we go. That's
Glenn, can we go to Chase Cam, please? Just for those Chase Cam lovers. just for half a lap. I know commentators aren't supposed to ask broadcast for camera angles, and I'll get in trouble for it, particularly because Mullick hates this view, but I just want to have a look at it. Trail cam is best cam. Chase cam is best cam.
No, you're wrong, and that's enough. Oh, gets a bit crossed as Exeter Murray's there.
Yeah, because Glenn jumped back into the driver's seat with him. It was additional weight. It unsettled the car.
Ah, that's what it was. The cameraman decided to jump from.
Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah, Brendan, we know, mate. It's not a whole lot we can do. It's a broadcast issue at this end, mate. We're doing the best we can, but yeah, it's just the nature of things at the moment. We do apologise for the audio being a bit out of sync, but yeah, it's it may resolve itself for split green and purple later on, but it's unlikely. It is just a little bit out of whack.
You know what? That's a great suggestion to have Philippa racing Chase Cam. It wouldn't matter, I don't think. I mean, it might make her slightly slower than what she is, but not substantial enough to actually probably make a race different. Do you remember back in the day doing your first sort of, I guess, racing games, Jason, when you were straight into Chase Cam? Ooh.
My first ever racing game that I took even moderately seriously was this one. And I did race in Chase Cam for about the first season and a bit. Oh, until Pete Viney, Pete Chalmers and Dave Neighbour saw what I was doing and beat me about the head a dozen times with a virtual stick and got me driving in cockpit view. And for some reason, I can't really imagine, I picked up about 2.5 seconds per lap. So
Imagine that.
oh, self-inflicted. No, that's all right. No harm,
It's
no
all right,
foul.
play on,
Move on.
play on.
Nothing to see.
We saw nothing, but that was a very ambitious attempt to stick the nose in there. But
prior to that, I think Sean had almost got that out to 10 seconds from Ben Piper as well. It was floating around the 9.4, 9.5. So it's really, Sean is going to be on the push to try and keep this P6 and build that gap out to Ben to beyond 10 seconds. Because right now, if it finished the end of this lap, he's going to be in P8 because Ben and Austin are going to both go past him. But yeah, so it's down to 6.8 now. It was around the 9, so that was a much bigger lose than it would have appeared. It'll just be interesting to monitor that for a little while as well.
well, yeah, I think with that penalty looming, it's going to even Fry will probably drump him at this stage. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. But oh god, I remember the game stunts, Rusty. Jesus, now it made me feel old. I mean, I already feel old enough as it is, but you know, don't need to be reminded of it.
JC learns something new every day. We all do, mate. We all do. It's a wonderful thing. Sean, a bit of space here. A bit of a lonely race at the moment. It's showing Ashland's only half a second ahead, but I'm not really getting. No, sorry,
No,
Sean.
no,
No, wrong gap.
Wrong gap.
Wrong gap. Yeah, he's nice little bit of breathing room. So this is the half a second gap that we were on before. And Sean has regrouped him. No, Ashland's regrouped behind Sasha.
Yeah, give him another lap or so, and he'll be right on the rear of that car again, I think. Because I dare say Ashton's got a little bit more speed at the moment than Sasha does. But I have raced against both of these people, and they are bloody quick, even when you think they're not that quick. So yeah, we'll just see what happens once this gap closes up just a little bit. At the moment, though, they're lapping in the 202s, which is not horrible.
Yeah, no, Scarney, it was a collision penalty, mate. It wasn't a speeding in pit lane as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think it was 10 seconds for a little boop.
10 seconds causing a collision. It would be fairly minor if it's only a 10 second. I'll just scroll back in chat. Yeah, car 77, 10 second penalty. Caused collision lap 25. There you go.
So yeah, did a little bit of a naughty, but you know, we've all done that from time to time. But yeah, going to be a spicy finish, I think, for especially the Pro-Am podiums, because they're all separated by just on about a second each. So that could be interesting to see how that plays out as well. But Glover's penalty might split the field just a little bit with taking the last position of the top 10 potentially. But we'll know more of that in about 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, so down to that last probably 6.5, 7 laps now. And for some, it'll be nursing the car around, and for others, it'll be just all guns blazing. As we can see, Ashland on the back of Sasha is in the second of those categories.
Yeah, he's chosen guns blazing.
He has chosen the more aggressive route, which is completely understandable as we enter potato mode again, which is fine. We'll come out of that very shortly.
It might only be your end because my end's fine.
Tom,
to answer your question, how does a gap of 16 seconds happen? It happens because she's one of the fastest people in Asia Pacific, and Hobbs is not quite that fast yet. But yeah, she's very hard to beat. So that is why that gap is the way it is, and she's incredibly consistent when she's doing laps that most of us only do once in a qualifying session. As we see Ashland getting a good exit here, potentially shoving the nose up into turn 1 to climb Hell Corner and gets the job done. Very respectful racing there from Sasha. They're leaving the door nice and wide so that they don't have any collisions up Mountain Straight here. Looks like the Fez has definitely got the speed, but if I'm not mistaken, Ashton's going to just stay on that inside line. to protect the position, and now pretty much the Porsche should have the braking capabilities across the top and that to make this gap not really be a factor once they get onto Conrad. Job well done at the moment for Ashland. Brings him up to P4, which almost gets your bingo card set up at 17-second gap. Might be a little bit too much to ask in 11 minutes there, Jace.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment because I don't want to jinx either driver, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out for the last 11 minutes. But yeah, some really respectful racing from both Ashland and Sasha then. So yeah, pat on the back, things we love to see. We are catching, I'm assuming, a blue flag. So they should, by the time they catch them, they should be on Conrad, so it won't be so much of an issue. But I would imagine we have the same blue flag rules as we normally have here. A little bit different to the regular series, where, you know, if there's a lead car catches a car that is blue flagged to them, the blue flag is not expected to get out of the way across the top of the mountain. So from the cutting to the elbow, they're entitled to hold the racing line. Makes them more predictable. It's just unlucky for the faster car behind, but the trade-off for that is the slower car has to get out of the way as quickly as possible after the elbow. It's just a safety thing that we run in OOR, so tends to work quite well. Haven't had too many blue flag incidents over the top. I don't think we've had any tonight, so hopefully that can continue.
Oh no, McNeil's in the
Oh,
pit.
Austin, what has happened?
And looks like Glover's actually gone. He's left the server, so potentially something between these two. Not sure, but never a good sign. So yeah, Tom. Oh, sorry, Rusty. I would have answered what happened with that 10-second pen, but with Glover not here, definitely out of the top 10. So yeah, we'll be interested to see what plays out there or what has happened. But unfortunate. It looks like McNeil may have been caught up in an incident. That's why he's in the pits. But hopefully nothing too bad.
Sure, our intrepid broadcaster is oiling up the hamster again and unleashing the monkeys to try and find the replay.
He's doing a fantastic job there, Glenn. Better than what we could do, mate.
Glover has been really unlucky this season. Yeah, I mean, it takes a while to get up to Weatherburn degrees of unlucky, but yeah, he certainly hasn't had the greatest amount of luck. And everybody can say hi to Jan in chat. Hi, Jan. Good to see you around again.
We miss you, Jan. Yeah, Moss is definitely up in the top 10 now. He's been there all day. He's done well. Well, I say all day, but you know, it's like we've been watching a day race. But you know, solid effort, being 70-odd minutes into their race around Bathurst here, and still managing to never really drop out of the top 10. So I know we've dropped a lot of drivers so far tonight. I can't remember how many we started with, but we're down to 19 at the moment.
I think it might have been 24 or 25. I think we might have started with tonight. It's, yeah, it's a normal attrition kind of thing here, and I can understand it can be hard to try and stick it out if you're 5, 6, 8 laps down. But you know, there's full credit to Nick, car 88, hanging in there 4 laps down. Big effort. It takes a lot of commitment, but you'll have to see it. So. And Jake too, you know, Jake's had a couple of issues, couple of little travails across the top of the mountain, but yeah, good to see people hanging in there.
Yeah, it always comes to one of those things. Like, I know it's hard to drive through the red mist, or if you're having a bad.
It is not still better than driving M2s.
Oh.
Try the Porsche Challenge, not Porsche, Ferrari Challenge car around here if you want to be doing 325, 330 down this Conrad. The problem is you have to brake about 3 years before you get to the chase.
Yeah, I've had a couple of grows and stuff like that, and it is quite entertaining. But yeah, scary the speed difference sometimes.
Porsche Challenge, what do I keep saying Porsche Challenge? Ferrari Challenge, I've seen it go 202s lap time around here. some fruit bowl races. One of the admins on fruit bowl was running it for a little while, and yeah, he was running 202s. So that's competitive, very competitive. Here we go. It's going to be Porsche things again. It is.
Oh, I've hit that wall far too many times to count.
No
brakes.
Oh,
no.
no. Oh, no.
Oh, that sucks.
So much sadness. And if you didn't quite catch that flash going past, that oh no would have been Austin. He does seem to be, so he's obviously driven himself back in the pits, but Sean's obviously looking at the back of that car going, yeah, nah, and decided that'll be it for the evening, which is a shame with, about 10 minutes left of a 80-minute race when it happened. Anyway, we move on, and Jordan is cycling around here, or circuiting around here quite well, with trying to catch up to Max, but fairly steady gap. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, second round of clipping the wall.
Double sadness. And that will be all, folks.
Yep.
Yep.
Time to go home.
Alt F4. Yeah. Unlucky, Sean. Yeah. These things happen, unfortunately, and yeah, the race will continue for another 4.5 minutes or so. Where is Philippa on track at the moment? Going through the chase. So, 3 laps. 3 laps, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I would say 3.
Yeah.
As Hobbsy has to navigate some blue flag action there.
Yeah, Philippa's, started a lap now. So, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, there will be 3 more laps.
Unless she decides to utterly do like 2-minute 10s for some odd reason. But yeah, I think we'll get, at least 3 laps.
So they're going to make it 40 laps in 80 minutes with a pit stop. That's insane.
I got a feeling that was similar pace to the 12-hour, if I'm not mistaken. So,
it's going to be 40 laps in nearly 82 minutes, but yeah, that's still nuts.
Oh,
with a pit stop. Wow. As Philippa traverses the way up through Suleiman Park and Reed Park, heading up towards McPhillamy, so probably for the 3rd last time.
Always scary watching the inputs of another driver going, I should brake here, and then they don't. You're like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? I'd be in that wall, and then that one over there, and yeah, you'd be pulling the parts of my car apart pretty quickly.
I am nowhere near brave enough to point the nose of the car at that point at the dipper. Yeah.
The funny thing is, if you get the dipper right, your left front isn't actually on the ground.
Yeah.
And I think I've done it once.
Out of how many thousand laps?
Too many to count.
Yep. Yeah, my bravery doesn't extend to that, because I reckon if I'm going to do it, I'll hit it, and that'll be it. But anyway.
Oh, I've definitely hit it more times than I haven't hit it, so, there's that.
Alright, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 2 more laps unless Philippa really backs it off, which is not going to happen because it's not in Philippa's vocab to back it off.
Yeah, those words don't exist for her.
Yeah, I mean, a 2 flat 0.9. There is no backing off happening here. So you get to have a look at what it looks like to drive like Philippa does.
It's called scary.
I mean, I can do this. I can point it in a straight line.
Yeah, foot to the floor on the straights and a straight line. Definitely
now I start to have a skill deficit. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I don't think I go through there that fast. I think
you go through there at 143 k's an hour. My God. Anyway.
the greatest, one of the greatest tips Philippa gave me not too long ago actually was when I was practicing for Suzuka, just trying to get the understanding of the car as well. And she went, yeah, you're doing everything right. I was like, oh, thanks. She goes, you just need to go through every corner like 15 k's faster. I was like, oh, Okay.
Please explain how I do that.
Yeah. Like I appreciate the advice, but how?
Yeah, it's that's the skill. Oh, like that. I cannot commit to do that. That's yeah. Anyway, I'll try tonight, and if you see me facing the wrong way in split purple, you know I've hit it.
Well, yeah,
One of the many times you've hit it, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and I reckon I'm probably a quarter to half a car length wide of that. No, I know it bleeds time, but it bleeds more time if you hit the bloody wall.
Yeah, that's one thing that is always a bit, I guess, sketchy. Is you don't actually realize how close you are when you're not that close, but you feel that you're on the wall.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be another 2-minute flattish kind of lap here. Maybe 2:01. It's looking like 2:016. So, if we believe the deltas, and 2:013. So last lap for Philippa. Everybody will be getting the nice announcement. Leader is on the final lap. So if there's any battles that are pretty close, they might start to see a little bit of desperation for some drivers. As our Kiwi buddy Michael Manns is very sneakily crept up to P11 tonight, and don't want to jinx him on the last lap, but that is a big effort from Mike.
Yeah, that is a solid effort. Unfortunately for me, I have to duck out because I have to start heading over to run split green. So I'm going to leave you with the final half lap, and thank you for joining me.
No problems at all. Thanks, Noski. I'll good luck with your race tonight, and yeah, we'll catch you around next time.
Yeah, time to see what I can get split green into doing. So yeah, I'll speak to you soon, chat. Enjoy the next couple splits.
Thanks, Sean. As we're sticking over here with the battle between P11 and P12, as Philippa is actually just a corner or two ahead of this, so they will get the one less lap, so it'll give Horsell a little bit less chance to get past Mike. So Mike will make that amazingly liveried Beamer as wide as he possibly can. I'm not quite sure that the Porsche has got the pace to overtake the Beamer down the straight here, particularly if Mike's running a very low wing. But yeah, always a favourite livery is Mike's one. Just a real classy Kiwi livery. So yeah, it's been a really good run from him up to P11. So well done. As Philippa is approaching Murray's now to finish off this race. As we see, she's just got past a couple of lapped cars as well, and Philippa goes on to win. Hobbsy, all things going well at the chase, will come in second, and Moreno will come in third, I would think. Yeah, Ashlyn is not going to catch, so really good job from Hobbsy. And Marino comes in P3, so there are your podium getters. Ashlyn with Sasha a little way behind with the back marker in between. Ashlyn Reynolds come in fourth, Sasha will be fifth, and Ben Piper should come in sixth. Got no penalties to apply now. Unfortunately, Sean is out, so here comes Ben. We have a little issue, maybe a fuel issue, perhaps. Throttle is way off. Andrew may well have run out of fuel, or are they running up? No, I think they're running up Mountain Straight, so they're probably finished. So Ben is, I think, just finishing now. Max and then Jordan to finish off the race. It should be everybody, I think. We should be able to click over very shortly. No, we've still got Nick. Oi, that's a way to finish it. Nick Jones is in pits, so it may take a little while to click over. Just kudos things. Nick, if you can hear the broadcast, if you can just return to pits, that will probably help us click over. I'm guessing that Split Green are probably in their quali session now, so we will jump over to that sooner rather than later. We'll just finish off. We'll check the results here once they go official, and then jump across. There are no penalties, so it should be official from now. So we just go back and have a look at the final standings for the race. So overall, we have Philippa winning from Mitch and Marino, and there we go. It is now clicked over, and we'll get Pro Am and Am as well. So once again, so Philippa from Mitch and Marino, and then we'll go over to Max from Jordan Moss and Brad Robertson for Pro Am and Am class. We have Brett Horsell, John Stockton, and Jake Faber. So well done to everybody. We will just take a very short break while we get everything set up for Split Green. Don't go anywhere. Get yourselves a drink, have a bathroom break if you need to, and we'll be back any moment with AP Green.
Good job. Yeah.
Glenn, can you remove the little thing at the top, the thing that says the track and the split, because it's still on Watkins, not Bathurst?
Oh, Paige and Sean, good luck, mate. Good luck, guys. Have a good one. I'll catch you around.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Where's my flowers, Sean?
On the way. Delivery got delayed.
Okay. I prefer white chocolate, just by the way.
Oh.
green light, go, go, go.
And we are back. Welcome to Split Green. My name is Jean-Pierre Sonicus and I'm joined by none other than Sean Miller. Mr. Ghost, how are we, sir?
I'm very well, Peach. How about yourself on this fine Wednesday evening?
Well, it's raining here, so not quite as fine, but that does mean it's a little bit cooler, so I am well. And excited for some Bathurst racing. I mean, it's always an exciting race, as we saw in the previous race. A lot of attrition, a lot of people doing a big old die, going over the mountain and finishing the race before the checkered flag. So be interesting to see. We have a pretty big grid for this race, and be interesting to see what percentage of them make it throughout the race without, well, not making it.
I've always said the key word for Bathurst, first thing that pops in my head is survival. This place bites and bites very hard. Of course, we have an 80-minute race tonight with a mandatory pit stop, so expecting strategies probably be split half and half, but again, survival is the key around here, not outright pace sometimes.
Absolutely, and we are on board here with Mr. Christopher Taylor, who was our driver of the day for last week's race. For those of you unaware, we do have a vote every week for Driver of the Day Sportsmanship Award, Best of the Rest, and a Livery of the Round. Of course, Livery of the Round last week not applicable because we were in the M2s in a bit of a spec race. But yeah, Christopher Taylor was our Driver of the Day last week. Benjamin Hicknett took the Sportsmanship Award, and then Best of the Rest was none other than Mr. Derek Nagel. So yeah, hopefully we can get some participation in the votes again for this week, and let's see who can take those awards home. But in terms of current standings, we do have Luca Giacomin currently in pole position. What do we reckon for a pole time at the moment here, Sean?
I'm thinking a 2 flat, maybe a low 59. That's the talk I've been hearing, which frankly I'm confused on how fast he can go that fast. But yeah, I'm thinking around that low or high 159, 2 minute, I reckon, for a pole time. The Ferrari does seem to be the hot package around here, as well as the Lamborghini, I've heard.
And AMG. I think the AMG is still at the moment probably about the fastest car here. The old McLaren is fast, but that's not in use anymore. We do have the updated McLaren, as we see Benjamin Hicknett there, putting my words to the test and saying the AMG is currently fastest on this grid. He's done a 2 minute 0.00, well, 2 minute flat 0.37, and he is 3/10 clear of the free chasing Ferraris. And then we have Lucas Burrs, who is still persisting with making that block of a car work. And then Chris Murphy in his first outing here in Split Green, currently in P6. So that's a good showing from him, and I know he's gone about 5/10 faster than the time he's currently done, so he'll be aiming to move up that grid a little bit. Same for Christopher Taylor, David Ford, and quite a few drivers who should be able to move closer toward those at the top. No worries. But yeah, who are you? You've made a prediction for pole position, Sean. Who is your call for getting that?
Based on what I'm seeing at the moment, well, Benjamin Hicknett is flying at the moment. I still think Giacomin might nab pole. That's why I picked this one. Of course, we do have a championship to talk about as well, and we actually have 20 points between our top three. So it is Kieran Potter leading the way from Lucas Burrs and Luca Giacomin there in third, and Benjamin Hicknett in fourth position. And in fifth position, with a huge effort, is Tom Maloney currently. So, and he is actually rated a Pro-Am. So to be top 5 in the championship, that's a massive effort.
Yeah, I would say that the Pro-Am rating is a bit of a He is definitely a pro-pace driver, so maybe he will get that call up into the pro class. He is not racing today. I've seen him in chat, so I'm not sure why he's not partaking. Oh, look at Jacob clips a wall there. I've seen Connor Hind has done a 2-minute flat point 0 in practice. Jacob and Weatherburn very close to that as well. So a couple of drivers there who can just still challenge Ignat, but they are very, very quickly running out of time as we have 2 minutes left. So there's maybe 1 or 2 more drivers that are going to cross the line now that won't be able to get more laps in. And that's a big old moment for Luca coming into the dipper there, but he manages to keep it facing the right direction at least. Somebody has made an accident at the elbow, which I think we've all done at least 15% of practice laps, I would say.
Completely agree. Have you really drove Bathurst unless you've come over sideways over the dip into the elbow? Like, really?
By sideways, you mean on the side of the car, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that makes sense, yes.
So look at Jacob here, currently in third. Needs to find 0.36 to nab the pole position from Benjamin Hignett. We do have 1 minute 10 going, so we'll have another go at this one after this lap. But we'll see where this one pops him up on the timing sheet. Well, he's actually slowed it down, it looks like. Ready to have one last blast. A clutch lap around Bathurst, 6.2 kilometres. Nothing beats it. One of the greatest driver tracks in the world. It's in my top 5. And what a week for motorsport as well. We'll get onto that during the race. An absolute epic week coming up. So, Giacomo, we've got the split up there. So, out of Hell Corner, up Mountain Straight, up towards Griffiths Bend. Seen plenty of moments there in the history of Australian motorsport. I could talk about this place all day. You a big fan of Bathurst Beach?
No. I've learned to appreciate it. I wouldn't say I love it. I appreciate the challenge of racing here. I absolutely hate practicing here. It's just the amount of times that you have to return to garage and go again and go again. It's like a montage from a dramatic movie. You're just constantly freaking trying to figure out how to get around the track without putting it in a wall. And there's so many walls and there's so many places where it just happens without any warning. So yeah, I do enjoy the races here. It's a great challenge, but it's not definitely. Oof, as look at Jacob, man. Again, prophecy was foretold, and he has put it in a wall. He'll need to get out of the way. There is a Ferrari coming up behind him who is still on a hot lap, so he'll try and get it out of the way once he gets down onto the Conrad straight here. Currently, Hignett with that 2-minute flat point free still seems like it's enough. Looks like he's giving this Ferrari a nice old toe down the straight here. Ferrari is no slouch in a straight line, and that slipstream is certainly going to help the driver behind him here. I'm not sure if he is up on his lap, but he will be appreciating that, especially if Jacob can stay out of his way in the final couple of corners here. Go on board with Callum Gibbons. So from my experience, based on what I've seen in the practice so far this week, the Porsche is in a wall. But it is also very, very fast across the mountain. It's not as good in Sector 1, and it's average in Sector 3, but it is absolutely phenomenal over the mountain. So you'll see a lot of sort of concertinaing, I think, with some of the Porsches that are behind cars that are a little bit slower across the mountain, but then based on what we've seen in the previous race, it's a bit of a struggle to get an overtake done down the straight.
Yeah, completely agree with that. The Porsche, pretty much from the tree to the elbows, phenomenal. Does lose out down Conrad as typical Porsche, but it's quicker than the old one, which is great news. Oh, that was sketchy. But that is qualifying run and done. There we go. So it will be. There's Benjamin Higgins on pole. We've got a 80-minute race around the mountain, 1 mandatory pit stop for fuel and tyres. Can't wait for this. I'm really excited, actually.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be very interesting. That the top 5 or 6 drivers there, all of them very, very close on pace, I reckon. So previous split, we saw a bit of a runaway victory for Bakita. I don't think we're going to see something similar this time around. There's probably, I would say, everybody in the top 7 or 8 are capable of winning this race just based on pace alone. So I think we're in for an absolute cracker here once we get going.
Well, of course, Bathurst, the first rule is survive lap 1. So got to get through Hell Corner, Griffiths Bam, then across the top tree, then down through the S's, all on lap 1. You've got to negotiate that, get yourself in a rhythm, and then you can start thinking about attacking. But yeah, lap 1's very much survival as we look at some of these fantastic liveries on the grid and a stacked grid as well. There's in this split, it's about 30, 35.
I think there was 32 people or so marked in to race, and we know there's usually a couple of extras that sort of forget to mark in or aren't quite sure if they're going to make it and then show up last minute. But yeah, this is a pretty full grid, and as I said earlier, it'll be interesting to see what percentage of them make it to the checkered flag. Very much a war of attrition. That is Thurcadini's livery. There's quite a lot of detail in that livery that he has described to me before, and it has quite a lot of meaning to it actually. Mini Sanders there, I think. Is that Mini Sanders? Because he is the only one with a car that ugly. Um, and then, yeah, the Bentley safety car with that beautiful OR Simrigs livery. Of course, Simrigs is our sponsor for the Sprint Series. Go to simrigs.com, get 5% off if you're a Patreon of OR, and you can buy sim gear at discounted prices. And who doesn't love free money?
Free money is the best money. So as we were just mentioning there, one mandatory pit stop. It was originally going to be no mandatory pit stops, but that has been changed. So a couple of drivers are obviously rejigging their strategies. But what it does mean is you can pretty much go flat out for 40, 45 minutes, come in, get a new set of boots, splash with some fuel in the tank, and then go for another 45 minutes. Damage limitation, of course, is a big buzzword here at Bathurst as well, which I find if you that's how you get a really good result around here, is more so back the pace off a little bit, just be nice, consistent, keep it out of the wall, keep yourself out of trouble, and a top 10 result is there for the taking as the Simrigs.com safety car leads the field away around this beautiful 6.2 kilometres in one of the nicest places in the world. This is Bathurst. This is round 5, split green. Bring it on.
Absolutely, as we see Bentley leading them up the mountain slowly this time. Next time around, everybody will be going full chat, and it will be an absolute spectacle. See Benjamin Hignett there flashing the safety car. And just to confirm your starting grid there, we have Benjamin Hignett on pole, Connor Hind, P2, Luca Giacomo and Jacob Wedderburn on the second row, Lucas Burrs and Chris Murphy on debut in split green, putting it in P6. He'll be very happy with that. Benjamin Vintner, David Thornton is on the fourth row. Christopher Taylor and Jared Matterford is your top 10. And then we have Graham Hill as the, well, I'm still not 100% sure on that Pro-Am rating for Hill. He's certainly been putting in some absolute belters of performance so far this season. And hopefully he'll be able to continue that. But yeah, it's a good distribution in terms of the classes. A couple of pro drivers there, Gibbons, Barker and McDowell, a little bit out of position. And a couple of AM drivers sort of outperforming where you would expect them to be, with Nick Miller there and Cornerio in P18 and 19. And Vic Cook there as a pro. I don't think Vic Cook is a pro. That may be an entry list issue. But yeah, I think we are in for quite a race. This split has a pretty decent mix in terms of cars as well, which is good to see.
So, going to put you on the spot. Who's your winner for tonight? Who's your money on?
Look, at the end of the day, as long as everybody has fun, then racing is the winner. No, it's hard to look past Hignett. He's such a consistent racer. But I'm gonna put my money on Hindy. I'm gonna say Hindy will be able to take the win in this one.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. The wonderful man it is, Connor Hind, calls from down there in sunny Tasmania, as they all line up a double file now. So everyone will be taking their last big deep breath. But I will hand it over to Split Green's one and only Peach to call the start.
Well, thank you very much. We see the Bentley safety car is leading them down towards the chase. It looks very pedestrian at this speed, but I promise you in about 2.5 minutes time, it's going to be much more exciting. Benjamin Hignett in the AMG leading them down towards the chase. The Bentley speeds off into the pit lane. Safety car is away. Drivers will be holding 80 kilometers an hour. I think some of them not quite getting that memo, but they will start settling down a little bit now. It is the AMG versus a trio of Ferraris of Connor Hind, Luca Giacomin, and Jacob Weatherburn. And then we have Pikachu, GTR right behind them, Chris Murphy in the Lamborghini as they come towards the final corner. It's not a very long run down to the start-finish line, and we will go racing pretty soon. They come across or around the final corner, and we will be going green anytime around, I want to say now. Not quite yet. Hignett a little bit ahead there, but they are going to go green. Hignett with a good start. It looks as though the two Ferraris on the second row, they got a poor start. Lucas Burrs up the inside with the GTR. Almost makes contact with Giacomin, but manages to avoid it. Chris Murphy and Jacob Weatherburn are side by side. The top four there are line astern. These two are going side by side into the second corner. Not a place where you want to be on the outside. Look at that GTR go up the straight. Hignett well ahead. Will Burrs be able to clear him? He is clear of Luca Giacomin by the time they reach turn 2. Absolutely phenomenal pace by the GTR there. Further down the field, there's no yellow flags at the moment, but we are reaching the actual tricky part of the track now, and we should start seeing a bit of action towards the front there. Everybody has settled down nicely. Thornton settles down behind Murphy. Murphy, I think, let Weatherburn go maybe towards turn 2 there to avoid any incidents. And they have dropped a little bit back from Hindy, but it is lap 1. We are still green at the moment. No yellows towards the rear of the pack, which is good to see. Giacomin putting pressure on the GTR as they come across the mountain. Maybe not its strong suit, but they will very soon be on a straight, which apparently is very much its strong suit. And we will see what the Ferrari is able to do. Will he be able to get close enough at the elbow? A very, very tricky corner and a very important exit. Everybody nice and clean through there, very close to the wall as you have to be. Giacomin is about as close as you can be coming out of the elbow. Will he have enough speed to do anything to the GTR? I'm gonna say no, he is making no dent. Connor Hind right behind him, not really closing in. Everybody just sort of settling down line astern. A very, very clean lap. A little bit of an incident in the back there, it appears. Car 952 going a little bit slowly, but no yellow flags. Maybe just a bit of an incident and getting going again. But that is a very, very clean start from split green. Still a few cars that has to come through the chase. As we see Vic Cook here coming into the chase. He is the car that was going slowly. Not quite sure exactly what happened there, but they all make it in. A couple of cars running deep there. That is an Aston Martin that lost the rear. I don't think he saved it, but he got out of the way at least. So nobody else involved in that incident. And we are done for lap 1 in split green here.
What a fantastic start there from split green. No incidents across the top, so everyone's got into their rhythm, into their lines. But what a start from Lucas Burrs. Absolutely stunning start in that yellow GTR, and he is working all over the back of Benjamin Hignett here. So Hignett, after that really good initial jump, thought might be able to skip away to a 2-second lead, but Lucas Burrs is having absolutely nothing of that, and Luca Giacomin is right behind as well. So our top 3 are going at it very early on.
Yeah, no big gaps in that sort of top 8 already. Everybody within a second of each other at the moment. So within that almost margin of small error, just a small mistake will cost you a bunch of positions at the moment here. And we all know how easy it is to make a mistake. Speaking of nearly making mistakes, Burrs going very wide there in towards Skyline, but manages to keep it facing the right direction. Mercedes is so good across the mountain, especially this downhill part. But GTR, Lucas Burrs is just able to do things in that car that I don't think many people are able to manage. I think this is going to be a very, very frustrating race for Luca Giacomin because I don't think the Ferrari can do anything to the GTR, and you can't overtake on the mountain. So yeah, he's going to be very frustrated behind Pikachu. And look at the speed that the GTR does. I saw somebody in chat say 288 in the GTR. I'm assuming that's 293, 294 with a slipstream. So it may be a brick, but it's a fast one.
Extremely fast one. And of course, around this place, you just have to place the car on the right racing line, and it's borderline impossible to pass around here. So what's going to be interesting as well to keep an eye on is the tyre wear. The mountain's not particularly known as a high tyre wear circuit. You'd think it would be, but it actually isn't. It is what it is, though. Very bumpy, as you just saw there, as Lucas Perez gets all out on the ripple strip, and the old physics model, that's a good chance that's in the wall.
Yeah, I think when you have the cat-like reactions that Lucas have or has, that certainly helps doing. I've gone on board with him many times in a practice server, and his wheel work is just absolutely phenomenal. It looks like a freaking anime cartoon or something. It's like a human being is not supposed to be able to move their hands that quick, but he certainly gets the most out of this car. And Hignett in the, I would say, superior car for the track, not able to really pull anything of a gap. Burrs has made a couple of tiny mistakes, which I think has cost him, but once he actually gets a good run out of the elbow, I think Hignett may be in trouble if he can manage to get close enough across the mountain. It does seem as though the AMG just is a little bit quicker as they come down the mountain. Here we see he closes up into the dipper. Will Hignett be able to open that gap up a little bit? He's closing in. This is going to be a very, very important exit for Hignett here. Such an annoying little...
Oh,
that's Weatherburn that has returned.
Weatherburn, yep.
What has happened there?
Wow, so we just saw it. Yeah, Jacob Weatherburn is in the pits. So something has gone away amiss there, whether it's a hardware issue or Ferrari's just done Ferrari thing. Oh, no.
Oh.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
and Chris Murphy got involved there as well. That's going to be a fair chunk of damage on the front of that Lamborghini. But you were saying it earlier, Sean, the mountain bites and the mountain bites hard. And that certainly was a big old chomp.
That's that nasty bump when you come down the S's. There's a little bump as you just come over the rise. If you hit that wrong, you're going to the wall 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I've been struggling very much with a Ferrari over that hill, where if you're not 100% straight on the steering wheel, the rear very quickly overtakes you. And we saw there Jacob Weatherburn with a pretty unfortunate incident. He's had some horrid luck so far this season, and his love of Bathurst not really helping him today.
I've actually heard that from a few drivers. They love the place. I'm one of the same. I absolutely love this place, but I just feel like I never have any luck around here.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like I said earlier, I've started appreciating it. I'm not sure I love it. I love the feeling of putting a lap together, but that happens once every 211 laps, so not something that's very common. Oh, look at Jacoman has gotten past Lucas Burrs. Wonder what happened there. Maybe Lucas Burrs made a small mistake or something, but we should see maybe a replay at some stage. Anyway, Lucas Jacoman is passed, but that is going to mean he has to deal with that GTR in his rearview mirror. Although it looks as though Burrs was going a little bit slow across the top there. Maybe has a bit of damage or something. Hind is all over the rear of him. Let's see if he gets affected down the straight here, but Jacoman definitely pulled a bit of a gap towards the end of the mountain there.
Yeah, GTR doesn't look very nice at all. We just saw a big moment there as he was coming down the hill. And we saw in the previous lap when he was actually chasing Benjamin Higdon, he was mighty down the hill. So maybe the Bathurst has bit the GTR a little bit hard there. I mean, it's very easy to do.
Absolutely, as we see, look at that top speed, 285 on this occasion. Darty was saying earlier, oh, that's a big old moment into the chase. Such an easy thing to do. So easy to carry too much speed coming down there. And it looks as though Jacoman is looking for a move on Hignett. He is absolutely flying at the moment. Maybe Burrs didn't make a mistake and Jacoman has just come alive a little bit. He does take the fastest lap as well there. I can't exactly see what it is, but it looks as though it's very fast, so that's good. And he is right on the rear of Hignett. He is very close at the exit of Hell Corner. Will the Ferrari have the legs to do anything to the Mercedes? It doesn't appear to be the case. That gap is pretty much stationary.
Right on board now with Jacoman. In through Griffiths Bend. Great corner, this one. One of my absolute favourites. Really feels great when you absolutely put that corner together. They're now up towards the cutting. Want to clip that just on that inside out brakes. Run it a little bit wide, then really deep on the brakes. Then we carry the speed all the way up towards under the tree, and that's your turning point. That tree, it's a famous tree. A lot of the drivers actually look after the tree. It's allowed to be chopped down that one. Down to the dirty grate, and up through McPhillamy, Reed Park. Of course, this is where all the alternates hang out around the Bathurst 1000 time. It's a scary place up the top of the mountain at about 3 o'clock in the morning. As looking here at Lucas Burrs and Connor Hine. Connor Hine still working on the back of Lucas Burrs here. And looking pretty racy, actually. I reckon probably carrying a little bit more pace. So you probably want to get past that GTR. But as we've seen, as soon as that GTR hits Conrod, no chance.
Yeah, I don't think Hindy is going to be able to do very much to him here. He is very close to him. Joe Coleman is very close to Benjamin Hignett as well. And I don't think anything will be able to happen unless he is very brave. The Ferrari is phenomenal on the brakes into the chase. Will Hignett go defensive? Sort of. He's half in the middle of the track. A little bit of contact there, a little bit more contact there. That is not a particularly clean overtake. And not to be completely unexpected, unfortunately, but he is through into the lead. And I wonder if the stewards will have a little look at that. Hignett very late on the brakes there, right up to the rear of Hignett now. Will the AMG be able to do anything against the Ferrari going up the straight? David Thornton with the fastest lap in the Bentley. Oh, Lucas Burrs goes deep there, avoids Benjamin Hignett, but he loses out to Hind. Hind is going to be very pleased with that. He's been struggling to get through. We have a yellow flag of car, I think it's car 28 or something at the chase that may have committed a bit of a seppuku, but everybody else is going at the moment. David Thornton really, really driving the wheels off of that Bentley. And Luca Giacomin leading your race, but I suspect we may see a little bit of an investigation from the stewards there.
Yeah, that will definitely be looked at. There was a couple of real elbows out, kind of bumps on the side of the Merc there. So these GT3 cars, they're not like touring cars. They don't like that door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper sort of bash and crash racing that we do know in this part of the world. As they go across the top of the mountain now. David Thornton, yeah, currently in 5th position in that big bad Bentley, doing a fantastic job and leading Pro-Am at the moment from Chris Taylor, Matterford, Murphy and Hill. And that battle looks like it's nice and close together as well. So battle for Pro-Am honours is raging as well. But David Thornton, I tell you what, he's on for a podium here if he keeps driving the way he's going, because he is catching these front four very quickly, as we saw there with that fastest lap that he just pumped in the last lap. So this is going to turn into a 5-way fight with some nice mix of manufacturers as well, which we'd love to see.
Yeah, really good to see a couple of different cars involved, and Vinton are not too far behind in the Lamborghini. Should these guys start battling a little bit too much, he could well start getting involved as well, but he's going to have to pick up the pace. But yeah, as you said, David Thornton in this Bentley, he's always been a driver who enjoys driving a little bit of the weird cars. I remember he did a season in the Jaguar for some other obscure reason. But he's always been quick. I think certainly getting the most out of that Bentley. It's good to see the Bentley being competitive again. It is my favorite car in the game. Luca Giacomin does take back that fastest lap. But yeah, Bentley is the car that made me fall in love with ACC. So it's really good to see it being able to be competitive at Bathurst after how much of a dog it was towards the end of the 1.8 update.
Yeah, and of course, it's got a great history around the mountain as well. Of course, winning the Bathurst 12 out of the Bentley, one of the best races I have watched. Where it is, we're looking at Callum Gibbons coming there and there in 12th position, chasing Barker in that Ferrari. And it's actually a really good fight here, just on the outside of the top 10. So heading up Mountain Straight now towards the bend.
Based on what we saw in the earlier race, that Porsche is going to have a tough old time getting past the Ferrari, as long as Barker can keep it clean. But we've seen already a couple of examples of keeping it clean not being quite as easy as you would hope. But Gibbo really going to pile under pressure, and here we will see where the Porsche sort of has its standout part of the track. It's so fast up the mountain, really good drive out of the slower bits, and then across here the downforce really works, and it's very good here. But then when you get to Skyline, it does become slightly more I want to say murdery would be about the appropriate word. It does tend to want to put you in a wall, and you need to be a little bit careful. But Gibbons really has a good handle, and that he closes back up to Barker and continues piling up the pressure.
Looks like McDowell there in the background is just starting to tack on the back of these two as well. So if these two start really getting into it, and this is where the Porsche does struggle though. The most I've seen is 281 in the Porsche. And that was me breaking at the 100-metre mark at the end of the chase, just trying to see how fast I can actually get that flat 6 to go. As we're on board now, so we'll get a good indication of just how quick the Porker is in a straight line. 279, 280, 281, and then jam on the brakes as hard as you dare.
Oh,
wow.
Barker didn't.
Nope.
No, Barker decided to not jam on the brakes as hard as he can and took the esports line there. But yeah, as you said, Porsche not exactly known for its straight line prowess, and 281, that's about 3 or 4 kilometers slower than a Ferrari can do. So yeah, he's going to have to pull something special out of the bag here, or potentially use that sort of strategy, maybe go for a little bit of an undercut, or run a little bit longer and go for the overcut. A lot of potential. It's a very long race. We are only 15 minutes into this race, so there's still 65 minutes to go, which is longer than a normal sprint race. And we already know how much action can happen in a sprint race, so there is certainly a lot of time for things to change up as this race progresses. But Giacomin at the front, he's pulled a little bit of a gap on Hignett here, and Hindy is still right on the back of Hignett, putting the pressure on. Burrs has dropped back off of these guys a little bit, and then there's a bit of a gap developing from, I think it's Taylor, or from Vintner to Thornton as well. So things at the top starting to settle down a little bit, apart from the top 3 that are really battling it out.
This is that part of the race now where you just want to settle in, get into a real rhythm. This track, as it's called, is a bit of a rhythm track. So it's really important to just get in a rhythm. Don't overdrive it. Let the truck come to you. As the old saying goes, the mountain chooses who wins. So we'll as Peter was saying, now an hour and 4 minutes to go. So heaps of time. So now it's just see who can keep it through. But this battle up the front is actually just starting to split open as we saw there. But Connor Hines actually putting in a real mega stint here. So he's up to third. I feel he's got a bit of a pace advantage at the moment over Hignett. Not a lot. You can just see the attitude of the front. It just looks a little nicer through some of these corners. Let's head up through the whole corner for one more circulation. Just look there, down there. So it looks like Miller is currently our lead AM driver in the Porsche. So doing a fantastic job there in 19th position. So
yeah, he just lost 2 positions there. I'm not quite sure what happened, but he is not very far ahead of Conero, so it's going to be a title battle for that AM class. But yeah, Hindy here really putting the pressure on. I'm not sure if he's much quicker than Hignett, but he certainly appears to be at this phase of the race. Ferrari, from my experience, absolutely awful through the first and the last corner. As we see, Luca Giacomin there gets a 5-second penalty that will be for a bump pass. He has a 1.2 second lead at the moment, so he's going to want to extend that gap by another 3.8 seconds to sort of mitigate that penalty. I think we were all expecting that. But yeah, Hignett, I'm not sure if he is struggling or Hindy is just sort of pushing really hard, but very tight battle here for P2, and Hignett trying to hold on to Giacomin, and that penalty is really going to give him a little bit more impetus to start pushing and maintain that gap so he can get ahead after the pit stops.
100% agree with that as well. So, looking back at this battle here between Murphy, is that Murphy and Madeline right behind here. So down Conrad straight in the toe. He's going to pull out and have a go at the quickest corner in Australian motorsport. This is the chase. It is absolutely flat through here. You use that whole apron and then tip it across. Do not hit that inside curb. It'll spit you off into orange. That's through complex now. Oh, you see there, Murphy just struggling to get the nose turned in. Madford's going to try and have a look around the outside of Murray's corner. That is extremely brave. He's got to hold it out there, though. He's got to hold it out there. Oh, that's a stunning move. What a fantastic move. Around the outside, if you don't mind. What a move. Move of the race so far.
Absolutely. That was Murphy in the Lamborghini around the outside there. I don't know how he did that. I've tried that in the past and I've always ended in the wall. So that is phenomenal driving by both drivers there. Taylor allowing him the space and Murphy getting, I don't know, just putting the car in exactly the right space. Now Taylor trying to fight back, but Murphy seems to have gotten the move done. He will be carrying a little bit of damage from that earlier incident, but it doesn't appear to be affecting him too badly. And he'll try and build a little bit of a gap to Christopher Taylor behind him here. This is for P2 in the Pro-Am standings, or Pro-Am positions. David Thornton, obviously, in that Bentley, a little bit ahead in the Pro-Am battle.
And
And Hind has gotten past Hignett as well.
So it's just starting to kick off there, but that'll be in the Discord, no doubt, in the move of the round channel. So I'm expecting that one as we see number 16 get a 10-second penalty. That's David Thornton.
That is very unfortunate. Not 100% sure what happened there. I'm sure hopefully we'll get some information on that. Didn't see him close to anybody to get involved in an incident, but obviously we can only see so much on a stream. That's very unfortunate for him, and that's going to allow these guys to take the provisional sort of lead in that class. They're not, I mean, it's very close. What is the gap from Thornton to Vintner? So Murphy is about 3.5 seconds behind Vintner. Vintner is about 6 seconds. So Thornton is very, very nearly clear of that 10-second penalty already. And Hignett is back past Hindy as well. And we have a yellow flag at the final corner. I'm not sure if that's in the pits. Nope, he's moving again. That is a slow car moving. Not sure what happened there. But yeah, that is a whole lap of Taylor putting the pressure on Murphy. And we finally switch over here to Connor Hind and Hignett. Hignett back ahead. So these guys are having a bit of a ding-dong battle, and that is music to the ears of Giacomin, as he will be able to stretch that gap and mitigate that penalty.
That's great. So from what I've seen on the leaderboard there, these two have swapped positions twice in the last lap. And Lucas Burst is still there, so he's not going away anywhere. So any mistake by one of these drivers or any slightly offline, and Lucas Burst is going to be there to pick up the scraps very quickly. And David Thornton's there as well, but he is carrying a 10-second invoice. So
getting confirmation from Firelord Racing, their cars 16 and 69 10-second penalties for out of position at the race. So that is unfortunate, such a small mistake to make, but it has such a big impact on the race.
Yeah, with the pace of these drivers up the front, any penalties really hard to sort of, what's the word? I was trying to think of the word. I've lost my words there for a second. Negate. That's the word I was looking for. So really important to keep it neat and tidy. And another thing with this track as well, it's one of those death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to damage. Just a little scrape of the wall here, a little scrape of the wall there. And before you know it, after 40 minutes, you've got 5, 6, 7 seconds of damage. So it's a track that really does reward patience and precision.
Yeah, that's always been my goal in any race at Bathurst, is to finish the race without any damage. I managed it when we did the 90-minute race here, so hopefully able to do that again tomorrow, but based on how practice has been going, I don't think that's going to be possible. But we do have a yellow flag there in the cutting, I think. I'm not sure if they're moving yet. They have a little bit of a gap to get going. But they've been there for quite a while, so it must have been a big old incident. So that is Justin Dew. And who is the other car involved there? Is that Carnero? Not sure. But yeah, that must have been a big old incident. They were there for quite a while. But everybody is going again, although one of the cars is still going fairly slowly coming up the mountain, and that is not a spot you want to be going slowly. Cars will be closing in so quickly, and it's completely blind. So hopefully that is Dulligan, and he is going again at least. So he will be out of the way, and that is unfortunate. He was running quite well, but it is the nature of the mountain. Drivers do end up in the walls fairly frequently.
Extremely frequently, and it's also a very hard track to carry a damaged car as well. You need pretty much everything working tip-top shape around here, especially across the top. So if you do have a damaged car, it really does affect your lap time a lot. As Lucas Burst and David Thornton still going at it as they come down the S's into the dipper. You hug that wall really as close as you like, and then you come over the rise, little dab of the brake, and then modulate the brake pedal all the way into the apex, and then you're hard on the gas as you fire it down the 1.1 kilometre Conrod straight. And two bricks going at it here, the GTR and the Bentley.
Such a tricky corner to get on the power there out of the elbow. If you're just on the power ever so slightly too early, there's the wall on the outside. It's not 100% straight. It pokes in towards the track a little bit. I don't know what the designers had in mind. Maybe they were having a bad day. Maybe their wife was fighting with them or something. But it was just a bit of a middle finger to the drivers. Thornton with a bit of a moment there out of the chase, but he's strong on the brakes, really getting the most out of that Bentley. And behind him, Vintner is dropping back a little bit. He's 7 seconds now, but Chris Murphy is slowly but surely inching that gap down towards Vintner. It's 2.3, 2.5 now. It was 3.5 about a lap or two ago. So he is closing up, and that will help him to potentially mitigate that gap. And that is a blue flag moving out of the way. We have a yellow flag parked on the straight there as well. Not quite sure what the reasoning behind that is. But yeah, Thornton really piling the pressure on as we get a replay here of the incident we saw with Justin Du and Dulligan. So Du, as many of us have done before, just loses it coming up into the cutting. Such a tricky corner. Wants to get going, looking at his minimap. Is there a car? Isn't there a car? There's a car. He's trying to figure out when he can get moving. And Audi hits the wall in sympathy there, but he manages to keep going straight. And he's waiting. He's being so patient. And he tries to turn it around, and he moves it directly onto the racing line. And he does a bit of an Austin Powers. And will... Oh, God, can somebody cue the Benny Hill music here?
Oh,
And then...
Yep. I thought he got it done, but yeah, that looked like definitely a big hit from that green Merc there.
Yeah, you'll see the car on the minimap as a yellow flag, and you'll be aware he's there, but unfortunately you're not 100% sure exactly where. And I think he may have guessed wrong in his attempt to get past him there. But anyway, they are going again. There will be some damage to repair. It's a shame there for Justin. He was really being so patient to have a safe rejoin and still managed to get into an incident, unfortunately. And that just sort of summarizes Bathurst in a nutshell, basically. You can try as hard as you like, but if the mountain doesn't deem it to be so, it doesn't be so.
That's it. And it's probably the worst spot on the track to be stuck like that as well, because it is blind everywhere. There is not enough room at all. So he did really well. It's just really unlucky there towards the end. But live to fight another day. Kilby at the moment, currently down there in 17th position in the Mercedes, and he is chasing Canonera there in the Porsche. Looks like Thurcolini behind. No, it's not. It could be a lap car. A little hard to see that one. Ooh, red wheels. They're quite bold.
Yep. Yeah, they're certainly red. I think that may be a case of his livery not loading. He does have that very bright red KitKat livery. So maybe that didn't quite load up properly. But yeah, back to David Thornton here. Still piling the pressure on Lucas Burrs. Lucas Burrs is not somebody that... Whoa! Speaking of cracking, Connor Hind. Ferrari bites again. Will they be able to avoid him? No, Thornton gets collected and he is into the wall and things are coming undone in the top 5. That was a very big hit for Connor Hind. I think his steering wheel may be facing in all the right directions. I think he may return to garage there. Yeah, that is a very broken Ferrari, and that is the second one we've seen so far today. And if you're Luca Giacomin and you're seeing Ferraris dropping like flies, you'll be getting a little bit more careful coming into Skyline.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the Ferrari does not like coming over the top of the hill there. So definitely another moment. Really, oh, look at this battle. McDowell is all over the back of a Porsche there.
I think that is Callum Gibbons. I'm not sure. Might be. It looks like a stock livery, and I don't think he's done a livery. No, that is Is that McDowell
Oh,
under?
that
No,
is
sorry, that's
McDowell.
McDowell under pressure
there we
from
go.
Omar.
Omar.
Sorry, okay. Just ACC things updating a little bit slowly, unfortunately. But yeah, Omar putting pressure on McDowell here. Will the Ferrari be able to do something coming down into the chase? He's not quite close enough on this occasion. McDowell lives to fight another day, but they do have Kidman behind in that bright yellow Ferrari catching up as well. As we are coming sort of towards the pit stop window. I mean, the pit window has been open for a while, but the pit window where you really want to start pitting. We've seen a couple of drivers, Derek Nagel and Nick Miller are two that have pitted. I see Chris Murphy is in chat. He was in the
Oh, he
race
is.
earlier.
Yep. So
Got a
something's
great
happening.
overtake, but I'm assuming he either disconnected or did a big old die. And hopefully we can get another view of that at some stage, and that is unfortunate. So that is so far 3 cars out of the top 10. No, sorry, 4 cars out of the top 10 that have committed seppuku. So you're sort of getting nervous if you're approaching that top 5. You're like, I don't really want to be here. Everybody here keeps going into a wall.
The mountain giveth, the mountain taketh. As McDowell currently in 9th position still on track. So, of course, this is around that time as well. I'm not too sure about the other cars, but I definitely know in the Porsche, the rear tyres start to say I'm starting to have a little bit of a hard time. So, just gets a little bit loose in the rear end, especially coming over here. Coming over here in the Porsche is always a bit of a lottery. So, some days it feels amazing. Other days it feels like you are literally on the edge of death every single lap.
Another yellow flag at the cutting at the moment. It's been there for a little while. Another car there going slowly up the mountain. Can't quite make out the number, but it did look like maybe 1, 2, 3 or something. Fergalini was one of the cars involved there, but I think the other slow car there was a different number that I couldn't quite see. Maybe not Conero as he's still going, but oh wait, that looks like Conero going
It
very
is
slowly.
very
Maybe
slowly.
he was the initial car. And maybe we can get a replay of that. It seemed like a pretty similar incident to the previous one. He's going much slower than you normally go at this side of the track. That could easily be explained by the fact that his steering wheel is at 45 degrees, which for those of you who are new to, I don't know, cars, the steering wheel is not supposed to be like that.
Yep, that is what we call a left hand down, and a lot of left hand down. Oh, good effort to get it through there, actually. Well done to get it through there with a broken steering rack in the Porsche is not easy to do. So he's just got to keep his eyes on the rearview mirror, make sure he doesn't impede anyone. It looks like he's got a nice gap actually to the car behind him, so he might be able to limp this back to the pits Canonera, which is a fantastic effort because limping a damaged car around here is no easy task.
Car behind is the leader of the race, Luca Giacomin, so he will be hoping that there won't be a stranded Porsche somewhere ahead of him on track. As we see, Conero says hello, Barry R, and that wheel is certainly not getting fixed by doing that, and he's so close to the pit lane. Hopefully this rejoin will not end in tears. He's looks like he's very much aware of the car behind. Very nearly loses it. The cameraman very nearly loses it. Luca Giacomin is through. That is Benjamin Hignett coming through. Conero will be cutting across the track while he has a little gap, getting it to the pit lane. That has been, I would say, not in the top 3 of the favorite laps that he's ever done at Bathurst. He just goes straight.
He's made it. He's done it. He has made it though. So well done, Effie Chat, for at least making it around and getting it back to the pit lane.
It's always so tricky when you have that much damage on the car. As we get a replay here coming into the cutting, is it a similar incident? Carrying a bit too much speed, the rear just goes and he bonks the wall, and the poor Porsche behind, absolutely nowhere to go. And Kilby does a great job there to park the car and manages to avoid it. That is a Lamborghini arriving at the scene of the accident. And great awareness all around. Did Fergalini get involved? I saw he was going slowly. No, everybody was just going slowly as they came up the hill. Very well done there, actually. Nobody, apart from the first Porsche, who really didn't have much of a choice in the matter, got involved in that incident. So great heads-up driving by everybody there.
Really well done. Very tricky part of the circuit is you do come in there quite hot and blind. And very easy to do. The car just, if you're slightly outlined there, it's very easy to spin it around. As I'm looking here at Omar, currently in 9th position. Really solid drive here from Omar at the moment. So, of course, we do have a few drivers that have jumped in the pits, so we will wait for a full cleanse of the field with just about getting to halfway distance, 46 minutes to go. So we will see some action in pit lane, I reckon, very quickly. And what's going to be really interesting to watch is keeping an eye on our leaders when Hignett bursts and Vintner decide to pit.
So the interesting thing at the moment is Hignett has managed to keep that gap under 5 seconds. It's about 3.3 or so at the moment. So he's done enough in this first stint to get back ahead of Giacomin, with the pit stops, given everybody gets a good pit stop. And as we all know, ACC pit stops are not the easiest thing to get right. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting sort of strategic battle. Does he stay out a little bit longer? Does he wait for Giacomin and then react to that? As we see the Lambo get out of the way nicely there. Omar under all kinds of pressure from Kidman. McDowell was the Porsche involved in this battle just a couple of laps ago. He is currently the lead car that has performed a pit stop. So will these guys react to that pit stop now, or will they just keep going? Almost looks like they were going deep and just managed to slow it up. As we see Matafit there, he is basically the first driver out of the top 10 to take that pit stop. But yeah, Benny Vinton there in P4, he's done absolutely no overtakes on track, and he just keeps gaining position as people just hits the wall in front of him.
It's the survival instinct there, and you always know you're having a good race. I feel, especially watching these streams and commentating on them. If you're not on camera, you're having a good day. Just means you're circulating, you keep your nose clean, keeping your powder dry, and you're just moving up the leaderboard. And that's exactly what Ben Vintner is doing here. Currently in a fantastic 4th position. He's got Chris Taylor there behind him in 5th.
Absolutely. I think any boring race at Bathurst is a good race.
Yep.
You know you're avoiding all of the drama, but yeah, Vinton doing well. He's not setting the world alight with his pace, but as you said, keeping it clean. It looks like another incident at the chase. I think that is Fercolini maybe went a bit deep, or maybe he was assisted, but is that him moving again? Yeah, it seems as though he maybe just took the esports line. But yeah, so far nobody apart from Matafit in that top 10 committing to the pit stops. Currently, your lead driver to complete a pit stop is McDowell, and then Derek Nagel behind him, the lead AM driver. Carnero was the driver in the lead of that AM class before his rather unfortunate demise. But yeah, a couple of good battles throughout the field. Of course, Thornton was the pro AM class. He got involved in somebody else's incident, and that took him out of that battle. But Christopher Taylor, now your lead pro-am driver, he is currently running in P5, not really under any pressure from any of the other pro-am drivers. I see Omar and Tom Kidman, P2 and P3 in class at the moment. But we do have Jared Matafet, who is running ahead of them, who has completed a pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out when everybody finishes their pit stops.
Just seeing some of the things here in chat. An hour and a bit is a sprint in GT racing, to be honest, Rusty says. I definitely agree with that. An hour and a bit is a sprint race in GT racing, except around Bathurst. 80 minutes around here is straight up bloody hard work. I know I did a 50-minute stint, was it just earlier today, actually? And yeah, I was pretty buggered by the end of it. Just concentrating so much. You're just worried about any small little error. So mentally, it is really draining around this place.
Absolutely. I was trying to do some practice earlier with Christopher Taylor nudging the wall there. That's a couple of tenths of damage. Luckily, keeps it facing the right direction. Oh, gets it on the grass. He's taking all kinds of risks, but manages to keep it safe. But yeah, I was trying to do a couple of practice laps while. Oh, frick, Chris. He keeps interrupting the sentence just by his moments here. But I had the stream of the other race on my second screen, and anytime I looked away, it was immediate wall visitation. So yeah, as you said, full focus just the whole time. It's such an exhausting track to do a race, even a 15-minute practice race. not even mentioning an 80-minute sprint race. So yeah, really tough, and we've seen how tough it's been with the amount of drivers, very, very good drivers, that have made some monumental mistakes and ended up quitting the race because of enormous minutes of damage.
So, oh, is that Vintner? Vintner, he's coming into the pit lane, but looks at that. If I saw that at the corner of my eye, that is. Yep. So Vintner is making his first and only stop out of 4th position. So that's now going to release Chris Taylor a little bit, but Vintner did have a nice, comfortable gap, and we did see Taylor there just on that lap kiss the wall a couple of times. So that'll go into the damage lottery bin. And then you'll look at your MFD and go, oh, where did all that come from? That's normally what happens around this place. Let's look at Mini Sanders here, currently in 11th position. Really solid drive so far. Currently leading our AM class. Looks like he does have a medal for right behind him, if I'm not mistaken, or is that?
It does look like Matterford.
It is,
No,
yep.
I think it is. Yeah, Matterford, of course, the driver who has completed a pit stop. So these guys are not fighting for position, but Sanders is under no obligation to let him through. Although Matterford has gotten such a good run out of there, will Sanders be battling this? I don't think so. Maybe he is. Is he? He's not committing to defending, and that's a risky spot for the Aston to be. But he is clear. I think Sanders let him go there. That is the smart decision in that little battle there, as we see Omar and Bishop dive into pit lane as well. Giacomin has opened that gap to Hignett by another second, so it's 4.5 or so at the moment. Keeps ebbing and flowing, and as they come towards the pit stops, 40 minutes, we are just across the halfway line. Whoa, Sanders! I think he missed the wall there. I hope he did. That was very nearly a painful pit entry.
Tricky pit entry as well, this one. It's really easy to just take a little bit too much inside curve there and can really put you into that wall.
Yeah, certainly. You need to absolutely send it in there, but if you send it a little bit too much, you can clip a wall very easily. Lucas Burrs and Benjamin Hignett both into the pit lane. Burrs is quite a distance behind Hignett, it seems. So yeah, he involved in that battling, and maybe just the GTR doing GTR things and drop back a little bit, but be interesting to see what Giacomin does in response. Does he stay out? Is his pace still good enough for his liking, or will he dive into the pit lane to try and cover off the undercut? Of course, the undercut not as strong as it used to be, with the tires taking about 4 or 5 laps to really come up to chuff now. So yeah, going to be an interesting battle there for the lead. Of course, he does have to serve that 5-second penalty as well.
So the key for Hignett here would be he's got to nail his out lap and his second lap, his lap after that, to see if he can make a bit of a dent into that lead. So I reckon it's going to be very tight once Giacomin comes in. This is going to be extremely tight when this field cleanses, I feel.
Yeah, I reckon Hignett, if he, as you said, if he can nail that outlap, he might be doing enough to sort of get ahead of him. But his pace towards the end there was dropping off a little bit. Giacomin's last lap at 2:01.4, so his pace still very strong. And yeah, I think we'll get an indication here of Giacomin. Does he decide to dive into pit lane? Does he stay out for another lap? Is his pace still good enough for him? And is Hignett out in any traffic? Hignett has a very clean piece of track ahead of him. And Giacomin does bite the bullet. He does dive into the pit lane. How is this pit entry? Oh, that's not ideal. A little bit wide. I don't think it cost him too much though. But yeah, not the recommended line into the pit lane.
No, very easy to miss the pit entry there. I've done that quite a few times. Just come in a little too deep. You might take. Oh, is that Hignett just clipped the wall there? It looks like on the exit of the elbow. It wasn't a big clip, but it was enough to send the Mercedes just a little bit sideways as he comes through the elbow now. So he's heading down Conrad Straight. Giacomin's in the pits. This is going to be extremely tight for our race lead here. Really feel like Hignett, if he can get past Giacomin, he can make it very difficult for Giacomin to get back past, because we know the Mercedes is an absolute rocket ship down Conrad. Ferrari's no slouch, but the Merc is definitely quick, and very quick across the top. Hignett now through the Chase Complex, past the Hyatt Hotel. Really nice rooms up on the 4th level there, if you've ever been to Bathurst. Beautiful place to stay. And Giacomin is moving. So he's heading down the pit lane now. So he's got to hold that pit lane speed limiter. And then once he crosses that line, he can absolutely floor it up mountain straight. But I think Giacomin might get this done. This is going to be really close. Both exit at the same time. Hignet's going to have momentum up mountain straight. He's going to get into the toe. Can Giacomin? He's just got to hold it off to Griffith's Bend. If I feel like he does that and can get into the cutting nice and cleanly, he might get this done. Hignet's probably going to have one opportunity on this lap to get really close, follow him all the way across the top, and maybe get a slingshot down Conrad and try and send it at the chase. Tell you what, Giacomin's done well there.
Great job by Giacomin. Must have absolutely nailed his in lap, and he's going to want those tires to get up to pressure as quickly as possible. He really doesn't want Hignet this close to him if they come to the elbow, because he may be under a lot of pressure coming down the Conrad. So this is an essential lap for Giacomin to be as safe and as quick as possible across the mountain. Doing a good job so far, but Hignet right on his tail as they come to the deadly bit that we've seen claim quite a few Ferraris today, both of them making it through nice and clean. Hignet cleaner than his previous lap through there. That little incident he had on the previous lap may just have been enough for Giacomin to get that 10th or so that he needed. Hignet is very close as they come out of the elbow. Will the Mercedes have the legs on the Ferrari to potentially do a move into the chase? I am 100% convinced that Giacomin will go defensive if he needs to. Hignet slowly but surely closing in a little bit. Speed is climbing. 280, 284, 285 is not close enough to do anything, and the Ferrari is too good under the brakes to be that far behind. He's still very close to him, but I think Giacomin has potentially done enough, and he will most likely slowly but surely try and edge out a gap and potentially take this win.
Now it's really up to Hignet now just to keep the pressure on, see if he can force just a slight error, a slight missed apex, a slight missed brake marker, which is really easy to do around here. But that was a fantastic, that in-lap from Giacomin must have been absolutely flying. We did see him, he was really aggressive on the pit entry as well. So he has knocked off that 5-second penalty, and it hasn't cost him the race lead so far. But Hignet, look at this. He's right on the back of Giacomin now as they come through Griffiths Bend. This is fantastic racing between these two. This is going to go on, I reckon, for the whole 33 minutes here, because there isn't a big difference in tyre life as well. They only come in, so blue flag car gets right out of the way. Really well done there to head up the mountain one more time.
And a great awareness there by Sanders, knowing there's a lead battle coming up right behind him. He gets out of the way, doesn't impede anybody, costs himself as little time as possible, and obviously costs himself a lot of less panic by trying to get out of the way in a place where it is dangerous. But yeah, Hignet really putting the pressure on here. Giacomin looking solid so far. I think this is one of those tracks where the following car certainly is at a disadvantage. It's so difficult to follow closely across the mountain, to spot your turning points, to spot your apexes. But Hignet certainly making it look easy at the moment. He is about the same distance he was on the previous lap, maybe slightly closer. Will he be able to get a better run down the Conrad? Again, closing in. I don't think he's going to be close enough. The Ferrari just has enough legs to be safe ahead, and I honestly can't see any car outbraking the Ferrari coming into the chase. So this is going to be, as you said, a little bit of a ding-dong battle for the rest of the remaining 32 minutes.
High stakes poker this is. And this is what I love about this place though. It does produce moments and races like this where it's a real battle of wits and not just outright car control. And talent does help, but it's definitely a battle of wits, and you've got to really have your motorsport brain switched on when you're in a battle like this. As you're saying, yeah, following a car across the top is so difficult. You almost drive by feeling, just by braille, sort of, you know where to turn in, you know where to brake, because you've done that many laps around here. It is, I believe, most drivers' most lap track. I'd be surprised if it isn't, especially in this part of the world.
Yeah, it does seem as though most Australians either have a barbecue or race Bathurst most days, based on what I've seen so far. So yeah, certainly people have done quite a lot of laps. I think I'm on about 600 laps maybe in total in ACC. But that does include 2 12-hour races as well. So I've done a fair few laps. But speaking of doing laps, you can see these two guys have done their fair share as well. Oh, Hignett gets on the grass. That's not where you want to be. And that's going to make the rest of this segment a lot more tricky. And he has absolutely bonked into a wall. That is the end of his challenge for the win and potentially his challenge for a podium here, because he will most likely need to repair some damage. That is a fair chunk of damage, I would say.
Yeah, that Merc looks pretty undrivable now. Just have a look at that steering there. It's actually not too bad. I mean, it's
completely broken, but I don't think it's working as well as it should.
You can see that. Look at the aero damage there. 275 kilometers an hour, so pretty much losing nigh on 10 kilometers top speed down the main straight. Now, is he going to pull into the pit lane, or is he going to keep circulating? He's going to keep circulating, so he's going to try and bring this home for 30 minutes. So this will be something to watch. So this is a completely different mindset now for Benjamin Hignett. This is all about survival and damage limitation.
Well, he's failed on the damage limitation part, so now it's down to survival. And he does have a big old gap to Burrs behind. It's about 9 seconds, and then Vinton is another 8 seconds or so behind that. So even if he does lose the position to Burrs, he has another 8-second gap behind that. So yeah, he's just going to have to try and keep it clean, which as we can see is quite challenging, and mitigate that lap time loss, as we have a yellow flag at the exit of Forest Elbow there. Can't quite make out the car number, but they are moving again, so that is good news. And who was that? That was Justin Du. So he has committed a bit of an incident at both sides of the mountain, the start and the finish. So hopefully that is the extent of his incidents for today. Lucas Burrs, he won't be 100% aware of what happened to Hignett there. Oh, look how close he gets to the wall. Where is our AWS close to the wall measurement? We need that, because that was about 0.2 of a centimeter. But yeah, he won't know that Hignett necessarily had an incident. He'll notice that the gap came down a little bit. And hopefully he can start sort of chasing Benjamin down and potentially get on to the second step of the podium.
Well, he will. I think you'll start seeing that gap come to end. This lap will give us a much better indication of sort of how much time Hignett is losing to Burrs. I'm going to take a rough guess and say I reckon it's about 0.7 a lap. More. Oh, there you go. I've just got word in my ear. It is more than that. So Lucas Burrs now, he'll be getting, this will add an extra tenth or two to every single lap. It's great when you got that carrot in front of you and you got something to chase. You do find that little bit extra. And we haven't commented, actually. I haven't commented on this livery. I am a big fan of that. That looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's certainly a livery. But Hignett crosses the line with a 2:03.6. So that is not, sorry, a 2:02.4 actually, which is not too shabby given he's probably carrying, I would say, maybe 15, 16 seconds of damage. But yeah, I assume Burrs is going to be lapping in the 2:01s, maybe low 2:02s. So maybe this gap won't come down as quickly as we were expecting.
Definitely not. And of course, it's going to push Lucas Burrs into what I like to call the red zone as well. And this is a place where you don't want to be in the red zone for too many laps. So maybe pump in a couple of real quick ones, back it off a little bit. Or is Lucas Burrs of the mindset where it's just foot to the firewall, bang it off the limiter, and let's see what we can come up with. And
I have to
yep.
admit, based on my experience of Burrs, there's only one mindset, and that is going full Burr the whole time, pretty much.
You can just tell by the attitude of the car. Look, he's throwing it across the top of the mountain. How he's doing that in that GTR, I have no idea.
Yeah, he's so committed to it. I'm not 100% sure why. It's like I don't know, but he does, like I said, manage to get some times and some performances out of that car, which I'm pretty certain 99% of us won't be able to do, as we have a slow car at the exit of the chase there. Got a few incidents, maybe was that? No, it wasn't Hind, I think. Hind is still going. after his rather phenomenal accident. But currently your top 10 is Luca Giacomin, Benjamin Hignett, Lucas Burrs, Benjamin Vintner, Christopher Taylor, David Barker, Jared Matterford, Callum Gibbons, Asif Omar, and Tom Kidman. And then your lead AM driver at the moment is Mini Sanders in the McLaren. So that's a great showing from him. Not sure how big the gap is to Nick Miller behind, but phenomenal performance there by Mini Sanders.
This battle here, it's just Kidman and Omar going at it across the top of the mountain. This is a great fight down through the SS out. Of course, 3-stage braking down through here. Then you throw it in the elbow, the front gets off the deck. You're going to break it in a nice straight line for the elbow. Super important here. Get a great exit. Don't do a Dick Johnson and fire it off into the trees as he did back there in 1983 off the top of my head. That's the reason a lot of this wall's down the side of that right-hand side of Conrod Straight now. There's your random Bathurst history fact. So head down now through the chase. This is flat out through here. And you're going to break as around the 150 metre board. Tip it in. Don't clip that inside curb. It will unsettle the car. And then it's really hard on the power under the Liquid Moly Bridge. And the final stop into Murray's. Of course, there is the escape road where you can go straight off into the centre of town in Bathurst. Some fantastic restaurants, of course, in Bathurst. Lovely part of the world. Definitely something you should do on your bucket list there, Peach.
Yeah, no, certainly would love to go there. One day maybe for the Bathurst 1000 or something like that. Certainly, as you said, a bucket list item. A couple of other tracks I would like to visit maybe before I visit Bathurst. Speaking of those type of tracks, maybe Le Mans would be one of the options.
Le Mans is definitely number one on my bucket list, which is, of course, this weekend. So it is the 100th anniversary of Le Mans, and of course, it is the first proper race for the hypercars. Super stoked. We are back in the golden era. So we've got Ferrari, Porsche, Peugeot, Van Wool, Cadillac. I am missing one, I believe. Oh, the Toyota, of course. Can't forget the Toyota. The Toyota is going to have some competition. So really looking forward to that. I am a kid in the candy shop this week. We got the Australia versus India World Test Champ Finals. We've got Essendon versus Carlton. We've got OOR around Bathurst, and we've got Le Mans 24 hours. So if you're a sports nut like I am, this is one of those weeks you absolutely die for.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for Le Mans. It's such a fun, just a spectacle, I think is the correct word to really describe it. And I think the grid is like close to 70 cars this year, isn't it?
63, top mate.
63, okay.
Yeah,
So that's a proper grid. And as you said, so good to see a proper grid of the hypercars getting involved. And I mean, we all love the GT3 cars, but seeing those hypercars battling it out for 24 hours, it's such a phenomenal piece of motoring history, and really looking forward to watching as much of that as possible.
Very much so. And go Porsche.
What, you supporting Porsche? That's not for sure. When did this happen? This is not. No, yeah, it's. I don't know really who I'm cheering for, to be honest. This. I know Villeneuve is out of his seat for Le Mans, so I'm happy about that, and I don't really care about the result after that.
Just looking back on track here, there's a bit of a traffic jam going on here. So there's cars all over the place. We've got a mixture of blue flags. We've got a big group up ahead there as well. So trying to negotiate this is going to be very interesting here for Omar. Oh, that was very wide.
Yeah, Vic Cook made a pretty poor decision there. He let Omar through and then slotted in directly ahead of Kidman, and then very nearly had an incident coming into turn 2. So I think he may receive a visit from the stick that the stewards are carrying for ignoring the blue flags. He's still ahead of them there. Of course, it's very difficult to get out of the way across the mountain, but he had ample opportunity coming up the straight, and that has allowed Omar to build a big old gap. Kidman is not going to be best pleased with that. He was really piling the pressure on, and he is just bleeding time at the moment. Finally, Cook dives out of the way, but I think Kidman may have been on the horn to the stewards there to report that.
Of course, there is a bit of a gentleman's agreement when it comes to blue flags at the mountain. If you do get caught across the top, it is actually safer just to sit in behind the car you're trying to lap. Wait till you get to the Conrod straight and then overtake, because there's really no safe spot across the top, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vic Cook did a good job there to get out of the way that he did, but yeah, certainly cost Kidman a fair chunk of time there. But Bishop here in the silver class, I'm not sure if he's a new driver in this split or just maybe not been ranked yet, but he is piling the pressure onto McDowell here. They are currently P11 and P12. Oh, that is a blue flag. Trying to overtake another blue flag and very nearly getting involved with Bishop there, but luckily everybody survives as they come down towards the chase. Bishop piling the pressure on to Dylan McDowell here, trying to find a way through. It's Porsche versus Porsche. And in the top three, Burrs is closing that gap, but very, very slowly. So maybe the damage on Hignet's car isn't as bad as we once thought, or he is an absolute magician with a broken car. But that gap's only come down about a second and a half since the incident happened. So very good driving from Benjamin here.
Lucas Burst looks like he might have had a struggle that lap, because that last lap time just popped up was a 2:04. So he's lost 2 seconds there for some reason. I don't know what's happened there to Lucas Burst. So maybe a bit of lap traffic, maybe a bit of an incident. We're not too sure. But Higden, how he's doing that, I have no idea. I would have pitted by now because I don't like driving a damaged car around Bathurst.
Must be that active arrow he has with a floppy
Yeah.
bonnet there at the front there. But yeah, Vic Cook receiving 10-second penalty there for ignoring blue flags. Not too surprising, really, I would say. But yeah, certainly, I honestly, I'm with you in this. I don't know how Hignet is doing this, but it is mighty impressive that he's managing to still get that type of pace out of the car with the amount of damage he's carrying.
Of course,
Darty clarifying there, Burrs had a big moment coming down the hill and got a bit of damage, so that may explain that previous lap then.
of course, some cars handle damage better than other cars in ACC, of course. For example, the McLaren doesn't like damage at all. You just breathe on the McLaren and it gets 5 seconds worth of front wing damage, and it pretty much becomes undrivable, where some other cars can take a bit of a pounding and still be able to circulate quite quickly. And the Merc looks like it's one of those ones. So it can take a bit of a beating and still circulate in the 202s, which is still very rapid around here.
I mean, that was a big old hit, so it really, it's quite impressive. The Aston was always the one of those cars. It takes front damage exceptionally well, but you put a teacup on the rear wing, and all of a sudden the car just can't go around a corner. So yeah, as you said, quite interesting to see how the different cars handle damage. I think the car that handles damage the best is the Bentley. It's just an absolute tank. It doesn't matter what happens to it. It doesn't slow down. It just keeps chugging along. So yeah, it probably has some kind of a British sort of wartime mentality behind its building structure. But yeah, very impressive from Hignet here, getting the pace out of a very broken car, and Burrs closing the gap again on this lap a little bit, but time is starting to run out. There's still 18 minutes remaining as Giacomo crosses the line. That's going to mean it's about 9 laps of a racing left in this.
So a bit of an update for our different class. So Chris Taylor is still leading the way in Pro-Am from Maddleford, Omar and Kidman. And then it is Sanders leading the way from Miller in our AM class. And here is Ben Vintner currently in 4th position. So, of course, make sure you get your votes in for your driver of the day, your sportsmanship award, the best of the rest, and your favourite livery. So start thinking about your driver of the day. I've already got a couple of ideas in mind. And actually, this battle's closing up between Taylor and Vintner. I was just sort of keeping an eye on that. And Taylor's got the bit between the teeth here. So this fight for 4th position is not over yet, and it's going to go the distance.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Taylor's really sort of reeled him in and is under the second now behind Vintoness. So Vintoness going to have his work cut out for him towards the end of this race with about 17 minutes remaining. Taylor, as you said, bit between the teeth, chasing him down. Ferrari versus Lamborghini, Italian versus Italian. Australian drivers, I guess. So a bit of an international conflict here on the mountain, but Taylor definitely pushing, and hopefully he can put some pressure on Vintner and we can have a nice little battle towards the end of the race here. Not many close battles throughout this field. This field is really sort of spread out nicely, which is good if you're driving because it means you don't have to defend or attack anybody, but it's not quite as exciting for us in the box and us viewing the race, hoping for some tight battles.
I think that's Pathos in a nutshell. Now you really are in survival mode now. It's just, yep, you see 16 minutes to go. It's get to the end, get to the end. Every single lap, that is all you're telling yourself. But Vintner won't be telling himself that at the moment. He'll be keeping one eye on that rear vision mirror as that beautiful 296 GT3 is chasing with Chris Taylor.
Speaking of getting to the end there, Graham Hill had an incident in turn 2 and has returned to garage. He is not making it to the end, and that is quite unfortunate for him. Not running where he's been running so far this season. He was running down in about P22, 23, and he's been performing better than that throughout the rest of the season, but that is an unfortunate end to his day as well. After such a long race already, the B-Sky drivers have been going for 65 minutes, and to Bennett at this stage of the race, that is heartbreaking.
It's a brutal, brutal mistress, this one.
Yeah, usually you pay extra for this, but anyway, as we see, Taylor is not really in range to attack yet. That gap sort of hovering around the 0.8, 0.9 seconds, and I think the Lambos may be a little bit stronger across the top, especially on that previous lap, but they are coming up towards a bit of lap traffic. Yeah, that is car 757, not 100% sure who that is, but hopefully they don't catch up too quickly and can get past him as they come down the Conrad straight. Although the gap is coming down very quickly. Car 66 is going a little bit slowly ahead of them. That's Derek Nagel. They should be far enough behind to not catch up before the straight, unless Nagel is going very slowly through here. You can see how much the difference is between a pro pace driver and the blue flag drivers. They're just coming through the dipper. That is another Lambo that does a great job of getting out of the way. And yeah, another clean mountain for both of them. It did appear that Vintner got the benefit there and has opened that gap a little bit again, but it's still very tight and about 7 minutes or 7 laps or 8 laps remaining. So Taylor going to have to do something a little bit special if he's going to want to get past Benjamin Vintner here.
Just keep an eye, because it did look like that previous lap that Taylor does close up on certain sections of the track, but then the Lamborghini just stretches its legs. This is the brand new Lamborghini Evo 2. So it was one of the ones that did drop in 1.9. Of course, one of the new cars. It isn't actually a new car. It's an evolution. Of course, GT3 Racing does allow evolutions of previous models. Of course, not like the 80s evolution of race cars, which were basically no rules. But Burst has caught Benjamin Hignett by the looks of that. Yes, that gap's down to 1.4 seconds now. So Hignett obviously really struggling in that damaged Merc, and Lucas Burst has got really right in front of him now. So he's switching from missiles to guns, and he's got Hignett right in his sights, and he's going to go for this. He's got 12 minutes to find a way past. Of course, catching is one thing. Getting past is a completely different ball game. One of the oldest sayings in motorsport as they come across the top of the mountain, then down through Brocky Skyline and through the S's. Really tricky part of the circuit. So easy to get it wrong. Half a metre wide, and you are into that Shannon's fence, and you'll be calling Shannon's for an insurance quote.
As we saw with Hignett, that is where he got his incident, and as you were saying, it's overtaking will be challenging. I don't think it's going to be too much of a challenge for Pikachu here. He certainly has the pace advantage at the moment, not only in terms of lap times, but in terms of top speed. As we saw, Hignett was only reaching about 275 with his damaged vehicle, and we know the GTR is capable of significantly more than that, so he just needs to get close enough out of the first corner or out of the forest elbow, and he should be able to pretty much breeze past the Mercedes, as we saw on that lap 1 as he breezed past the Ferrari. But the Ferrari he breezed past is very well clear, 20 seconds ahead of Hignett at the moment. Of course, Hignett does have that damage, so that is sort of glorifying the gap a little bit. He was within 2/10 of Giacomo before the incident. But yeah, we see Burs is very close. I don't think he's going to be close enough to do anything at this particular lap, but let's see when they reach the Conrod. I think we may well see a change for P2 on this lap.
That gap actually came down quite quickly because it was sort of hovering around that 6.9 second mark, and then all of a sudden it was a couple of laps and looked up and it's down under a second. So I'm not too sure if Ignan had a moment or it's just the cars had enough and the drivers had enough and he's just dropped the pace a bit. As Lucas Burrs now is right on the back of Hignett as they go across the top.
There's a yellow flag at the dipper. It is moving again as the leader goes through. The yellow flag is back again. Hopefully able to clear out. That is Vic Cook. Oh, he is parked in a very, very awkward spot as we see Hignett and Burs approach this. What is going to happen here? There will be yellow flags flashing all over the place. Will they be able to avoid him? Cameraman says yes, they are through. Vic Cook has done a great job to get out of the way. Fortunately, avoiding a much bigger incident there. Such a crap place to have an accident because they're so difficult to get out of the way.
Yeah, impossible to get out of the way. It's blind, it's bumpy. The worst spot probably, actually, it is the worst spot on the track to have an accident because it's not normally a small accident either. It's always a big one there.
As we see Burs here, look at the closing speed of that GTR. Will Hignett defend? Hignett defends Burs on the grass. How has he slowed that down and still hit the apex? That is flabbergasted. I'm absolutely mind blown. How did he slow that down?
That was definitely Kevin Estra-esque. I had no idea. Normally, when you're on the grass at that speed, that's at around 260, 270 kilometers an hour because he was on the brakes and he's somehow pulled that up and avoided hitting the back of Hignett as well. So, massive car control, and I'd like to say that's a bit of brass ones as well rolled into that.
Yeah, I mean, I've put a wheel on the grass on a straight and sort of managed to keep it going. Look at that GTR against the wounded AMG. Puts a wheel on the grass again. Hignett making it as hard as possible, but I think he's unfortunately fighting a losing battle, and Burs does get the move done there. But yeah, dipping a wheel on the grass is one thing. Dipping a wheel at one of the fastest braking zones in this game and managing to pull it up and hit the apex is just absolutely ridiculous.
Not human, I believe the word is you're looking for.
I think alien is the word we refer to those type of people in ACC. But yeah, unfortunate for Hignett there. He did very well throughout the race and put up a valiant effort with a very broken car. But I think at the end of the day, it was almost inevitable that Bergy would get through. It was very wide there into the dipper and very close to a wall. And a bit of a messy run down the mountain there, but I don't think Hignett will be able to do too much with the top speed that he has left in that AMG on this lap around.
So with 8 minutes 10 remaining, it is Luca Giacomin leading the way from Lucas Burrs, Benjamin Hignett, Ben Vintner, Chris Taylor, Barker, Maddleford, Gibbons, Omar and Kidman are your 10. And this is round 5 of the Simrigs.com OOR Sprint Series Asia Pacific region split green. And of course, do stick around because we do have split purple coming up after this. So another 80-minute race. So plenty of racing action this evening. We are on board here with Lucas Burrs. Let's just sit back and admire. Wow.
He got it slowed up so much that he actually hit the curb on the inside. So absolutely crazy. If anybody in chat can explain how he kept it facing the right direction, I would really like to subscribe to that newsletter.
I think James Hunt said it best. Is it how do you go so fast? Big balls. I believe that's...
Well, no, certainly. I don't know how he fits into GTR with the enormous balls that he has, but that is McDowell getting overtaken by the leader. Does a good job of getting out of the way. Giacomin carrying on his dominant performance, 25 seconds ahead of Burst. The gap keeps growing, and it's very unfortunate there for Hignett with his incident. I would have liked to see Giacomin under a little bit more pressure towards the end of the race here. As Connor Hind finally dives into the pits. He had no choice but to dive into the pit with the pit window closing. Obviously, I'm not sure if he repaired damage earlier and maybe didn't do a valid pit stop or something. Why he still has to perform a pit stop. But anyway, his race sort of fell apart through the dipper. And yeah, look at Jacoman, the top Ferrari that has survived. And second Ferrari there, Christopher Taylor. We saw him closing in on Benjamin Vinton for P4 a little bit earlier. That gap has grown to about 2 seconds again now. So maybe Taylor sort of pushing the tires a little bit too hard, or we see Vic Cook there with a drive-through for an unsafe rejoin on lap 33.
I think that was that moment there we saw the dipper. It could be. Of course, coming up, round 6 is from Zandvoort, a place that I don't think we've raced in for a while here in OOR. So really looking forward to heading to Sandpaper Vort, as I like to call it. If you want a tyre killer, that one is very much a tyre killer. So it will be interesting to see how, especially these new cars, get around there. That, of course, is coming up next week. So with 5 minutes remaining, it is Luca Giacomin who, after a little bit of an early fight early on in the race and with a 5-second penalty, has really opened up the lead now after Hignet's misadventure. So pretty comfortable race all in all for Giacomin. He can move on, and this will do his championship charge in the world of good.
See, Rusty Shackleford saying, I wish Toyota made a GT3 car. Well, do I have some good news for you? The Toyota GR GT3 is in production. It's being test run already, and it's coming out for the 2024 season, if I'm not mistaken. It sounds absolutely orgasm inducing. I can't watch too many videos of it. My wife gets jealous, but it does sound absolutely phenomenal, and it looks beautiful as well. It's almost sort of a AMG had a baby with a Supra, and it's just a beautiful car. So yeah, it's absolutely a great addition coming to GT3 racing. And what other the Mustang GT3 is another addition that is also on the way.
Which sounds magnificent as well. So definitely Google that one. The Mustang is definitely coming in 2024. And of course, that does coincide with a GT3 moving to Le Mans, which I'm still not 100% convinced on. But of course, that will be replaced in the GTE class, who will have their swan song this weekend. So thank you, RSR. You've been an absolute pleasure to watch. So looking forward to that. But we do have some really exciting GT3 cars in the future as Lucas Burrs rolls around for one more lap with 3 minutes 35 to go. It is not long now. So definitely start thinking about your driver of the day. My driver of the day is now locked in. So I will reveal that at the end of the race. But looking forward to seeing what Split Purple can do coming up. Of course, our leader is Luca Giacomin from Lucas Burrs, Benjamin Hignet there in third, Vintner in fourth, and Taylor in fifth. Really great drive by Chris Taylor, actually, to finish in fifth position. Our leading program.
Very solid, just kept it out of the walls, kept it out of trouble as much as possible. Luca Giacomin catching a Lamborghini at a very inopportune moment there. Bit of a squiggle there as he comes towards Skyline, but manages to keep it nice and safe. Lewis quickly pointing out the Corvette is also coming. That is being converted to a GT3 car, if I'm not mistaken. The CR8 or something like that. So that's going to be a GT3 car as well. I'm not sure when that will be joining the official sort of GT3 series. But yeah, some really cool cars coming. I'm really looking forward to the Mustang and the Supra. Well, not Supra, sorry, the GR, as it's called. Not sure what it's based on. I think it's a bit of a bespoke kind of design. But yeah, always good to see more cars coming towards the game. We've seen the new Ferrari and the evolution of the Lamborghini, and that has spiced things up. So certainly some more cars will only add a little bit more of spice to the racing we see on track.
Is it going to be badged to Toyota or a Lexus?
It's Toyota. It's part
Oh,
of Toyota.
wow.
GR.
There you go. I thought they would have badged it to Lexus and charged an extra 50 grand for it.
No, they didn't do that. The Viper was a classic GT3 car, but look at Giacomin in one of the new cars, the Ferrari 296. Some mixed opinions on how it looks. I'm in the camp of absolutely love it. I'm a big fan of the sort of new design language that Ferrari has throughout its range. We were having a bit of a chat in the sort of Kovacs group, and the consensus seemed that most people didn't like it. I was a bit in the minority, but I'm used to more people being wrong, so that's fine. But it is a beautiful car, and it's been an absolute beautiful drive by Luca Giacomin today. Not really put a foot wrong. He did had a bit of an incident with an overtake on Hignett, served his penalty, and that has not hindered his progress for the day. It's 26, 27 seconds clear of Lucas Burrs. He catches a blue flag at a fairly inopportune moment. Again, Damiano does a great job of getting out of the way as safely as possible. Comes down to Dipper for one last try into my least favorite corner of probably any track anywhere in the world, Forest Elbow, the most frustrating corner. He does it a lot better than I'm able to do it, and he comes down to Conrad for the final time of asking. Absolutely dominant from Luca Giacomin today.
Fantastic race from Luca Giacomin. Bit of a masterclass, especially this back end stint. Been a fantastic second stint. Got out in front of Hignett and really never. There was a little fight there, maybe for 1 or 2 laps, but then got his head down and has absolutely dominated this race from now on in. And Luca Giacomin is going to take round 5 of the OOR Simrigs.com Sprint Series from Mount Panorama. Split green, and it's going to go to Luca Giacomin with a fantastic drive in the Ferrari. Great victory. Well done. Looks like Lucas Burrs will finish in second in that GTR. How he's done that for 80 minutes in that car, I have no idea. And we've also seen some really brave driving as well. That moment there on the brakes in the grass was something I'll definitely won't forget, as he breaks it nice and straight now into Murray's. Oh, gets a little bit sideways, putting on a bit of a show for the camera, as Lucas Burrs will finish in second in split green. And we will wait for Benjamin Hignett, who has somehow finished the race in that Merc. I don't know how he's done that, but that is benchmark operating there. Benjamin Vinter, a fantastic drive in 4th position, kept his nose clean. Chris Taylor finishes right behind him. And looking there, it looks like it's going to be David Barker, who's going to finish in 6th position. Pretty quiet race, actually, from David Barker. Haven't really seen him much on camera. And as I said, though, that is normally a very good sign that you've done a fantastic job and you just kept out of trouble and you've circulated. And as you can see, you'll finish in the top 10. Matterford will finish in 7th. 8th will be Callum Gibbons, my driver of the day. You know, I thought he drove a fantastic race in a car that is not easy to get around this place. So to finish 8th position in the Porsche, well done, Gibbo. Omar will finish 9th and Kidman will finish 10th. And Bishop, our simple class driver, is finishing in 11th position. So it looks like the field has been lapped all the way up to position 10, unless I'm reading that timing screen, which is not a surprise.
Yeah, it certainly does appear so. And you see Gibbo there crossing the line, not too far behind Matterford. So maybe a couple more laps and he could have potentially got that P7. But that is the end of split green for the AP region. And we will get a confirmation of the final results here as we go to the timetables. And we see Luca Giacomin. He did take the win. Lucas Burrs in second, Benjamin Hignett in third, Connor Hind taking the fastest lap towards the end there, pitting for the softs. In the Pro-Am class, we do have Christopher Taylor taking the win, even though he had a draggy brake pedal. Jared Medford in P2 and Aziz Omar in P3. In your Am class, we do have Minnie Sanders with a phenomenal display in the McLaren, Nick Miller and Richardson in P3 in the Ferrari. So Silver class will be only one driver, I think, who would have dominated the in-class standings there. But that was a fantastic race. You said Callum Gibbons is your driver of the day?
He certainly is.
He was my original call, but seeing as I don't want to just copy you, I'm going to give it to Hignett just purely based on the sort of the grit and determination to still put in an absolute stellar performance with a very broken car. So I'll give it to Hignett. But for those in chat, don't forget to get your vote in. You can vote for your driver of the day. You can vote for best of the rest, which is basically anybody in the grid who didn't win and who isn't driver of the day. Your best livery and your sportsmanship award.
Well, that was a very interesting race. Had plenty of action, some moments as well. So looking forward to seeing how these drivers now will regroup for Zandvoort. But definitely been a pleasure to jump in the box with you this evening. I believe it's our first time together, so it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. That was a great call, great race, and thanks for the direction there by Glenn as well. I assume we're going to take a quick little break, and then it'll be straight into Split Purple.
He's switching over to purple, and I'm going to get a cup of coffee, I think. Keep my eyes open. Talk to you later. Talk to you later.
Cheers, that was fun. I'm going to have some dinner.
Yep, I'm going to do the same. Thank you.
you want us to talk ourselves in, or are you gonna? Yeah, I'll talk ourselves in. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Midnight Madness. This is your split purple late split of OOR Sprint Series, round number 5 here at Mount Panorama. Joined once again by the co-host Tom Maloney, mate. How'd you go last race? Give us the Midnight Manifest.
The Midnight Manifest is that I got home from work about half an hour ago and unfortunately couldn't race. So I've jumped in the hot seat with Ryan here. Looking forward to seeing what these guys can do. From what I can see, there's been some pretty interesting content. So looking forward to seeing what these guys do when the melatonin starts to spike and everyone's a little bit sleepy.
Yeah, I've kept half an eye on the other broadcast. I do have basketball on a Wednesday night, so don't get to catch the really early ones, but was just keeping half an eye on green, and seemed every time I looked back at someone's bonnet was a little bit askew, and just something always going on. And we always, I mean, yeah, this is such a staple for OOR. Ran every February for the 12 hours, so everyone's very, very familiar with it. And even if they don't race that race, it's, the home track of the league. So although everyone's still familiar with it, it's got the closest walls, and boy, did they bite.
Absolutely, and we're just about 5 minutes ago to qualifying now. Denis Strelnikov has gone P1 with just under a 2-minute one, and Brad Cook and John Somnikas just sneaking in behind. So much like the last splits as well, quality's nice and close, so the peak speed is really sort of about the same across all these cars, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of chat to the guys. I'm not native to ACC. It does seem like the Ferrari, as we're seeing, is the strongest car around here. That and the Lamborghini. Then can follow the Merc, but the Porsche up there, Brown and Cook both looking very, very strong early on. Didn't really expect to see that, but I do love to see it nonetheless.
I think like the old Porsche, it's you get, and this Porsche obviously it's a bit quicker in a straight line. But much like the old one, it's you get out of the cutting and then just strap yourself in, turn the wheel right or left, and hope for the best, because it might actually just decide that there wants to be a front engine car halfway over the mountain. So there's pace in it, but it's a little bit terrifying from what I've heard.
Oh, God, I love the Porsche though. It's honestly my favorite car on the grid.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just then they not to already start talking about iRacing, but they just released the new one in that one as well, and I haven't had a chance to get my hands on it yet, but it's because I don't play ACC. I haven't been able to try the new Porsche yet, and I'm just...
Give us a compare and contrast when you do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll have to talk to the guys who do race both and see what the differences are. I mean, the handling model is completely different, and the grip model and everything else, and just every aero model and everything, so... No, I know. Would you believe the damage model?
No.
No. Yeah, luckily, wall touches here aren't going to net you 5 minutes of optionals and 10 minutes required. It's just going to, depending on how hard we go in, 15, 30, back out on track.
That won't do good for lap times though, John. As he's gone top with a 2-minute 8.6, but it's not going to make you further progress, guys. I saw his lap time just absolutely flying up and realised that he was almost in South Australia with how far he was off the apex from the cutting there. So Denis is up by a tenth and a bit. That'll definitely jump him up. John's only got half a tenth on Denis. So if Denis he runs very wide there at Forest Elbow, he's going to bleed time all the way down the straight, and that's going to absolutely kill him. So hopefully he's got enough fuel to set up for another one. And how's hopefully Brad Cook's got a little bit in him as well.
Yeah, some pretty close times. I can't really see the stream quality's a little bit poor, so it's just struggling to read it. Just waiting for it to refresh a bit, but thanks. Yeah, I was just about to message you, see if you could change it to just 30 FPS. Try to get the quality up.
Denis is going to find a little bit of time. He's gained a lot of time in that last corner there. ACC, he's got a 10th, and he almost certainly does have a 10th. So Dennis does jump onto pole position with a 2 minute 6, sorry. And 2 minute 8. Yeah, so we're close. That's 200ths ahead of John Sonicus, and Brad Cook has just dropped back to 2/10 back. But as you said before as well, Ryan, you know, Jake Brown in the Porsche, he's only 3/10 back. Stefano also 3/10 back. He was mighty in the M2 round last week. So, you know, good to see him back up there. And Mark Witchell in P6, 3 Porsches in the top 6.
Did you enjoy yourself in the M2 round?
I mean, I was pretty bored halfway through it when I was sort of hot lapping by myself. I was almost glad I got the drive through because then I could actually do some racing with Connor. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those cars where you know it's really fun to race side by side, but it's just not really that fun if you're on your own. Dennis is still on it. He's still half a tenth up here as we get down through the dip up. And we'll see, because obviously he ran pretty wide at Forest Elbow and bled a lot of time. So there's definitely a couple of tenths left in this lap.
Just got the last few cars coming across the line now. That's the 986 of not on the leaderboard, so not sure who that is. That looks like probably the last car that's going to get their lap in. 717 coming down. Conrad does look too far away, but another yellow flag over the top as well. So kind of everyone who's on their lap now is pretty much going to be where it is for the most part. It's still 2/10 up is Strelinikov, and he's gonna love to see that. If John's on a good lap, gonna want that nice buffer, gets it hooked up nicely through the chase, nice and tight on exit as well. Very tidy, not a lot of gain, but not a lot of loss either. Kind of the same as before. Down into Murray's. Gets it hooked in nicely, grabs a little bit of the curb and a lot of the exit curb, but that's fine again, just yet. Broke even, so 1/10.5 improvement up to 1.3 the gap now. So the delta lying a little bit. John Sonic is up 2/10. So this will be P1. If you can hook up Murray's, grabs a little bit of extra time, and he will go on pole position, John Sonicus.
2 minutes
by
6.
Good 10th.
We'll see if Brad Cook's got anything in the tank. Stefano can't improve. That'll leave him P5. Jake Brown's put the Q in the rack. He's P4. So, looks like there's a pretty decent sort of front pack here at the top 5. And then a little bit of a gap back to Mark Witchell and Gaffar Fahad and Lucas Keys as well.
So that is your top 10. Sorry, we've still got a couple coming across the line. Cook's done. Doesn't improve, I don't believe.
He improved, but not enough to actually move himself up.
I did improve. Yeah, I did see the number. Yeah, just jump on the other screen. No, my bad. He did improve, but gee, that's close. Only 7/100ths the gap between P2 and P3 there. So
good to see. And then yeah, Jake Brown, Stefano as well, less than half a tenth as well. We've got Fahad Gaffar here. Gaffar Fahad, sorry, I remember the old way he had his name. We'll see if he can improve. Needs to find a 10th to jump Mark Witchell, and does so. No idea what lap time he did, because the session tipped straight over, but we'll jump on the timetable, see what he did. Purple last sector. That'll do it. That's how you jump your Mark Witchell there, and he did get in by a couple of tenths. So yeah, John Tonicus, pole position with a 2 minute 6. Dennis about a tenth behind, 2 minute 7. Brad Cook P3. So yeah, I just having a look down that list, and I can't really see any sort of names that are sticking out in terms of a really sort of extraordinary performance or anything like that. But good to see a nice variety of cars in that sort of bottom half of the top 20.
Yeah, just missing Tafik is down quite far. That's about the only one I can see really out of position. He was up the front most of the time, down in P9. I'm sure there was probably more time in his laps. Stefano Raschuti in P5 as well, winning in Suzuka last time with the GT3s. So he's quite a bit down as well. The Lamborghini, as we see, quite strong on pole position as well. We know how talented John is, though, however, so that's well-deserved. A bit of battle of the mid-engines from the top almost 10, top 9, and
Absolutely.
then the lone Merc, and then we start getting into the weird and wacky of below, but it's kind of a three-make race up the top 9.
Sure is. All the brand new cars. Plus the Mercedes, which I guess is a bit of an Evo, but it's the same body shape, so it's the same car. I guess the Lambo is as well. But yeah, we've got a minute and a half. The guys will be setting up. It's a toasty warm track. For a reminder, it is an 80-minute race. The guys have to perform one pit stop with a tyre change, just because the Ferrari could go the entire race without doing a pit stop. So we'll wait to see what the guys do. The strat has been pit in the middle of the race and just 50-50 it, but you know, Bathurst is Bathurst. You can get stuck in traffic here, and if you can box and get out of it and get in some clear air, chance to make some moves forward.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those tracks where you can lose a lot of time over Sector 2, top of the mountain, just getting stuck behind somebody after you box, and you know, they're not obliged to really give up their position, and they really can't over the top of the mountain either. So it's definitely one of the places where, you know, the undercut can be quite strong, and you can get it done, but it just depends where you're going to pop out, and it's very hard to see if you don't have a, you know, crew chief, or can't really figure out where, you know, 30-second and change is going to push you after the transit time come out. You know, maybe the car in front's only a second and a half off the road, but by the time you're going through the grate, you're right on the back of them, and then you're losing a whole lot of time the whole way through Skyline and through the S's. And then you start seeing the red mist, you might get a bit impatient, and we've seen so many incidents over the top over the years of people just trying to rush it. And really, the mountain that bites, this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Good shout from you, JC. Marco P12 on return. That's what you want to see, is the safety car will lead these guys off. And JLS in the top 20. Really, really good to see.
So we get going on the formation lap, the beautiful Bentley. Unfortunately, it's not the Bentley that has the lap record here, as it has been in the past. Do you have any guess what the lap record is, and in what car?
A Porsche.
It's not. It was a 1:59.2, a blistering lap by Christopher Miles in an Audi R8.
Yeah, right.
GT3. So that was, I want to say that was unrestricted though. I believe the official, it was an unrestricted GT3. I want to say the official lap record was done by SVG. Would be, from memory.
That sounds about right. SVG is pretty good at throwing in lap records every now and then.
He's good at anything with wheels. Yeah, it was SVG in a McLaren 650S in 2016. So an ancient lap record there.
That is, yeah. Conditions coming to SVG's saviour, I think, there. But obviously, you know, the Ferrari, not great off the start, does have a fairly large turbo on it, which takes about a year to spool up. So unless you know your brake boost, you know, you're going to struggle off the start. So, you know, Dennis he'll be thinking about that. He's got Brad Cook behind in the Porsche, which is mighty off the start, and Josh as well. So he'll be looking to protect his place. I don't think he'll be thinking about trying to get past John. That'll be the Lambo's pretty rapid off the start. So, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see sort of how he positions himself. Obviously, he's got the outside line as well, which is not pleasant at turn 1 at Bathurst. It's pretty easy to get shunted off into the sandpit.
And in the same vein of breath, though, if you can hold the P1 car quite narrow and get a good run out of the corner, you're going to have pretty much the most undefendable corner from the outside in Griffin's Bend turn 2. So it's very hard to get a good run from the outside through turn 1, but if you can get it done, you really get rewarded down at turn 2 if you're running side by side still through there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, my bet's still on John. Just as I said, it's just you can really easily put your elbows out running through turn 1 and get a lot of time, just run your opponent over the curb, and they can lose a lot of speed that way. If you don't run them off the track, then it's all good, but see what happens.
There he's got. They're all filing up. Fill up those gaps, boys. And they'll run through the chase for the last time at this pedestrian pace. They're sort of all waiting. All their tyres will cool down a little bit. Their brakes will cool down if they're not brake boosting as well. So turn 1 is always a little bit of an adventure. And it always seems to be that little bit more of an adventure at Bathurst. So I'll let you call this race start for us, Greenie. You're always pretty spectacular at it. So show us how it works.
All right, this split's been pretty good in the opening laps in terms of yellow flags and safety cars. It's been quite a few races since we've seen one in the opening stages, so hope to keep that going, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen here as they come around the final corner now. Turn 23, Murray's corner, and a short run down to the start-finish line. It's not going to be very long. We're set for 120 minutes of Mount Panorama Racing. As we wait for the green flag, John Sonicus has got the edge quite a lot on the start, and they're green, so that's a good jump from John. Just swoops straight over to the racing line. Porsche has a look up the inside of Cook, but he's not going to get it done. Strelenikov gets a good run on the outside. He's going to tuck right into the toe. As we see a few cars off in the background, and it's absolute carnage down at Hell Corner. That's hope should see a safety car maybe come out, as I think I see it transiting down the pit lane. But for now, they're still running 2x2 up into Griffin. Yeah, as they started to slow down. So just as I thought, it's hard to tell from that front-on angle whether they were still running at racing speed. But yeah, that's definitely looks like a lot of death and a lot of sadness and a lot of bent carbon at the back there. So
yeah, so we're running a virtual safety car for these events. So obviously everyone's gotten moving, which is good to see. So we'll just neutralize the race a little bit, let the guys all sort of filter on in the back and sort of get on the back and make sure they're not 7 laps behind by the time the guys get around. So we'll probably get racing again by the time we get to probably past the chase. I'm not sure. We haven't had a safety car yet, so not really sure what what Stefan Bechtold, the race director, is going to let the guys know, but they'll get moving sooner rather than later, which is always nice. You don't lose too much time.
Do they have, genuinely, since I've been commentating, I have not seen a safety car. Is it generally run for 1 or 2 laps under VSC?
They try and do 1. 2, it's a bit of a throwback to when we were doing the super sprint, so the 20-minute races. If you ran 2 laps under safety car, that takes out half the race. So they really do try and get it done in 1 lap. But yes, they'll do 2 if they really absolutely have to, but they try not to. So they'll try and get this one moving at the end of the lap.
Yeah, genuinely, like, it's been that many rounds. I'm like, when I used to race in I used to be just like,
you could rely on a safety car.
Yeah, just like green light, buckle up, gear up for turn 1 because it's the pain's about to come and then you just wait for the safety car every round, especially Kyle Lamy. I remember just being an absolute stir heading into turn 2, really. But it's been good since I've been back, especially in this split. These guys have been generally pretty, they have been very good. That we haven't, this is the first safety car we've seen in weeks for Split Purple.
Mini Sanders in chat saying racing should restart on Conrod, so be interesting to sort of see how John handles this one. Obviously he's got that, Lambo's got a bit more of a donkey in it, and I think they're going. Are they? No. Very hard to tell.
Not just yet.
Very hard to tell. The white flag is still out, so still saying slow car ahead. So I would say they probably get going out of the chase, just based on sort of how John's handling this at the moment.
Yeah, you get baited quite a bit when they're coming at your head on. It looks very
Yeah, they're moving now. Are they? No. Baited again.
3rd time's the charm. We'll get it done eventually. The camera work. No, the cameraman's on it. He's
throwing bait left, right, and center, and he's catching me out.
Could be timing line go. If we are going, and we're green now, so here we go. Yeah, as 28 pulls into the pits, so a few just bit boxing repair damage, and we're all pretty pedestrian down into turn 1 now. On board with Brad Cook, as that Porsche behind of Brown just gets all sorts jumping over the curb. We've got to be careful with that on cold tyres. It's not going to be very forgiving, the rear engine car. As Cook gets a great run on Shalenikov down into turn 2, has a look but decides better of it at the early stages of the race. So a long way to go and no point risking it now. Up now into the cutting on the run up to it. All clean through Griffin's Bend behind, and everybody is on the tram tracks now until, I hope, until Forest Elbow.
Dennis was quite wide at turn 2 there, but John's been a little bit slower through sort of turn 3 and 4, which has let him get back on it. And in quali spec, these cars are flat chat all the way through here. Don't even need to lift here at all. It's all flat chat, which is a little bit terrifying. If obviously, it's a pretty narrow window to get that car through. And we're going to flow downhill now. We'll see sort of how brave John's feeling on those tyres. Probably still coming up to temperature. You know, even in quali, it takes good 2 laps to get the car back. But he's navigating through Forest Elbow now, and we'll see what kind of launch he can get out of there. He's got a couple of car lengths on the Ferrari. We'll see if he feels the need to go defensive into the chase. He should have the top speed over the Ferrari, but you never know with the tow sometimes. It is a long straight, plenty of time to catch up.
That was a great run as well through Forest Elbow for Sri Lanka, and just right on the back now of John Sonicus. As John Sonicus gets all sorts in the braking zone, does manage to get it pulled up, but no, he doesn't. He gets it across the grass. It may have been a tap going through the chase as he pulls back out in front. We'll get a track cut for that, I'm assuming, but now he's going to have to run defensive down into the final turn as Strelenikov actually has to go defensive from Cook behind, who was really pressuring and looking to make up positions from the tap there. So Fana Rashidi picks up the fastest lap of the race, but very early stages, that will definitely change as the race goes on. Another good run out of Hell's Corner for Strelenikov as John Sonicus is in all sort of pressure heading up the mountain this time again.
Yeah, it's a much tougher place to pass here. You've really got to be almost bang on the tail coming out of Hell Corner to even have a chance of getting that overlap. That braking distance is so short. So Dennis doesn't really try and think about it. He's going to try and see if he can unsettle that Lamborghini across the top of the mountain and get that set up through the elbow. I'd say it's going to be a line of stern through here as the pit window also opens as well. So that whichever car pitted the first lap, unfortunately, they're going to have to pit again.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. In hindsight, I bet they wish they maybe stayed out just that little couple of laps longer and just nursed a broken car around to try to make it to the pit window and salvage what might remain, but that's an unfortunate way to end. Whoever's that was the pit, it's car 28 that was in the pits, that should be hopefully within the pit window. This is where Strelenikov has looked strongest. Across the top of the mountain, he was very, very close coming through Forest Elbow last time around, had a very good entry and kept it nice and tight. Can he do the same? Gets a nice run, just again, gets that hooked up nicely, and it's a little bit further back, I think, this time, or about even Stevens as last time. But nah, it just looks a little bit further away this time from John, so.
Absolutely. He's just got that little bit more confidence coming down the hill. It's a very, very tricky place, and that Lambo has some pretty aggressive engine braking. So if you haven't really worked out where the rear's going to lock on you, it's a bit scary. So he's got that little bit more confidence to sort of get the car a little bit deeper over Skyline and into the dipper.
Yeah, it just feels so much more chonky as well, the Lamborghini, compared to the Ferrari. It just feels like, yeah, got a lot more weight to throw around, and when you're heading down the hill, and all the weight's just shifting around, it feels a lot more. It takes a big man to be confident in the Lamborghini through that, but we know how skilled John is, and right now he's got a good 4/10 gap with the last split time, and still within the tow range, Strelenikov, but starting to just drop off just slightly, not too much. Can still most certainly make it back. This is where he's strongest. From here all the way through to Forest Elbow, and a lot of time to be made up, especially in the tow across the top. It's still, it's twisty and bendy, but you'll still gain a lot of time from getting the drag.
So it looks like the top 10 are mostly as they qualified. I think Taufik has jumped Lucas Keys for P8, but apart from that, it's all been pretty static. And but as we saw, it was the bottom half of the grid where things got a little bit wild at turn 1. Good to see a couple of names down there that we didn't necessarily see in the top 20 have managed to park their way up there, get through that mess. As Stefano uses every inch of track there out of McPhillamy. Not much more left there before you get on the grass, and you're in real trouble if you get out there.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive curb strike then as well on exit. Hit that very, very side on, wasn't very gradual with it, and just it did look to upset it a little bit. Tanked it quite a lot, but just upset it a little bit. You be careful how many times you do that. You're a bit RNG, and if you just run that little bit too wide, it can be most certainly curtains, and only the most skilled or the most lucky in some cases will be able to catch the car from that point.
We do have a yellow flag just at Skyline, unfortunately. It looks like we've got a car around there. That is a very bad place to be for George Fowler. Very tough to get the car turned around as he unfortunately taps the rear end of that GTR on the wall, just trying to get out of the way. But not too much damage on that car. I think he's managed to just do a bit of a pirouette and not really hit anything, which is nice. You know, if you're gonna spin, that's really what you want to achieve.
Yeah, very awkward spot to have lost it as well, especially when the train's still as close as it is. It's very easy to get collected and have your and somebody else's race completely derailed at that point.
That's where it's just before it goes blind, so he's actually kind of lucky. You know, he's managed to get it just on the edge of that hill.
It is still when cars run all the way out to the curb at the exit of blank Skyline even. McPhillamy. I run out to the curb at McPhillamy, and if you're sitting right behind it, you don't really have the vision down the hill. And it's happened. I remember in a race I was in, just sitting behind somebody, and car in front swerves to get out of the way, and then all of a sudden there's a car stopped right in front of you. To go, oh god, I have nowhere to go. But lucky not to get collected, and yeah, as you said, not too much damage. We'll still be able to hopefully get back in the hunt, but that's a massive time loss from where he was.
So we're following Mark Witchell here, who is on the back of Gafour Fahad in the Porsche versus the Ferrari. The Porsche, as I said before, a little bit terrifying over the top of the hill, but also pretty bullety in a straight line as well, especially in that first phase of the straight where, you know, you get in the car and get that momentum set up. As he's got a better line through Elbow there, and he's tucked right into the slipstream of that Ferrari. We'll see how much straight line that Porsche has. If this was the old Porsche, you'd just give up hope at this point. You've got no chance of getting past anyone, but he is very close coming into the chase. We'll see if Fahad feels the need to go defensive. You'd think he would. Mark pokes the nose out and thinks better of it. I think Gafour's managed to get that Ferrari brake to just in time to not really sort of threaten any move from behind.
Yeah, maybe it was just opting for a little bit of a mind punt, just kind of hogging his rear view mirror, really taking up all the oxygen from behind him, just being as annoying as possible. It's a very valid method of attack, one I'm not very good at, as this just to sit behind and wait, just make the other driver uncomfortable, just in their own skin. Just it's very anxious-inducing, anxiety-inducing, even having that car just so close behind a car that can most certainly make a move on you, but just sitting right there, waiting ominously just for you to just do something wrong. I call it the Andy O'Hara treatment. He's an absolute savant in the art of wait, almost to a fault at some stage.
You almost just, you know, if you're the car in front, turn your mirror off and just get on with it. And, Dennis is right on the back of John here still. This battle's going to keep going. Might end up being a battle of strategy here in terms of who can do the best sort of outlap after a pit stop, that sort of thing. As they are flying over the top of the hill. We'll see if Dennis does sort of have that advantage coming down the hill. He's definitely that Ferrari just seems like it rotates a little bit better under brakes and just sort of gets the nose a little bit harder. You can get on the throttle a little bit earlier as these cars really flow down the hill.
Yeah, it seems so tidy over the top of the hill. The Lamborghini just looks a little bit on the stiffer side, just looks a little bit more cumbersome to lug around. But as it gets to this stage, and it just runs, and there's not really much the Ferrari can do. Of Strelenikov at this stage, he is holding the fastest lap, albeit massively toe aided there. But yeah, very toe aided, but it's just maybe not a lot he can do unless, as we say, not a lot he can do unless he can look. He is going to have a look down the inside of John Sonicus, and he's a little bit of hip and shoulder, but he is going to get the move done. We'll see if that one gets called in, maybe a redress from race control, but see if it gets reported and see what happens there. It was definitely all the way along the inside. It's just a matter of racing room on the exit. To me, that's fair bump play on, but John's still nice and right behind there, only 4/10 of gap, and this Lamborghini will not be going anywhere.
Yeah, it looked like Dennis almost sort of took a little bit too much curb, and that, it's such a tall curb for that final corner. You really don't want to touch it unless you know exactly what you're doing, and if it'll throw your car sort of sideways just with how tall it is. So it almost looked like we'll probably grab a replay soon, but it almost looked like the car sort of just took a little bit of curb and it just sort of pushed him sideways into John. So yeah, it's exciting to see a battle for the lead, and hopefully John can keep up with Dennis and not let him streak away too much. I think he's in the wall, unfortunately, though. So we've cursed him. My apologies, John.
That's some very we just switched cameras from going through Reed there, Reed through Frog Hollow and into Sulman, and John just completely disappeared. He's just red pinging right now. No, he's still here. He must have just grabbed a lot of the wall. Car doesn't look too bad, really, but that's very much opened this race up for Strelenikov. The was really going to try to stretch his legs across the top of the mountain this time and try to gap the Lamborghini so he doesn't get repassed down at the chase. But all the while, John just maybe just over push after that last move and really wanted to get that position back. Really wanted to stay close, as we also get a yellow flag over the top. That's car 22. Not sure who that is, but stopped in another awkward spot at the entry to Skyline again, so hopefully no one collects him there.
Yeah, it's that sort of, that thing in racing where, if one bad thing happens, it tends to sort of just throw you out of your rhythm, and Bathurst rhythm is such a massive thing, and if you lose that little bit of sort of, that sort of mental understanding of, I don't need to think about where I turn in for these corners, it can really throw you off, and I think that's bitten John a little bit there. Car 22 was Lucas Keys, unfortunately. So the pro drivers dropped out of the top 20 with that unfortunate spin. So we'll look forward to sort of seeing what he can do in the bottom half of this race. Track still mighty warm, so those tyres will be pretty ticey.
Yeah, be interesting. It doesn't look like there's any cloud cover on the way, and it's only 2:23, so it's going to remain about the same for the majority of the race, if not get even slightly hotter. I think most drivers are going to opt for the optimal 40-40 split on the strategy. Those tyres are going to be really complaining with the heat come that stage. I mean, we could see a couple of undercuts. I highly doubt we're going to see very many overcuts, but depends on what's going on. Like car 74 right now, for instance, of which will just got that nice gap ahead. There's a bit of a train forming behind, but as long as he doesn't get pressured too much, he'll be able to kind of maintain and manage his temps, manage his tires, and try to stretch it out if he can, and then really start hammering home the low fuel laps. It also depends how much fuel. Sorry, safety car ending. I swear, just popped up in the chat. Yeah, thank God.
So car 367's cop 10 seconds for dangerous driving on lap 1. I assume that will have been the cause of the mess that we saw. We're not sure who 367 is. Give me one moment, I'll go find out. But penalties starting to come in. The stewards, our volunteer stewards, starting to make some decisions and show their impact as we're watching. We're still following John here, who is getting back into the rhythm, I think. He's doing 2:01 still. It's not pace to sneeze at. It's pretty quick.
It's a confidence track as well, and when something like that happens, you have a bit of a rough move at the last turn, and then you make a mistake on no more than 45 seconds later. It can really throw you out of sorts, and be really hard to I'm sure he has a bucket load of confidence, but confidence mixed with the composure and the, I guess, I don't know. The word that I was going to use is completely gone, if I'm going to be honest.
That's another kiss to the wall. He's it's also, you've got that confidence, right? But it's also, that car's now got a couple of seconds of damage. It's going to drive a little bit differently. It takes a little while to work out how that differently is actually going to work for you. And so, this really isn't a track where you've really got the time or the space. John going very wide there on the exit of McPhillamy. We'll see if he can pull it up through Skyline. He does. I think he managed to keep it out of the wall as well, which is no mean feat when you're all crossed up and wheels locked up. But he's definitely running a little bit ragged. We'll see if he's can calm those nerves down and bring that car back. Maybe time to take a pit stop or something and run long and sort of see if he can reset, rewind, and get something else done.
And all the while he has invited the company of Brown and Raschuti, who are having their own little battle in the background, but this is about to be a three-way fight for the last of the podium positions, as these guys are Rashudi's just sitting pretty. They haven't really been battling too hard, but they've been decently close for the majority of the race. But now we got John, who's just, as you said, just maybe struggling with a little bit of side damage or whatever else, and just a little bit of rhythm loss, and just trying to get back in the groove again. Now all of a sudden he's got other things to worry about. He's got Brown behind and Rashudi to follow. So see how he reacts and how quickly he can adapt to changeable car behavior. You see another drive-through penalty come through for car 14 for a collision on lap 1 under safety car. So decent slap on the wrist there.
Yep. Shazman unfortunately copying a pretty stern whack, but causing a collision under safety car. You can't be doing that. So a fair whack. And Lachlan Parkin was the unfortunate recipient of that 10 seconds for dangerous driving before that I mentioned. So as we said before, he had that little bit of a spin, so he's having a pretty miserable race back there. But Denis Strelnikov out the front, he's got a couple of seconds now on Brad Cook there. So sitting pretty nicely out there, 3.2 seconds out in front. John about the same distance back again. So Stefano is right on the back of Jake Brown here going over the top of the mountain. There's nowhere you can pass, but as you said before, Greenie, you can make that car really wide and really make your presence known. And that is a Lamborghini facing backwards just after Skyline.
Yeah, you are allowed to drive up the mountain in most days of the year.
Most days you can do that,
not when they have it fenced off for GT racing. So taking the tourist route. I'm not sure who that was, but it was they look to be back around the right way now and back on the way. So that's good to see. Just
it's not a bad spot to park if you do have a problem though.
Yeah, no, it's about the only spot over the top of the mountain where you can really be in a bit of a safe space. As Stefano 5/10 at the last split, heading down into Sector 3 is on board with Tafik, just a little bit off the back of Witchell. Looks to be gaining a bit, but Witchell in the Porsche is gonna pull a bit in the straight line. This Ferrari we've seen just struggle a little bit in the straight line, but in the case of someone like Strelanikov, where sitting behind and not being really able to make an overtake down the straights or up the straights in some cases, but was just getting held up over the top. It seems to have really uncorked him as it's his stage. So we'll see what Tafik can do to get past Witchell, whether that'll be the same as well, where he gets a little bit uncorked, getting out of the dirty air and getting a bit of free run to breathe. Sitting behind as well, that'll really start to work your tyres more than they need to and really start to struggle in the closing stages of your first stint. Can't really get past and really start to maximise the Ferrari's strongest parts, was over the top.
Stefano's really piling on the pressure for Jake Brown here. I wouldn't want to be Jake at the moment. That is a very bright green Lambo. Filling up the mirrors. You're not going to be seeing much road back there. But I think he's backed off a little bit, which makes a bit of sense. You can't do too much when you're piled up right on the back end of a car over the top of the hill. But now it's time to stretch your legs, really sort of get yourself right down hard on the back of that Porsche, which is, as I said before, pretty mighty out of the corner in that sort of 2-3-4 acceleration. As Stefano goes a little bit wide at Forest Elbow and lets Jake Brown off for this lap. And Dennis has said before, starting to stretch that lead up to 4 seconds. Couple little battles behind, but not too many sort of multi-car battles, unfortunately, anymore. It's really this sort of couple of cars in very close proximity.
As we just say, page in chat saying John's love for Bathurst, growing lap by lap. We know both the Sonicus brothers, as far as they're the Bathurst haters, I do believe.
Yes, and they did a 12-hour race, just the pair of them. So
yeah, and
I may have sat in their team speak the entire race, asking them if they were having fun, which I think really enhanced their experience of the race. So, but Mark's definitely holding up Taufik here, but it is a very tough track to pass on, and he's not making too many mistakes. It's just that little bit of a pace differential. You really need the car in front to make mistakes to make a pass happen here. as we sort of start to shuffle into a pit window. We've definitely seen a couple of cars jump in the pits. We'll have to wait a couple of minutes to see that all come out in the wash.
Yeah, it's a very, very early stop. I mean, you can definitely make it work. But at the same time, you're gonna most certainly struggle. You know, with 15 minutes to go left in the race, there's guys behind you are gonna be on much, much fresher tires. You can definitely make up a lot of positions in the short term, but game of tug of war of where your strategy is depends. As we said, some of these guys may be fueled for a shorter run at the start if that's the game plan for them. I would say a lot of these guys overfueled. I know that's at least what I used to do. So I used to overfuel my car with a multi-stop race, and it gives yourself the flexibility. I would hope a lot of these guys, especially at the front, have given themselves that little bit of wiggle room. You know, we could see a lot of these guys, especially in the case of Rashuti and Brown, just box opposite from what happens in front. Just, you know, Rashuti, where he is, you know, if he can get out from behind Brown, and same thing with Defeek and Fahad behind, because there's a blue flag that's getting out of the way. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a bit
I was
further
getting
behind.
confused. I was getting confused for a minute. I was like, that's what you're doing, but no, that's definitely not the case.
I think that spun car might have been John Sonicus, unfortunately. It looks like we've lost him from the race, which is a bit of a shame. That pace was there. But it's now up to Jake Brown, who has got Stefano still piling a lot of pressure to sort of try and build that gap back down to Brad Cook. It's now just over 5 seconds, and Dennis has got 6 seconds over Brad now. So that battle for the lead really starting to spread out a little bit, and is now going to become a who can survive this next 53 and a bit minutes.
Would see, yeah. I mean, you'd assume that the pit window is you're gonna see the majority of the cars in at the 40-minute mark. I would, yeah, especially with the track temp as well, with the 24:32, it's gonna be hard for us to see as we see a move down the inside. There's a lot of curb for Dani there. Couldn't get the move done on Scarman, but was able to keep the car straight, and he's under pressure behind from Shazran. That is Shazran. Wasn't sure if he'd serve the drive-through. Kind of looks like a Ferrari for a half second, but no, that's most certainly not.
No, that is a Honda. Definitely. When you think about it, they actually do look very similar now. You know, that Ferrari's really become a bit more generic, I think, is the term I could describe it.
I took like a half glance because I'm like, oh, you know, Shazran has a drive-through. Surely that can't be him. But no, that's most. And there's with the Ferrari behind as well of Safiq. That was getting a bit, you know, could be, but nah.
We've also got a 15-second penalty for Jared Ellis again for causing a collision under the safety car. As Dani there takes a huge chunk of wall on the apex of the cutting, and that just punts him straight into the outside wall. And Shazran had that's not Shazran. Shazran's in the pits at the moment. Yeah. The car behind Dani just had absolutely nowhere to go. Was sort of caught behind, so that McLaren will be suffering a little bit. He goes very wide on the exit McPhillamy. Takes a huge chunk of wall, unless we're getting some lag spikes here. He does have a huge red ping. I think that's a couple of lag spikes, to be honest.
Yeah, we're at the seems to be the netcode invitational right now.
It's a Christmas treat in that ping column at the moment. But as we said before, Shazran's in the pits, so Dani's sort of all out in his lonesome. I think that might be a blue flag runner behind him. That he doesn't have to worry about too much. Actually, that looks like Jason Leonard Scott, who is a long way down the list in below P27. So, yeah, Daniel doesn't have too much to worry about at the moment. Who else is running pretty well? Dani, really struggling to get that car slowed up for the chase. That car is walking wounded. I'd be coming into the pits and fixing that. You're not going to score points if you don't finish the race, and that is looking like almost a certainty if you can't slow it down for the chase.
Yeah, that's straight in. That's a very expensive lawnmower that took the runoff there, but yeah, it was as you suspected, straight into the pits, and going to be a bit of a longer stop. That's one of the ways.
That's not your box, my friend.
That's,
You're going to have to go a bit further forward, I'd say.
Come on.
That's better.
Is it? Is it in?
Sure. There we go.
There it goes.
Is it in? I have heard that question before in my life.
That's was just not quite, but 10 points for the effort. So what I was gonna say was this is gonna be a longer stop for Donny, and it's gone from long stop to even longer for Donny, as well as I would say gets the damage repaired and whatever that was in the pit lane.
And for any rookies watching, you've just saw how much time Darnie lost by not really sort of understanding where his pit box is and how to get the car in there. If you practice your pit stops and you work out how to get your car stopped your marks, how to get the engine stopped, you gain the easiest 5 to 10 seconds you'll ever find in a race. No amount of taking turn 1 100th of a second better will make up for that 5 to 10 seconds you lose by not getting your pit stop right. We've got a yellow flag at the dipper. That's a bit further down than Skyline. That is absolutely in the blind area of the track as well. So Shazrin's come to grief, unfortunately, on his outlap after his pit stop. That'll not make his afternoon much better in that very, very bright Honda.
I guess the only thing going for him then is it's going to stick out like a sore thumb coming down there. So I remember vividly back, I want to say season 7 was Bathurst, and we just one of the only, if only mid-race safety car as the track just got completely blocked on the exit of the dipper. There was a car parallel and then another car parallel, and they completely blocked the track, and there was just a massive pile up.
You love to see it.
About 35 minutes in, there was a safety car, and everyone was like, what's going on?
That's what your sim race for, isn't it? Just for moments like that you're never going to replicate in a real race. Just to come up to absolute nonsense like that. We'll follow Shazin around, and I say it's bright. It's still a very nice livery, this. Really well designed. Bit of a shout out to Pride there as well. Really, really nice looking car, and a bit of a change away from the traditional dark greys and blacks that we tend to see.
343 off at the Forest Elbow as well. Just trying to scan down the list who that's for. Not sure exactly, but that was still kind of just sitting. Now it's just definitely just going now. That's Jared Ellis. So another bit of a time loss. So that was Ellis before sitting behind Darnie in that green livery, I do believe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it was a Ferrari. I was right. You made me second
we got
guess
there at the
myself.
end. We got there. Process of elimination. It's a green Ferrari. There's a couple of Ferraris here. Which ones of them are green? And Jared's going to come in and serve another pit stop. I think those tyres and nose might be a little bit sad at the moment. So he'll come in and take another bit of a pit stop. And I've just been corrected. Shazman's livery is actually for autism awareness. So still an excellent cause. Well, nicely done there. Mark Witchell has still got Taufeeq filling up his mirrors like something out of a horror movie. That is, and they're actually starting to bring Fahad into this battle as well. So we'll have a three-way battle for P5.
All the while, we've just kind of forgotten about the man of the hour. Strelenikov is just kind of just started to run
Motor away.
Akin to what Stefano did at Suzuka. Just once they got a hold of the lead, just completely, just dominated from then on out, and doesn't really have to over push at this stage. Just kind of has to hit his optimal lap time. No risks really at this point, but we know. I mean, the racer in us all is just, it's always push at all times, no matter what.
Yeah,
so,
if your rhythm's push, just keep pushing. Don't change anything. And if it's working for you, don't change anything. And so he'll be looking to. He's got the purple lap. I'm not sure quite what that lap is. We haven't got a leaderboard at the moment with that sort of detail. But it's just coming up now. Wait for those pixels to resolve a little bit. And he's running 2:17s. That is very respectable pace for sort of mid race. Those tyres is looking pretty sad at the moment. They'll be pretty toasty. So that is very, very respectable pace, and no wonder he's pulling out a couple of tenths a lap over Brad Cook.
Yeah, 2:17's, great. And with our pole sitter gone, now we maybe see untouched. A lot of drivers are going to have a crack on the fresh rubber after the pit stop phase, especially these guys at the front, the Cooks and Browns and Rashutis of the world. Definitely going to look to try to snag it, but with John now out of the race and him taking the fastest time into taking the fastest time in qualifying, it's the main competition to take this away from Strelenikov is just unfortunately
User error.
Had a bit of an unfortunate, well, shall I say, Sonicus Bathurst experience.
It's not a new experience. We'll follow on with Pete Viney here in the Mercedes, who's got Alex Tonkin also in a Mercedes right behind him. Two of our fantastic custom liveries out there, really showing off the prowess of some of these guys in terms of putting together a piece of art. There is a 10-second penalty for Mr. Parkin up ahead, which they'll be looking to try and stay within. They're just outside of that range at the moment, so I think Pete will be looking to get the foot down and see if he can close that gap up a little bit and sort of make that extra position up when the penalty gets applied at the end of the race. And that is very, very deep over Skyline. You're going to struggle to pull that up. He managed to keep it out of the wall, but he's got Alex Tonkin right behind, looking to take advantage if he slips up once again, coming down the hill and out into Conrod Straight. And shout out to Alex Army, Firelord Racing is just in the chat, who's logging off for the night. He's been keeping us updated with what stewards are handing out to these drivers. Worth mentioning that our stewards work as volunteers. It's a thankless job, but we can thank him. As Alex has a look at the inside of the kink before the chase. There's not much you can do there. But yeah, stewards who volunteer their time to make sure these races are policed accordingly, the rules are enforced. It's always worth shouting those guys out for their efforts. And if you're keen to get involved with that sort of thing, we'd love to hear from you.
See, just a bit of manufacture action between Tonkin and Vani still raging on here. Gap kind of just maintaining, although that looks like a much better run out of Hell's Corner for Tonkin. I don't know if he's going to be quite as close as he needs to be heading into Griffin's Bend even. I guess it's a corner still. Looks to the outside. You're going to be very, very brave to get it done. Yeah, just completely runs out of grip and runs out of road. It's so hard with the cambering of the corner on the outside to get it done. In cars like these, it's just, even in downforce cars, it's
that is
just so
McLaren very sideways.
Yeah, that's I may have just been watching the wrong stream. I was behind then. I need to minimize that. I keep doing that accidentally. My bad. Sorry about that.
All good. Yeah, that McLaren. It is a feature of Bathurst that you can come around a corner and those walls mean you can't see what is coming for you. And it might be, as we saw just there, a McLaren perpendicular to the track with nowhere to really let him through. Mike Donaldi here as Pete Viney loops it out of the dip up. Hopefully Alex Tonkin can avoid him and keep moving. That is, we're doing pretty well for commentator's curses here, Greenie.
Yeah, well, I haven't called any pit stops for anybody, but heading to the 42-minute mark, I'm going to say that Rashudi's coming in this lap.
All right.
That's my guess. Although he's been a bit stubborn, was at Watkins at least. Kept trying to call it and couldn't get it done. But
Not today.
Not today, no. Oh, sorry, it's so behind. I just saw on the replay. I've just unmuted the stream as well. I can hear myself twice. It's all going wrong for me right now on this side.
We've got another yellow flag at just after I think that's Quarry Bend. Car 28, who's having a bit of a nightmare today. It's one of those racetracks where is that Jake Brown that just piled into the back of him? Oh, yellow flags, boys.
That's
Stefano's been involved with that, and so is
there's
there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a lot to unpack.
Alex, you chose a very good time to go to bed. I don't think you want to be dealing with that.
That's not sure what's going on here. As we just
that's a good choice, Bobby.
Decision just
get out of that.
Back to the pit lane. Just that was a lot going on. Too much to definitely unpack verbally in the heat of the moment. But we see Safiq still sitting there now. He's also teleported back to pits, and
not much you can do there. Just get out of it. Wait the 3 minutes and get back out there. Lachlan Parkin was the initial spinner who I think started all of this off, unfortunately. Absolutely none of it is fault. You know, the game does have yellow flags. It would have shown that, you know, there's something coming up ahead, and it might be wise to eyes up, slow down a little bit. You know, if someone passes you, you can call it out that you can't be passing under yellow flags. So a couple of cars will have gotten away with murder there, which will be beneficial for their race, but definitely a couple of the lead pack. You know, we saw Stefano cop a bit of damage, Jake Brown copped a bit of damage. He's just jumped into the pits. And we've got the leader in the pits as well, Denis Strelnikov, who'll be sitting very pretty with the lead that he's built up.
So Stefano, interestingly, not jumping into the pits then, even with the damage, just choosing to continue on, I guess, with all of his competitors in the pits. What does he really have to lose? Got the fresh air, is sitting behind the 367 of... Can't see, not on the timing table, but hopefully doesn't get held up too much. That's what we're talking about. They are going to get blue flags over the top of the mountain, but
pretty tough to get out of the way up there.
Very hard to move out of the way if, you know, got to move out of the way when possible and when safe to do so, and it's most certainly not safe to get off the train tracks across the top. You know, more likely going to cause an incident than you're going to prevent one from getting out of the way. There's still a decent gap ahead, but these are the critical laps now for Shooty. And where does he pop out? How much fuel does he have left in the tank, and how much tyre life does he really have left to get the best he can in this short amount of time span?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, if he's got some good pace here, does he bother repairing that damage that he absolutely has now? You know, that's, you know, if there's 10 seconds of damage there, but you can still do the same lap times, or, you know, you're only losing a tenth or two. Don't bother repairing it. Just keep going.
Yeah, well, I guess this is another test, I guess, as well, to see how the car's behaving, especially over the top of the mountain. You know, I'm sure part of him was like, oh god, I've got damage, better come in and get this repaired, but it was pretty wise, pretty veteran of him to stay out and just at least still test. See,
in the box now, though.
He's going to come straight into the box now, and that was maybe just a test lap to see how the car was behaving as well as also going for a bit of an overcut and see whether he has to take the damage or not. Be very telling. Do you ever look at the replay, and gee, it was a bit of rear contact, it looks like there. And yeah, just complete little bit of ignorance of yellow flags there, maybe just a bit of a retaliation bump there as well, which unfortunately you don't like to see very much, but
no.
It did look like a bit of rear contact. Didn't look like Bilko lost it on his own. I believe that's who was involved, but very unfortunate to see quite a few cars getting caught up there, but that's the nature of Bathurst. When something happens at that section of the track, there's really not a lot you can do.
So out of all that, Fahad here's managed to jump Jake Brown with all that sort of that kerfuffle at the top of the hill. So Jake will be looking to make that all back. Stefano is coming out of the pits now, and Taufik as well has jumped a couple of people. So you know, that's the sort of thing. You know, it's pretty easy, you know, for other people to get into a bit of trouble that not their fault, but you can still benefit from. So we'll see where Stefano comes out relative to these guys. I'm not quite sure what lap he did on the way out. He's P3. That's a mighty effort to keep that car moving. He obviously didn't repair the damage. They'll get a blue flag through, and I think that's Taufik just behind him. So instead of being the angry Lambo, he's going to be the Angry Lambo just in front of Taufik for the rest of this race.
And the Taufik behind as well, quite definitely surging. He's going to have the warm tyres and the warm rubber. Eventually, Rashid is going to have more grip, but he's going to, as we saw him caught up in the incident earlier, going to carry the damage, and we'll see how the Lamborghini reacts, even, especially over a late stint. Especially the behavior of the top of the hill. We've seen it can be a little bit lazy, and if you are going to ask too much of it, it has a tendency to slap you around a little bit. We've seen how strong Taufik can be. Will Rashidi be suffering from some of that straight line damage? That's really the strongest part of the Lamborghini around here, is heading down onto Conrad now, as we see Rashidi make the mission down the mountain. Taufik just way too far back, even for a bit of slipstream there. Looks to about, not sure what the gap was. Just waiting for the split times. It was 8/10 the gap. So you see Rashidi keep it nice and clean through the chase and see how much Taufik can make back. But Rashidi looking, after that incident, just completely revitalized.
Yeah, he's worked his rhythm out again, and Fahad here has got Jake Brown right behind him, so that'll be half an hour of keeping a Porsche behind you that reckons it probably should be finishing a little bit further up. And so as well, it's sort of benefited out of this is Mark Witchell. He's jumped up to P5 as well. So a couple of cars that have made some progress. You know, Mark pitted a little bit earlier, meant he wasn't actually sort of around the track for when that little kerfuffle came about. And Mr. Marco here as well, car number 5. He's got a penalty. I'm not sure what for, but he's for a recent returnee to the field. Finishing top 10 at Bathurst, even with a penalty, is nothing to scoff at. So hopefully he can keep that going. We just watched Ahmad Sukri there as well, recovering from a bit of a spin out of the chase. It's getting a little bit action-packed for my liking at midnight, Ryan. I don't know about you.
Yeah, 5 minutes from the critical minutes, and then everyone starts to get weird and wacky. Everyone's starting to already do it. I believe that was contact down at the chase with the Bentley. I did see a couple of cars go yellow just before, as you were talking, so it wasn't anything too major, and they're both still on their way, but I do believe that was a bit of contact, maybe someone going for a move, and not sure who it was, but see if a penalty does come through.
Might be lucky and see a replay as well. We've got Glenn Germain doing a fantastic job behind the camera. Neil Alexander, our usual broadcast manager, having a week off, having a bit of a break, and Glenn doing a fantastic job learning the ropes. It is a very, very complicated job, and he's doing pretty damn well, if I don't say so myself. So thank you to Glenn for jumping in and learning the ropes and bringing us a fantastic broadcast.
Hey, he's most certainly got the training wheels off tonight, and we're firing on all cylinders and doing a great job, Glenn.
Stefano is pushing very, very hard. He's been pretty scrappy over that third sector that we just watched. He kissed the wall a little bit on the exit of Forest Elbow. He was in the grass on the exit of the chase and at the last corner as well. So he's not holding back, and I think he knows he's got to put some decent laps in to break that toe from Taufik and sort of be able to run his own pace. And he's trying pretty hard to do that. We'll wait to sort of see what gap he's actually got to Dennis. I think it'll be pretty comfortable, but ACC is ACC. We don't get to see gaps until it decides it wants to show us gaps. So we'll wait for that to update.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't update the gaps every half second, and they do it every sector. It's a very strange way they set it up. Stefano's right up close to the wall. Maximum attack as Taufik is really, really starting to work onto the back of him now and start to harass. Taufik's looking very, very comfortable over the top of the mountain. Stefano's using absolutely all of the track, getting absolutely everything he can out of this Lamborghini as he heads down now through the dipper, gets it nice and tight, a lot tighter than Taufik did through there. Taufik didn't necessarily miss it, but still just dancing. Bit of a slide into Forest Elbow and compromises the exit a little bit right up against the wall. Taufik going to be right on the back of him coming down the chase. It's going to be still too far back to have anything of it, but that's going to bring him right close the 2 slipstream zones on the front straight and then up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's again, as you said, that little bit of pressure to maintain it and really sort of make sure that he's aware that he's there, and that if Stefano, with that damaged Lambo, has something to think about, that, you know, if he does run that little bit wide too often, that, you know, it's not going to be a free mistake, that he's gonna lose a position for it. We've got Marco in the pits. You know, I literally just talked him up for getting a top 10. He decides to jump in the pits again, and cops a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane as well. So I think I'll stop talking about names tonight. I think I've ruined it enough, as these boys come out with Shazrin as a blue flag. He'll let Taufik through, and these boys will continue their battle up the hill. We've got a replay of what happened at the chase between a BMW and a Mercedes. I think this is Sukri, who loses the... That is synchronized spinning.
iRacing, eat your heart out. That was some insane netcode on that contact.
I don't even know if that was netcode. I reckon that might have been a synchronized spin. They were that far apart.
It was, yeah, it absolutely looks like a bit of netcode there. Looks like the predictive algorithm was a bit of over-ambitious as to where those cars are going to connect. Yeah, just not very good at predicting, but God, that's be interesting to see how the stewards rule that one, if they do, with such...
I don't think you can. I think if it's a genuine netcode, and that was obviously either netcode or that is a bad place to catch up to another car.
And that Stefano again just can't stay out of trouble with these cars spinning over the top of the mountain. And that Lamborghini, gee, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, and that thing's done. That is he's gonna have him straight into the pits. Dare I say, he tried to make the corner heading through Forest Elbow, and it just would not turn. And that thing is, I would be very, very surprised if that's not a meatball for Stefano Raschuti. That's absolutely tragic, absolutely terrific overcut he did onto Feek. Was defending valiantly and just had it all undone for no fault of his own.
He's down 20 k's an hour on the straight, only doing 262. I'm amazed it's getting to 6th gear. He's going to box with that damage. Yeah, I wouldn't be driving that any further than you absolutely have to. Take some fresh tyres and go for the purple lap cert. That'll be all you can do from here, I think. He's going to lose a fair few positions here. But just looking as well, I think Fahad's lost a fair few positions as well. I think he was right behind Jake Brown. He's dropped down to P8. So we haven't seen sort of what happened there. But we'll definitely watch Dennis for a little bit, because he's been in a bit of a class of his own after the first 5 minutes when he was battling with John Sonicus. He's made his pit stop. He is he's mild ahead of the next car. He's stuck behind some blue flag traffic here. It's the worst place in the world to catch up for blue flag, because the rule is let the car through when safe to do so. And as you said before, Ryan, there's not many safe places to do it coming down the hill. So to return the favour, he'll give a tiny little bit of a tow and let that Ferrari go on through. He is about 30 seconds ahead of Taufik at this point, and barring something absolutely extraordinary happening, which will likely happen because I've spoken his name, he's looking pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, just kind of after he got past John, and really just kind of didn't look back after that stage, and just able to put together lap after lap of just consistent great pace, race-winning pace, and just looked so comfortable behind that Ferrari. And even dealing with the blue flags, has really not had anything really interesting to speak about after that battle. I mean, and that's what you want as the leader of the race. No news is good news, really, especially when operating in air like this. So great running for Dennis, and only has 26 minutes left. And has he won a race this season?
No, he only joined in with us for the last race with the M2s, so he didn't win there. So yeah, this is
recognize the name.
He's I believe he's frequenter of LFM, is my understanding. So he's new to OOR, but obviously, given that speed, unless he is one of the most ridiculous prodigies in the world, he's pretty experienced and looks like he knows how to turn a wheel. which is always nice to see some experience jump in with OOR, and also for a couple of new countries join us as well. We don't have too many Russian drivers joining us, so good to have a bit of diversity as he flows down the hill again. But yeah, I don't know about you, Ryan. I wouldn't have picked that top 3 at the start of the race.
No, absolutely not. Especially with John just his race kind of unraveling. We thought we were going to see a great battle all the way throughout, and then Tafik, who started down in P9, we were saying to watch out for him pre-race, as we'd seen how fast he can be all throughout, sitting nicely in P2, and then with that incident that Rashidi unfortunately just kept having, it just no fault of his own. He just came to be the incident magnet and dropped him out of the range as well. And we saw him pick up the win at Suzuka in quite a dominant fashion. We know how much pace he's got, so we thought all those guys are going to be up there. Brown, who did he start P4?
Yeah, I think he's
Brown. So he's just kind of
the only one who's stayed. We'll follow Stefano here, coming down the hill. You can see you can't really see too much, except now there is a McLaren facing the wrong way, and absolutely no way to stop that car. That is desperately unlucky. And if you're Taufeeq, you've now followed 2 cars through who have just cleared the road for you.
Yeah, that's nothing more than unfortunate. It's just one of those spots, and that's the nature of Bathurst with the walls, and you're just coming through there and you're full push, and with Taufeeq behind as well, and you're defending, you're not going to let up. There's really nothing you can do. You're not going to jump off the line, and even if you get on the brakes, there's
you got every risk of just sort of spearing sideways into the wall anyway. So
yeah, the only way you're stopping that quickly is with a head-on collision with the wall. So it's not absolutely nothing you could have done in that situation, but just one of those things, unfortunately.
Leon Scarman has worked his way up into the top 10 in that Aston Martin, which has not been one of the better cars to drive in this new 1.9 update, but he's just been patient. We haven't really seen much of him, which is always a good sign for, if you're running in the midfield. If we don't see you, it means you're not doing anything wrong, and you're just sort of making slow, quiet progress. And sometimes that's all you can ask, especially at a track like this. So good to see him running in the top 10. Pretty close behind Chris Marshall, who is our lead AM driver in that Lamborghini, just in front of him as well.
Yeah, definitely could be looking at a bit of a promotion soon. Marshall, just absolute
miles. Nah, he's just having a good race. That's not worthy of a promotion.
Just a one-off.
But also, top 10, 7 of them are Pro-Ams, which is really cool to see as well. Pros, obviously we lost John Sonicus, who was one of the pros, and, Stefano's run into a bit of trouble as well. But, good to see that, those guys the Pro-Am guys are sort of able to dice it up at the front, and take advantage of the fact the pros have had a bit of a messy race.
Yeah, and only 3 pros in the top 23 on screen. It's just, everybody kind of showing up and showing it's not just the whites and then the blacks and then the reds. That had a connotation that I wasn't really after, but I mean the classes on screen.
Nah, you haven't fixed it, mate. Let's move on.
But yeah, just these guys, especially through the Pro-Am class, is really showing up. I'm really not sure how Taufeeq is still Pro-Am, but what a world we live in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we only had 5 or 6 pros to start with anyway. So definitely a Pro-Am loaded little split here. We've still got heaps of runners as well, which is good to see. But it's always good. And, Mark Witchell getting a podium at Bathurst is always, a name that we don't normally sort of, no disrespect to Mark. We don't necessarily expect to be at the front. It's a really good result for these guys and good encouragement to keep going, keep pushing and keep practicing and putting in that effort so that, he can continue to perform up the front.
Yes, with the as Witchell gets all sorts of sideways heading through the cutting. Not the cutting. Where am I at? No, it is the cutting. What am I talking about? I got my conform. It's too late, man. It's got 2:08. It's not
Midnight Madness podcast.
Yeah, I know. It's we're getting there. We're getting to the end. But as I was saying about Witchell, just with the top guys having issues and whatnot, it really opened the door for these pro-am guys, and those cars are just kind of on the cusp of the podium to really show up and reap the rewards of just kind of being around. And oh no, as that's very, very slow heading out of the dipper. I don't know if that's wall contact. I'm not really sure what happened. It was a bit of that still camera. That front end's looking a little bit unhappy, as we're going to have a look at what happened to Witchell. We're just singing the praises of him, and gee, just took a lot of speed on the entry, and it didn't look too bad, but on the exit was so slow. So we have a look. Oh, and just lost it. And that's massive contact on the exit there. Gee, see if we can get to Conrad with his steering rack is still straight. Gets it hooked up alright through Forest Elbow. Looked a little bit bent on exit, not too bad. May still be drivable. He's not in the pits. Only 19 minutes left in the race. He's most certainly going to lead this one home as my co-host. Hey, here he's back. I was going to say I had a little bit of a disconnect, but that's
pretty wild weather here in Melbourne tonight, and my internet is starting to show some signs of that. So if you're stuck with the dulcet tones of Ryan Green on his own without me chirping with something useless, that is why.
Yeah, it's just started for me as well. I've only just heard it. You're north, I believe, aren't you?
I'm far east. I'm in Croydon. So
Croydon. Yeah, I'm Frankston, so quite a ways away.
Stimson, our last driver who has not pitted that we can see on that leaderboard, has just jumped in the pits. But if we get a timing screen back up again, I can see that Dennis has almost 50 seconds over Taufik in P2, which is just absurd. You know, he's been like a metronome all race. And this will give him a lot of confidence coming into the next round at Zandvoort, which is just as difficult to pass and about as polar opposite a track as you could possibly do. He's got the purple lap with a 2-minute flat 9.05. And he's doing 2:01.3, so really nice and consistent pace. He's got the front end of that Ferrari pointing where he wants it to. It's a nice place to be as a racing driver.
It's such a I truly do wish it was the new scan of Zandvoort. I don't know if it'd be any easier to pass, but it would just have so much more theatre to it. That final corner with the current old scan is just such a pain to get around. It's such a lug.
But also, I reckon
any car feels lazy through there.
Yeah, and I reckon the stewards appreciate the lack of camber in that turn 3 though, because the way you have to run that, especially the way you see the F1 cars run it right at the top, you know, it just invites, as Dennis dips a wheel in the grass there, it just invites people to just send it up the inside and sort of rely on the car on the outside to give them the room to do so. So I think the stewards might prefer at least the old school turn 3. Maybe the new turn, the new final corner, so that they haven't got cars just spearing off into the wall and just sort of being perpendicular to the racetrack. Again, quite a blind place like we do here at Bathurst.
Hoping I heard the rumblings they could be adding Daytona in like another America pack coming soon, like that Road America, Road Atlanta, and Daytona.
Oof.
Daytona, it's just amazing track to drive. It's, you know,
it has no right to be amazing though. It's a road course, and road courses tend to be pretty unspectacular.
It's like simply good. It's like Monza in a sense. It's just, you know, it knows what it is and it doesn't try to be too much. It's just a pleasure to lap, and it's just great to race on. The track's so wide. You know, the infield it's not particularly technical, but it's technical enough, and bus stop is such high commitment. This car's so low downforce running on that configuration of the road course as well. It's can get very hairy for sure, and I definitely hope they add that.
Just noticed as well that Mark's lost the spot to Brown. I don't know if that happened while I was trying to wrestle my NBN back into the world, but Jake Brown's managed to work his way back to the podium after his mid-race incident before sort of piling into a bit of a yellow flag. So don't know if Mark made a bit of a mistake or if Jake's just managed to sort of get him on pace, but still top 4 is a really good result for Mark here, and Jake's looking at a pretty massive gap to Taufik up there, but he'll definitely put his foot down and see what he can do about it.
Yeah, definitely just struggling with that car a bit after that massive contact coming out of the dipper. I think he knows he's gonna lose positions. Next car's Zikri now up in P5. We didn't even notice that. That Bentley is just kind of. I haven't seen Zikri in it really at all race, and just kind of just keeping on, and
working for it.
P5 is going to be a great result for the that great piece of British machinery.
I believe Mohammed's also using a controller, unless he's managed to find an upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. So that is gamepad lad getting it done as Ahmed Shukri down the back gets a drive through. Unsure if that's for track limits or for a bit of an incident, but he's in last, so that won't change too much for him. We've got 24 runners still left, plus the ever-present safety car, the pro-class safety car.
I believe was that DT may have been for the incident at Necrod incident, perhaps.
Possibly.
Red ping could be the culprit. But still a few battles on track raging on. It's been a mostly good race.
Yeah, I reckon these drivers are all a bit more awake than we are at the moment, Ryan. I think it's I doubt that Dennis is. I reckon he's pretty sleepy. He's not got much to worry about except for himself.
The robots get sleepy?
We'll ask him after the race.
He just left, right. Just throttle, brake. I guess.
Just program the controls.
2 minute 9. Oh, would you look at that? That's convenient.
We're on board here with Brendan Pauly, 196, and the Lamborghini, who's just behind Alex Tonkin in the Mercedes, fighting over P13. It's a bit of a gap, but again, they've got a bit of a gap up ahead to Lucas Keys as well, who had a pretty torrid start to the race, but has slowly worked his way back. They're just starting to navigate some blue flags here as we come up to the point where it gets really uncomfortable for those blue flags to let people through. That Mercedes of Stimson manages to get out of the way pretty well. We've got a yellow flag coming up here on the exit of quarry. We'll see what exactly is going on here. There they are waving. That is a car horizontal to the circuit. Luckily, a little bit off the racing line, so plenty of time to get out of it. As that's Dion Scarman, unfortunately, who was running top 10. That's a genuine shame.
Yeah, and that brings Rura 1 in the silver class, new entry, 111. That's my number, so mate, always rooting for the numbers, mate. If they cross over, right up into the top 10. So, gee, that's majorly unfortunate for Dion there, and unfortunate. Yeah, it's just one of those spots where it's gonna have to tow, especially if the car's damaged. You don't want to impede anybody else and ruin anybody else's race, and kind of just have to cop it.
Yeah, damn shame. We're on board here with Lucas Keys in a hopefully undamaged Lamborghini, showing that it can do 275 without a tow down Conrod with race fuel and some pretty unhappy tyres. So that top speed buff that sort of came with the 1.9 update as well, really starting to really show its legs. I know cars like the Merc and the Lexus can do something like 290 or something stupid. So Lambo not quite as fast as the fastest, but still running pretty nicely. And we'll follow Lucas here, and we'll see what happened to Dion, who's a bit wide there at quarry, bites the wall, gets a second chunk of it, and that is, it's bit of driver fatigue, I think, there.
Yeah, just getting to that stage of the night, and very easy around here just to get a little bit relaxed, and really can't any lapse in concentration. It's really you're absolutely gonna get bitten. As you were saying with the speed before, these cars really some of these cars can really hoof it down Conrod Straight. I'm just trying to find it, I can't seem to find it. One of my teammates I'm sure we all know him, Zachary Smith. He was testing the V12 Aston around here.
Excellent.
And it was, I think it was something in the range in like no toe, like 295.
That's
just
excellent.
Just red lining in 295 down Conrob, and he just
sounding amazing too, I bet.
He said he just sent it in one of the channels and just said, "Mum, come pick me up. I'm scared."
Excellent. I would, if it was free car choice every race, I know the V12 Aston's a bit old. The balance of power, balance of performance just isn't quite there for it, but it'd be pretty funny to take it. As we're following here, Jeremiah's Marco, who's lost a spot to Pete Viney, so I think he's made a bit of a boo-boo somewhere. We're going through some lap traffic as well. I'm not sure if that red Ferrari ahead is lapped as well. So Jeremiah in the BMW, just losing a bit of spot to Pete Viney, who's had we saw him have a spin at the dipper before, but he's managed to consolidate and bring that car back in a pretty respectable P14.
Just kind of these guys just kind of maintaining it. So the only, even with the time penalty, there's really not too much you're gonna want to do at this stage, and really trying to risk
just
losing
make it to
time.
the end.
Yeah, you
make it to the end.
The car's pace in front's not too bad. You kind of just gotta sit tight and buckle up, trying not to make any mistakes. And
we've got a yellow flag coming up here at the turn 2. We'll see if that's
was that Keys?
Oh, it was 2. That's
Keys
a genuine shame. He's that's
another one.
That's another curse for me. I'll no more names for me. Just,
and then there was 2 pros.
Yes, we've only got 2 pros left. Dennis, who is in his own class, and Stefano, who's had the worst luck this race in terms of coming around the corner to find a car absolutely horizontal to the track. So we'll wait and see what sort of gap Dennis has got. I'm sure it's in the realm of a minute now. And we'll wait for ACC to tell us exactly what that is. But he's running his own race and doing exactly what he has to do. And that's all you can ask of a racing driver. And I'm sure he will hope next week for the same result, but a little bit more exciting. Lucas Keys in the chat saying a murder was committed. That is really unfortunate, mate. I hope it was. I hope it wasn't a self-murder. And we'll wait and see if Glenn can give us a replay of what happened there. Car 22. But also P7 there, Mr. Warwick, who's again run under the sort of the without us sort of looking at him too much. He ran pretty long in the first stint. We're following here, Taufik just coming across to lap a car over the start-finish straight. Yeah, Mr. Warwick hasn't really done too much to grab the attention of the camera, and not much to grab the attention of the steward as well. But he's just consolidated a pretty decent race to come home in the top 7.
And you just have a look at the track map as well. As Strelenikov's just headed through Forest Elbow now, and only just heading up to the cutting, and it's just an absolute mammoth amount of time between the 2 cars. It's like an endurance race type of gap.
Yeah, it's
to see between
crazy.
P1 and P2. It's just so commanding and just so consistent from Strelenikov. Just absolutely didn't set a foot wrong even when he was in the battles. As see car 5 gets Marco get another 10-second penalty for collision. So
I assume that's why he's managed to get behind Pete Viney. We'll follow here what happened to Lucas Keys. Looks like coming up some lap traffic, going around the outside of a car who just tags him on the rear and absolutely sends him into the outside wall at turn 2. And that is pretty tough to recover from. There's not a lot of room to get that car turned around, and he'll have had a couple of minutes of damage, which with about 10 minutes to go is pretty hard to recover from. So bad luck, Lucas. That is genuine shame. You're running pretty well up until then. You really sort of came back from a pretty rough start. So bad luck, mate. We'll see you next week at Zandvoort for another go.
Just, yeah, it's still a few. Everyone seems to have just kind of settled. I guess the only battle is really Marco P14, but he's carrying a 20-second penalty that's going to send him way, way, way down the order when it's all said and done. It's finding him the second off the back of Paulie. These times hard 1.1, hard when you don't get the live timing and try to cycle through. Just trying to get these top cars are just so spaced. There's really no active race for any of the podium positions at least, and then
not much going on. Yeah, and, good to see Lucas back out there running. He's decided to repair the car and keep going.
Yeah, still should pick up a few points from it. P20, that'll net him still 30 points, so decent haul. I mean, it's not the 150 of a win. So as it stands right now, barring absolute world-ending catastrophes, Strelenikov will be taking out that 150-point win, plus the fastest lap 3, plus starting P2 for 4, so net total of 157 points. So absolutely mega haul for the race.
Pretty handy.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely mega handy.
Pete Viney going very wide there on the exit of McPhillamy. He's managed to not quite slow it up for Skyline. He's cut the track. It'll be interesting to sort of get a read on what the stewards will do. He's still wagging the tail of that Mercedes out of the dipper. Be interesting to see what the stewards feel about, has he cut the track? Has he gained a lasting advantage? Does he need to give that spot to Marco? I know it's sort of it's in a bit of name only, because that 20-second penalty will mean that unless Pete makes another massive mistake, that position will come back. But it's definitely taken the sting out of the fight with Paulie as well.
Yeah, Marco's just got a great run down side by side down Conrad and gets it pulled up nicely as he loses 2 positions.
No, that's Jake Brown coming through the lap. And
so it's a blue flag. So
again, another interesting conundrum of whether, did both of those cars, I know they were battling, did both of those cars have an opportunity to let Jake through before the chase? And Pete's right on the back of Jeremiah's here. He's going to poke the nose up for turn 1. Thinks better of it.
God, I was going to say that was very, very late on the brakes, and just as we were saying earlier, with filling up somebody's rearview mirror, it looked like a bit of a mind punt. Just all you got to do in that very bright livery can be, somewhat distracting, and I would have only missed his braking zone by 10 or 15 meters, and it's completely straight on. And Hell's Corner was very lucky to keep it out of the wall, to be honest.
Definitely. As we see Wirra 1, car 111, the lead silver class car in the top 10, cop a 10-second penalty. That'll drop him behind Tonkin and Paulie, which is a shame because, we haven't seen much of him, but he's been pretty clean and consistent so far to work that car up into the top 10. It's just a case of don't die at the moment. So where is Denis Strelnikov? How many laps have we got to go? He's just crossed the line. So we've got another 2 laps to go. So hopefully everyone's done their fuel calculations correctly. It is nearly 12:30. So some pretty tired eyes, I reckon, starting to just really hope this race comes to an end without further death.
Gafor for hard, just 1.6 off the back of Zikri. That looks like the gap has been closing. I don't remember that being that close earlier. I think that's the closest battle for up the grid. Obviously, Brown 5.6 behind Tafik. Evans far too far to go with this long in the race. Yeah, gee, that gap has really, really come down. It looks like that does not look like a 1.6 second gap to me.
No.
Maybe the Bentley just really, really struggling in this late stage of the race with the tyre life. They're down to 9/10 the gap now, as these guys are still going to have 2 laps left in the race. Strelenikov only just coming through the dipper now, so he's going to get another lap out of this one unless he absolutely parks it up, as he probably could. to the line. If he really did, if he's
got-
running tight on, if
he's got
he's
the gap.
running tight on fuel, he most certainly could do it.
When you got a gap like that, you can do whatever you want. But yes, as you said, Fahad, he is really closed up on the back of Mohamed Zikri here for P5. And he'll push him all the way to the end of the race. I don't think Dennis is taking it particularly easy based on that progress he's made down Conrad there. So we'll get one more lap out of this, which has been a very, very intense race. Very hard to read. A lot going on at a lot of stages of the race, and I think there'll be some very, very tired and weary stewards as well. A lot for them to process.
Tronanikov does not let up whatsoever, so we're going to get one more lap of green running under this one before Fahad right now, as Blue Flag does his best to jump out of the way, and this is we're just so uncomfortable over the top, and you can see just how much Fahad has closed up the gap to Zikri, which looks to really, really be struggling with that Bentley. The Bentley not very strong anywhere in the sim around any of the tracks, but he's kept his nose out of trouble for the...
It is rapid in a straight line, I know that. It is ridiculously rapid in a straight line here, so as long as you can get this exit out of Forest Elbow clean, I reckon it'll be okay from the Ferrari behind, which is not particularly strong in the straights.
Absolute massive boat just punches such a massive hole in the air that Ferrari quite slim and low down to the floor is going to be really, really beneficial in that slipstream. You saw how, as they see all sorts of yellow flags down as they breathe the... Wow, that's far too deep for Fahad. And just takes to the runoff. It gets it back on track. Was very close to making contact on the rear end. Then it doesn't quite come to fruition.
Unfortunately, we didn't see which car caused the yellow flag that was just coming up here. He's going to let Fahad through, but that's definitely let Mohammed off the hook.
Oh, he did? Was that...
No way!
Oh, that's...
No way! He has two!
I've done that. I'm only laughing because I've done that. I'm
going to throw Scotty Rochford under the bus here, but we were doing an LFM race a couple of days ago, and race finished, and about half a lap of Suzuka later, he goes, "Why are the two cars in front of me blue flagged?" Because he just hadn't noticed the checker come out, and definitely some tired eyes. I think there's you see the white flag and think, "Oh, that's a checker. I can finish up." Nah, still a while ago. Dennis has finished the race. I can tell you that.
Say, as we have missed it, as Tronanikov takes out your P1 for round 6.
He took it a while ago.
Yeah, it says round 5 even. Round 5 of your Octane Online Racing Sprint Series. Just absolutely commanding performance, and I mean quite a boring performance at that. But I mean, no fault of his own. No fault of his own. That's exactly what you want as the leader of the race.
The only race that's in front of you. Taufeeq will come across P2. We'll see exactly what that gap is. It'll be something absurd. Yeah, ridiculous. And Jake Brown, well-deserved P3, fought his way back after a bit of a whoopsie in the middle of the race. That is your podium. Strelnikov, Taufeeq and Brown. Mark Witchell, unfortunately, had a bit of an whoopsie in sort of at the latter stages. Gave up that podium to Jake Brown, but still P4. Marvellous effort from you, sir. Mohamed Zikri gets the position back from Fahad. I think Fahad might have had a second thoughts about taking that spot off him. But a couple of cars left across the line. But apart from that, very, very spicy race. A lot going on. A lot to take in. And Midnight Madness has come to an end.
It was certainly mad, that's for sure. There was definitely a few Skyline sadness, few spots where some of the leaders didn't get out of the way and didn't get out of the way even, and only 2 pro cars finishing the race for one, and the majority is heap of pro-ams, some silvers, some AMs in there as well in the top 10.
So we'll grab some finalised results for you guys jump into the timetables. In the official class, we got obviously Denis Strelnikov P1 by 58 seconds, Taufik P2, Josh Brown P3. Pro-Am won't change that much. It is Taufik P1, Brown P2, Witchell P3, Mohammed Zikri P4, Fahad P5. And in the Am class, Marshall P1, Parkin P2, a lap behind, and Danny P3. And in the silver class, we saw a couple of cars here. Burawan, despite that 10 seconds, takes P1, Marco P2 with that 20-second penalty, and Mukiden P3. Ryan Green, thank you so much for staying up so late with me. I'll let you go get some well-earned rest, and I'll jump out too as well.
Yeah, God knows not I need my beauty sleep.
No stress at all, mate. Thank you, chat, for hanging out with us. 24 of you still watching. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Glenn Germain. Thank you, stewards. We'll catch you all next week. Have a good night.
Thanks for the work, mate.
Well done, mate. Bedtime.